What does it mean for something to be cursed? Surely it must be bringing about a series of misfortune, but what causes it? Could it be just a natural string of bad luck? Does a supernatural force have to play a part? Or perhaps some malignant person's actions cause that accursed misfortune? The Case of the Golden Idol is a detective puzzle game in which we, the player, observe a snapshot in time of a scene where someone has died, mostly in the presence of, or related to, a mysterious golden idol. Throughout investigating the scene, when we click on certain words or objects, keywords are added to a database at the bottom of the screen in a variety of colors. Brown for names, yellow for nouns, blue for verbs, and white for grammar or titles. In a separate Thinking tab, we assign those words to slots of respective colors in several miniature puzzles that assist us in completing the picture of the scene. Usually this involves naming every single character in a scene or assigning objects to a character. As you attempt to fill out each section, the game will tell you if all your information is correct or if you've made several mistakes, although it will withhold from you what exactly those mistakes are. If 2 or fewer of your deductions are incorrect, the game will notify you, letting you know that you almost have the complete picture and just need to swap 1 or 2 words to get the right idea. The goal in each case is to solve the scroll, the main puzzle of each scene, which includes some combination of the whodunit, howdunit, and whydunit of the case. The free-form nature of observing and solving a scene is one of the best features of the game. As you slowly pencil in information you're certain of, your deductive reasoning guides you through the rest of the scene. Getting confused or stuck gives way to a most satisfying aha moment in which you finally understand what took place. If this sounds interesting to you, I highly recommend playing this game. The developers deserve your support for creating such an interesting game, and you can really feel just how much love was put into it. You'll still be able to get something out of this video as a sort of second playthrough, going over foreshadowing, background details, or perhaps even filling in some deductions that you might have successfully guessed your way through. The game is available on PC, mobile, consoles, and Game Pass, so it's readily available. There are often many avenues of solving a specific scene, and a bit of guesswork can actually go a long way towards solving it. Additionally, though most cases are able to be solved from only the information present in their scene, paying attention to names and faces from previous cases is incredibly helpful for identifying recurring characters. For the purposes of our investigation, we will follow direct deductions without guesswork, and we will keep in mind recurring characters to assist in those deductions. Let us begin with Chapter 1, Complications in the Family. An abrupt termination of contract. A man holding a pipe and dagger exclaims, "I knew what you were plotting, snake," as he shoves another man off a cliff. The man falling to his death is carrying a scalpel and a medicine bottle, along with a map of an island marking some landmarks: the Horn of Finger, the ruins of Xenopolis, the Bay of Shadows, and the Horn of Thumb. Both men carry a certificate dated January 5th, 1742, an agreement for their expedition to Monkey Paw Island. It states that an Albert Cloudsley is entitled to 2/3 of all valuables found as payment for funding the expedition. An Oberon Geller is entitled to 1/3 of all valuables found, as well as any golden statues found, for providing the map to the expedition site. Albert Cloudsley is signed Esquire, and Oberon Geller is signed Doctor. Their bags next to their campsite contain their belongings. The bag packed with tobacco and a pipe cleaner contains 2 bags of gems and coins. The other bag is packed with medicine and medical instruments, alongside 1 bag of valuables and 1 golden statue. In the Thinking tab, we are tasked with solving the identities and location of this murder scene. Our only geographical landmark is 2 distant rocky islands across the shoreline. The only location which matches this landmark is the Horn of Thumb. As for the identities of those involved, by matching the possessions of each man to their bags and respective belongings, we can identify the victim as Dr. Oberon Geller and the assailant as Albert Cloudsley. Thus, Albert Cloudsley pushed Oberon Geller from a cliff in the Horn of Thumb on Monkey Paw Island. We begin to chart our timeline for the events of the main game. This piece of information is the only detail not actually present in the game, and is instead confirmed by a developer that this scene takes place on February 20th of 1742. Though we know very little about why Albert shoved Oberon off a cliff, rest assured we will learn the motive when we finish exploring the DLC storyline. Before we get into the meat of the narrative, I want to clarify a few terms that will be thrown around in-game. The world of the Golden Idol is geographically similar to our own, but the names of countries have been swapped to fictional analogues. England is referred to as Albion, France is referred to as Aquitania, and India is referred to as Lemuria. This will be important to remember when Albion is said to have colonies in Lemuria, mirroring Britain's colonies in real life. Now, back to the game. The untimely passing of a rural gentleman. A man lies on a bed, not breathing, with a horrible bloody head wound. In his possession is a ring with a ruby. This particular ring, and the characters who wear it, will be important to keep in mind. His calendar tells us the day is the 23rd of August, and according to a diary dated August 22nd, the year is 1786. Zooming out to his desk, a paper titled Spontaneous Combustion reads, I, Sebastian Cloudsley, will share my humble contribution to the science of anatomy and chemistry. Back in the diary, we see yesterday's schedule. 12 o'clock, wake up, a beautiful day. 12:30, washed and dressed in my dining attire. 14 o'clock, had a beautiful roast duck for lunch. 16 o'clock, changed to my hunting attire. 17 o'clock, rode to hunt badgers, had no luck today and returned home. 18 o'clock, changed to my researching attire. 19 o'clock, changed to my dining attire. 20 o'clock, had a tasty beef loin for supper. 22:30, filled in my diary and went to bed to continue reading for my research. Above is a map with 3 different estates, Woodshire, Crowtower, and Blackfield. Woodshire is close to some hills, Crowtower is close to a small forest, and Blackfield is near a forest and a river. A tall, rickety ladder leads to a book near the top shelf titled Lead Poisoning. A fancy portrait hangs of a lord enjoying a Costco rotisserie chicken. On a chair hangs a stained white coat stuffed with measuring devices, and on a stool lies a golden idol. In the background, a yacht floats on a river, and occasionally a horse runs by in the yard. In the Thinking tab, the only identity we must identify is that of the deceased, and the only name we have is Sebastian Cloudsley. As for his attire, it is not difficult to discover with each photo that his dining attire is used while eating, his researching attire hangs near his researching desk, and that his current clothing which he died in must be his hunting attire. The location of Sebastian's estate must be in Blackfield due to the presence of a river. His cause of death is obviously his gaping head wound, as lead poisoning does not leave such a site, and spontaneous combustion would not leave us with an identifiable body. The trail of blood from the body leads outside, so he could not have died from falling off the rickety ladder. Therefore, he must have fallen from his horse while hunting. Thus, Sebastian Cloudsley, Lord of Blackfield, passed away in his bed. The cause of death was a head wound which occurred when he fell from a horse while he was hunting. The last details I want to draw attention to are that of the red mask and yellow coat on the right-hand side of the screen. We will return to them in due time. While we don't get any time to learn the kind of person Sebastian was while he was alive, in death there are some bits we can glean. We know Sebastian was a well-rounded aristocrat, influential in the fields of astronomy and other research. The last task he performed before his death was uncovering a magical spell locked in the Golden Idol, a somewhat suspicious timing. A post-case cutscene shows 3 people at Sebastian Cloudsley's funeral. His gravestone reads 1733 to 1786, making him around 53 years old. We will identify these funeral goers shortly. The dramatic departure of an outsider. A man is currently bursting into flames. In his possession is a scorched horse brush and a knife with the letter J on it. On our left, a man screams, "Spare me, devil! I was just following orders!" In his possession is a book, Astonishing Monkey Man, with the words, "Property of the Pear Brothers," written on it in red. He also carries the same knife as the Burning Man, albeit with the letter A on it. A stupefied man exclaims, "What the blazes!" at the sight. The only thing in his pocket is a gambling ticket for a horse derby. The apparent culprit of the mayhem calmly asks to take his leave. He wields the golden idol, its gem turned blue, with 3 symbols shown on the back of its head. In his pocket is some money, that familiar ruby ring, and a note titled Spontaneous Combustion, which details how to perform the combustion spell, by first casting a freezing spell, then inputting a sequence of sacred glyphs on the idol. Those same glyphs are currently pressed into the idol. In the background, a man looks at the scene with interest. He possesses a dagger, money, and a tobacco pouch branded Ash Blair. He holds a note which reads, "Prepare the carriage for tomorrow. We are to visit my nephew." Signed by an EC. The saddlebag he's currently carrying is similarly embroidered EC. The last observer in this scene, on the right-hand side, watches the immolating individual and remarks, "What an unexpected turn of events." In his pockets are a stiletto blade, money, and a handkerchief embroidered EC. He has a sheet of newspaper for Monday, September 7th, 1786, featuring an article praising Lord Edmund Cloudsley's speech in Parliament. His last possession is a letter which reads, "Dear Edmund, it has reached my attention that you are seeking a capable new servant. I have just the man for you. David Gorin is an experienced coachman with a diverse set of talents that I'm sure you will find very useful. If you are displeased with his services, do not hesitate to let me know. Yours, Theo." There are a few more points of interest here. A stone insignia of a freaky, spiky lizard. A poster on the stable door which lists the stable rotation for Adam and James. James grooms the horses for the first half of the week, then Adam grooms them for the latter half, while the other person is in charge of stable cleaning. The last point of interest is not highlighted, but it's the water trough in the background, which has been partially frozen. This is likely from that freezing spell which must be performed before spontaneous combustion. Inside, the first thing we notice is the estate is in horrible disrepair. The wallpaper is torn, there's empty bottles of alcohol everywhere, and there are shadows on the wall which indicate there used to be paintings there. A woman on the left remarks, "My apologies, he can be so badir sometimes." Badir being a word that describes deafness. In her pockets is some money, 6 generic rings adorned with various stones, an ornamented guitar, a fan carrying the design of 2 elephants and an Om symbol, and a book from Shamal Bhatt titled Simhasana Batisi. This is an actual piece of literature of Indian folktales. The last person is a man expressing outrage that a member of the woman's family would treat a legal document in such a presumably negative way. He carries money, the reoccurring ruby ring, and a document detailing the reading of the last will and testament of Sebastian Cloudsley, dated September 7th, 1786, the same day as the previous newspaper article. It depicts the family tree of the Cloudsley family, starting with the married couple of the long-deceased Mary Cloudsley and Albert Cloudsley of the first case. They had 4 children, Edmund Cloudsley, Rose Cubert, Sebastian Cloudsley, and Beatrix Batley. Edmund is listed as the oldest, and a minor inference may be made that the children are ordered by descending age, making Edmund and Rose, at the very least, older than 53. Sebastian is listed as testate, meaning with a will, as he is the deceased and this is his will. Rose and Beatrix are listed as married, explaining the change in their last names. Beatrix Batley is currently deceased, and her son, Peter Batley, is one of the 4 inheritors present. The last individual, Willard Wright, is listed as an associate with a question mark. That question mark will be important later. On the table is a slip of paper titled Nicholas Maker, Attorney. On the left wall is a battered picture with 3 names and a corresponding symbol. A freaky spiky lizard above Batley, a horned goat mammal in front of 2 crossed swords for Cloudsley, and a palm tree in front of a red circle for Cubert. If we compare these symbols to the map from the previous case, Cloudsley naturally matches the Blackfield estate, and Batley appears to match that of the Woodshire estate. Crow Tower, however, does not match the Cubert family sigil, and instead looks like a blue-eyed wizard holding a torch or scepter. Back to the current case, graffiti is etched into the walls, depicting a hatted and wigged man next to the words, Fat Lord. Beneath are 2 knife-holding pear-shaped figures, one with an A and one with a J, labeled Pear Twins. A book lies on the ground containing aphorisms by Sebastian Cloudsley, with brief blurbs on how to be happy, avoid being upset, be inspired, and avoid being scared. By the fireplace are various torn and sooty papers, alongside a note and another gambling ticket for a horse derby. The note is addressed to Peter Batley, reminding him of his unpaid debt of £255 and that the sender, Blackguard and Buck Loans, will soon be forced to take the matter into their own hands. Besides two of them, the torn papers will be added to our thinking tab. The first are notes titled Dear Willard Wright and Dear Rose Cubert. The second is from the start of Sebastian Cloudsley's will, where he declares Nicholas Maker as its executor, and the words, Dear Brother Edmund Cloudsley, are cut off at the bottom. Before getting to the will, we can start to identify some identities. The pair twins outside are distinguishable from their graffiti and copy of Astonishing Monkey Man. The survivor with the A knife is Adam Pear, and his torched twin with the J knife is James Pear. Another identity indicator is that today is a Monday, and thus James is in charge of horse grooming. As he currently cooks, he holds a burnt horse brush. The man on the right is clearly Edmund Cloudsley. He has a handkerchief labeled EC, and a newspaper article praising Edmund Cloudsley, and a note addressed Dear Edmund. The man in the background is in charge of Edmund's saddlebag, and has a note signed by Edmund imparting instructions for preparing his carriage. This must be the David Gorin recommended to Edmund in his letter, a capable coachman and capable servant. Inside, we can surmise the man in charge of the legal documents is Nicholas Maker, as the business card in front of him suggests. The sigil of the lizard on the wall, and above the front door, is that of the Batley sigil, meaning this is Peter Batley's home. The destitute state of the estate, gambling ticket, and debt notification paint Peter Batley as an irresponsible man who, in his compounding gambling debt, has been forced to sell his possessions to fund his gambling addiction. The larger wigged man outside has a similar gambling ticket to that on the floor, and is the only character in the scene, besides the pair twins, to have no money on his person. Thus, he must be Peter Batley. His physical appearance is also similar to the graffiti titled Fat Lord. We can assume the woman is Rose Cubert due to her feminine name and presence at Sebastian's funeral. The case name, the dramatic departure of the outsider, indicates that the outsider is responsible for the scene. Not only is Willard Wright referred to as an associate ? In the will, but he's also the one causing the scene outside with the golden idol. Thus, the last man is Willard Wright. For the first piece of the will, it reads, We met so rarely after you left for the colonies. Therefore, I bequeath to you my savings, land, and the Blackfield Manor house. Come home and establish a museum of my life and accomplishments. The key word here is colonies. Rose Cubert's inventory is full of memorabilia from Lemuria, so she must be the person who left to live in Albion's foreign colonies. Next reads, I want you to put your sharp mind to better use than mere politics. Therefore, I bequeath to you the notes from the research I have undertaken on astronomy. I grant you leave to finish and publish it under both our names. The key word here is politics. The only reference we have to politics is the newspaper article on Edmund's speech in Parliament. Thus, Edmund Cloudsley is the recipient. Next reads, My late sister, your mother, disclosed your financial troubles to me long ago, and I resolved to help you. I bequeath to you a compilation of my aphorisms to provide the discipline in your life which you so clearly lack. Broke, and the nephew of Sebastian. It must be Peter Batley. The final section reads, I bequeath to you the golden idol of Xenopolis. You will know what to do with it. The man wielding the golden idol is Willard Wright, so it's directed to him. We will see this Xenopolis when we cover the DLC. For the scroll, the scene outside shows the pair twins having been ordered to take the idol from Willard Wright, where suddenly James burst into flames. The remaining detail is to see that their master, Peter Batley, ordered them to do so because he was upset to receive Sebastian's aphorisms in the will, instead of any money or property. Thus, Peter Batley was upset to receive aphorisms in Sebastian Cloudsley's will, and ordered Adam Pear and James Pear to take the idol from Willard Wright. Suddenly, James Pair died from spontaneous combustion. As we finish the introductory chapter, we are able to plot two more events onto our timeline. In the year of 1786, Sebastian dies from a hunting accident on August 23rd, and during his will reading on September 7th, a friend of his, Willard Wright, used the idol to kill a servant named James Pair. While previously the golden idol was only present during a death, this is the first time we see the idol used to take someone's life. We open up to the existence of magic in the world manifesting through the golden idol. So far, we have only seen its penchant for malignancy. The idol witnessed the untimely deaths of two individuals and is directly responsible for a third. We start to conjure this thematic image of a curse seeping its way into the world and causing suffering. I'll simply define this curse as misfortune brought about by an accursed object, in this case, the golden idol. The second chapter will even go so far as titling itself The Cursed Inheritance, letting credence to this emerging theme of curses. As we continue, keep this association of the golden idol and sudden death in mind. We'll touch on the identities of a few more recurring characters. Edmund Cloudsley is the eldest brother of Sebastian. His area of expertise is politics, but we see in Sebastian's will that he encourages Edmund to use his intellectual talents for the field of research. Note Edmund's particular intrigue in the golden idol during the murder of James Pair. Next we have the nephew, Peter Batley. His personality is aggressive, prone to outbursts of emotion. He lacks the refinement of an aristocrat in his position, and is currently approaching the point of destitution due to his severe gambling addiction. We know Willard Wright was an acquaintance of Sebastian's, and that in sharing that same ruby ring, there is a tie that binds them, worthy enough for him to be given the golden idol. Our last important introduction is to David Gorin, a competent and capable man recently employed by Edmund Cloudsley. Chapter 2. The Cursed Inheritance. The Murder at the Little Mermaid. We see three people playing cards, another man performing on his violin, and the innkeep watching as he peels a lemon. The man on the far left is complaining about being made to feel inferior by some man, presumably one not at the table so he doesn't insult him in earshot. He holds some playing cards, money, a key, and a small sword. The woman next to him says, "Be calm, John. He was a perfect gentleman. He bought me a drink and then retired upstairs." So we know the man she's replying to is named John. She holds some playing cards, money, a key, a stiletto blade, and a letter. The letter reads, "To Annie, you are beautiful like a rose. For you I will take any blows. Annie, you are like a glass of wine. Your hair is very fine. I will find gold in a mine if it makes you forever mine. Your piglet full of love." We learn the woman's name is Annie. The last man at the table makes a curt comment on the card game they're playing. We can recognize the face of this man as David Gorin from the previous case, though we currently lack the keywords for his name. He too carries playing cards, money, a key, a dagger, and a note. His note is unaddressed and reads, "Remember, you as an agent of our trading company have to reflect its values to the fullest. 1. Never be late. The client leaves the port on the 10th. 2. Be persuasive. Do not take no for an answer. We must get the client's product. 3. Be effective. Once you have the product, deliver it to me immediately with the servant boy. Most importantly, no matter what you do, be mindful of our reputation. Our names must remain spotless." This is off. David is supposed to be a servant of Edmund Cloudsley, not an agent of some trading company. Perhaps he's taken up a new job. We'll move on. If we interact with the card game on the table, we add the score sheet to our thinking tab. The scores are secondary information. What we really get out of this is that 3 rounds were played, including the one currently in progress, and the initials of each player, which are placed above their score. We know John is currently playing, so that must be the J in each JB. It seems he's played in all games except the first one. The A from Annie could go to either AG or AB, so we can't place her just yet. Wait, AG or AB? There's no DG for David Gorin, but he's sitting right there. Either he has a mysterious twin brother who doesn't share his last name, or something suspicious is happening. We move to the two posters on the wall. The first advertises an Amazing Evans violin performance on September 9th at around 11 p.m. I see a violin player, so it must be September 9th, 2 days from the last case. The other poster is a wanted poster for an escaped convict by the name of Robert Redruth, sporting a particularly ghastly face, and a reward of £50. If we look at the musician, we see him lament, "Oh, mother, forgive me, I will never gamble with something so dear to me again." He must have lost something important in one of those rounds of cards. He carries a violin, a Navaja folding blade, and a key. Not a single coin on him. We know an ME lost big in the first round of cards, and as he is the aforementioned musician, his last name must be Evans. The innkeeper's ledger also notes the date as September 9th. It says the Dandelion room has been rented for one night by Willard Wright, the man we know from the last case who possesses the golden idol. The other room, the Forget-Me-Not room, is being rented for one night by an Ash Blair, AB. Those are the initials of one of the men currently playing cards. If Ash Blair goes to AB, then Annie must go with the initials AG. Looking at the innkeep, we see his ring of keys, kitchen knife, and the lemon he's currently peeling. He holds a letter and is currently saying, "Where did that blasted boy go? I really need a piss." His letter is dated September 8th and is addressed to Oscar Boynton. It reads, "It has come to our attention that the good owner of the Little Mermaid offers services to those who want to transfer products that are less agreeable to the authorities. I will come by in 3 days. If you still have some spare space in your gin barrels, and you're willing to earn extra money, reach out to me." 3 days from September 8th would mean this interaction should happen on September 11th, 2 days from now. David Goren, or Ash Blair's note, says the client he seeks will depart on the 10th, so this situation is unrelated. At the very least, it suggests that Oscar Boynton is the innkeeper and that he provides illicit smuggling services to those who pay. We see an OB on the card game sheet, so we can fill in Oscar Boynton. The remaining details are that the door is latched shut, and given the large peephole, nobody gets into the Little Mermaid without Oscar letting them in. The bar tab has 3 names and a 4th at the top, which has been wiped away, likely from someone who paid their tab. The yellowy smear might indicate that the blackboard is cleaned with citric acid from any lemon Oscar peels, but that's probably a bit silly. I'm sure he just enjoys eating them. The names on the tab read Green, Briege, and Blair. Blair belongs to Ash Blair. Briege must be the B in JB on the score sheet, John Briege. And Green must be the G in AG, Annie Green. The last completely empty name on the score sheet is WW, which must be Willard Wright from the previous case. Given the results of round 1 on the score sheet, Willard Wright must also be in possession of that important object that Evans lost. 10 points! It must be Willard's lucky day. With a good chunk of information solved, we can look upstairs. Oh, maybe not that lucky of a day after all. A man in sleeping wear lies dead, having been stabbed thrice in his abdomen. He has a walking cane and that familiar ruby ring. On the wall, Revenge, signed RR, is written in the man's blood. On the table is a washing bowl slightly tinged with blood and a recently written letter. It reads, "Dear Proud Beast Master, I have attended our departed brother's send-off and accepted the keepsake that he bestowed upon our brotherhood in his will. I shall send this letter tomorrow, September 10th. I hope it will reach you without delay. Already it is midnight. I will retire to my bed, for this has been a long day. May Griffin awaken, Proud Beast Initiate." Although it is pretty obvious this corpse must be the Willard Wright who retired upstairs, this note detailing Sebastian Cloudsley's funeral and the obtaining of the Golden Idol cements that fact. This is also our first reference to the Brotherhood, and 2 titles within it, Proud Beast Master and Proud Beast Initiate. Keep this in mind. In Willard's bag is a watch indicating the time is around 2:25 a.m. It is inscribed, "To my dear Maurice." This M name must be the first initial of Mr. Evans, so we now know him as Maurice Evans. This watch was the memento he sadly gambled away. On the bright side, he might be able to get it back now. The last object is a rectangular music box, which plays a jingle as it's opened. Whatever object rested inside is missing. Around the crime scene, we note the door is locked from the inside. A daffodil picture is framed on the wall, and a trapdoor connecting to the attic is on the ceiling. Observing the window, we see its glass is broken, fallen into the mud outside. A watchman carrying a spear, lantern, and an alarm rattle inscribed, "Watchman number 2, Henry Parker," screams, "Alarm! A break-in!" as he looks at the broken window. We can immediately enter his name, Henry Parker, on the thinking tab. The remaining room is also locked, though not from the inside. The bed is empty and not warm, only a man's jacket is atop it. This room also has a trapdoor in the ceiling connecting to the attic. A picture of a flower is framed on the wall. From the innkeeper's ledger, we know this is the forget-me-not room where Ash Blair is staying. If we didn't know that the dead man was Willard Wright, this ledger would also prove it was him. Outside the left window, we see a cloaked man carrying sticks on his back. He has a piece of stale bread, a rusty half of shears, and a note which reads, "You can lie low for a couple of days in the old oarsman's place down at the docks." The man mutters to himself, "Why did that bugger give me a note when he knows damn well I can't read?" His face is the spitting image of the poster of the escaped convict, Robert Redruth. We fill this in and have thus completed all info except the scroll. Let's look at the scene in totality. It appears that while everyone else was playing cards downstairs, Robert Redruth broke in through the window, attacked Willard Wright while he penned a letter, killing him, and wrote "Revenge" on the wall in the victim's blood, signed with his initials. Not quite. There's several pieces of evidence that rule out this version of events. First, Willard is in a sleeping gown, his letter is already finished, and the washing bowl only being tinged with blood, likely from blood spatter, put the crime at the bed, not the table. Second, the glass from the broken window is all outside of the inn. If someone broke in, the glass would have fallen into the room. This means the glass was broken as a red herring to indicate a break-in. The culprit still could have jumped out of the window, but there's no footsteps leading away from the building, only the watchman's prints heading towards it. Lastly, and most importantly, Robert Redruth, by his own admission, is illiterate. If he can't read, then he can't write the text on the wall incriminating him. Let's ask a different question. How did the killer get into Willard's room? The window wasn't used, and the door is locked from the inside. The only remaining point of entry is the trapdoor in the ceiling, which connects to Ash Blair's room through the other trapdoor. He's the only man with the key to that room, and our only possible culprit. If we look at the score sheet, we can identify that the murder must have taken place during the second round of cards. Maurice Evans would be scheduled to play music, so Ash Blair has no alibi. His weapon is a dagger, thus we have all the pieces to solve the scroll. But wait, there's some details missing on the scroll. How this fight ensued, and why. If we read between the lines of Ash Blair's note, we can see a more sinister view of his instructions. Get to the client before the 10th, secure the product by any means, deliver the product immediately, and keep their names spotless. This instruction must have come from Edmund Cloudsley to instruct his servant, David Goran, to obtain the idol. He took a false name, Ash Blair, to cover his tracks. As an aside, if we look at David's tobacco pouch from the previous case, we see his pseudonym is just the brand name of his favorite tobacco product, Ash Blair. So, Ash Blair entered Willard's room through the trapdoor while he slept. He found the box containing the golden idol, but upon opening it, it played a jingle that woke up Willard Wright. A struggle ensued, resulting in Willard dead. Ash then tampered with the crime scene to frame Robert, returned through the attic, and joined a round of cards, having secured the idol. Thus, Ash Blair crept into Willard Wright's room through the trapdoor, while Annie Green, John Breege, and Oscar Boynton were playing cards with loud music. A fight ensued upstairs, and Willard Wright got stabbed with a dagger. I'll give David Goran some points for trying to steal the idol without murdering Willard, but things didn't end up playing out that way. Much later in the game, this murder will be referred to in a scroll as an accident, which makes it more of an objective statement that David did not intend to kill anyone that night. He, like almost every character in this game, carries a weapon, so sudden scuffles tend to end violently. The only detail that eludes me in this scene is the blasted boy the innkeep refers to. The time frame of the letter he carries doesn't line up with Willard's plans, so it's doubtful he trusted him enough to man the bar while he relieves himself. I can only conclude that some minor unseen employee is off-screen, and that is whom he is referring to. In a post-case cutscene, we see a man in a fancy hat and ruby ring offer Oscar money in exchange for information on the night Willard died. It also appears the authorities bought the framing of Robert Redruth as the culprit. We place the day of Willard's death and the theft of the idol on September 9th. So far, these last cases have occurred in quick succession, but shortly we will experience a minor time skip. We are introduced to the Brotherhood of Masks for the first time through Willard's correspondence with the mystery man in the position of Proud Beast Master. He notes his own rank as initiate and includes information that Sebastian was one of their brothers. We learn we can label those who wear that particular ruby ring as having a secret connection with each other. Because of this, we may add the attorney Nicholas Maker to the roster, along with the unknown figure from the cutscene. As for Willard himself, there's not much we can note besides the fact that he is no more. David Gorin scores some points for getting third blood so far in this story. The curse of the idol claims its owner once again, albeit he was accidentally murdered during an attempted theft. Similarly to how quickly Sebastian died once he figured out how to wield the idol, Willard dies a few days after casting the spell to kill James Pear. A pattern begins to emerge. Perhaps the idol enacts a supernatural toll on those who use it in exchange for its power. The idol was claimed from a certain Monkey Paw Island, lending a very direct reference to the idea of making wishes which come with terrible unforeseen consequences. It's an interesting idea to make note of. The intoxicating dinner party. We start in the lobby of an extravagant mansion. A boy stares at a coat rack, admiring them. He holds an expensive cigar and a note which reads, "Little Pip, run to the city and grab me some Ash Blair tobacco and a bottle of gin. I will pay you when I am back. David." This servant boy must be the little Pip, and our Ash Blair tobacco-loving servant, David Gorin, must be the David writing to him. There are 4 coats hanging on the rack. The ones on the far left and right have adornments on their hats, suggesting they belong to women, while the 2 coats in the middle likely belong to men. Regardless, this makes for 4 guests in total. Coat number 3 contains a box of cigars, similar to the cigar Pip is holding. If we look inside the pink coat's pocket, we see 2 letters. The first reads, March 1st, 1788. Dear Miss Richards, I enjoyed your company tremendously when I visited your father last month. I am certain that you would wish to hear the rest of my thoughts on the shortcomings of our society. I invite you and your father to a dinner on April 8th at my manor. Sincerely, Edmund Cloudsley. Our current setting is thus Edmund's Manor. The note gives us the date, April 8th, 1788. Close to 19 months have passed since the previous case, where Edmund Cloudsley has presumably been in possession of the golden idol. It tells us that the owner of the pink coat's last name is Richards, and since she's addressed as Miss, she's young and unmarried. The last detail is that she should be accompanied by her father at Edmund's Manor, so one of the coats must belong to him. The other note is written, Dear Mary, here is something for your diary from me. Attached is a slip of paper with a crude drawing of a man locked in combat with a cartoon tiger. It reads, For you, I would fight a tiger and win. Peter Batley, 1788, March 5th. It appears that both Edmund and Peter are attempting to court the woman we now know as Mary Richards. While Edmund will attempt to woo her by talking about society, Peter Batley demonstrates his overwhelming aura in that he would surely fight a tiger and win for her. The last point of interest is the marble statue of a woman holding a vase. Inside, at the bottom of the vase, someone has discarded a syringe which contains an unknown liquid inside of it. Suspicious. We move on to the adjacent room, which contains a kitchen and lodging. A diagram of the lodging is added to our thinking tab. Two servants are talking as they work. The woman on the right says, "Of course I can give you some candles for your room, Lucia. I assume you are itching to continue reading that scandalous novel." So the woman she's speaking to is Lucia. She carries a simple key and a note which reads, March 4th, 1788. Dear Ada, I have to use this letter to share good news. There is no substance to the claims that your late husband used his position to squander church money. The judge has decided to remove all accusations, and you will be no longer a target of baseless gossip. I truly and sincerely hope this will provide some comfort in these dark times when ignorance and impudence go hand in hand. May our Lord steward over our poor souls. Good news for Ada. It looks like some previous troubles regarding her late husband have been cleared, and now we know that this servant's name is Ada. If we examine Lucia, we see her responding to Ada with, Thank you, dear. No, I threw it out. I do not read such dirty literature anymore. I do hope our master's guests are satisfied, and that Brian served everything as instructed. We learn the name of another servant, Brian. Lucia carries a simple key, a large brown key, and a note. If we examine the brown key, we can observe its shape. The key part is shaped like a syringe, and the handle is shaped like a pentagon. Her note reads, The dinner party will take place on April 8th. Everything should be ready before noon. Prepare roasted boar. Young Miss Richards appears not to enjoy meat, therefore prepare some alternative side dish. We're made aware that dinner consists of a roasted boar, some vegetarian side dish, and that Mary Richards does not eat meat. Behind Lucia, we see a bovine-shaped kettle which reads, To Mrs. Smith, for 3 years of service. Whichever servant has the last name Smith has been working here for at least 3 years, and has received this kettle as a gift rewarding that service. Behind the kettle hangs a note on the wall, imparting instructions to certain servants. Mrs. Smith, 2 eggs and a pot of tea each breakfast. No heavy food for dinner. You are responsible for little Pip doing all his errands. Mr. Walker, I am to be woken up and dressed at 7 a.m. I expect to receive my daily newspaper by noon. Mrs. Baker, I expect all my rooms to be cleaned every day. Twice on the days I have visitors. N.B. David Gorin's job requires that he may arrive or leave during night. No complaining about this. The paper is signed by E.C., clearly Edmund Cloudsley. The N.B. at the bottom is not actually initials for a name, but is a Latin phrase, nota bene, which is used to indicate importance. In this case, that importance is David's work habits. We now have the last names for the 3 servants. The women are Smith and Baker, and the man is Walker. We can infer that Mrs. Smith is in charge of the cooking and that Mrs. Baker is in charge of the cleaning. Since Lucia is mixing a bowl and Ada is sweeping the floor, it suggests that their respective names are Lucia Smith and Ada Baker. Regardless, the remaining male servant named Brian's full name must be Brian Walker. If we look at the cupboard locked with an orange and heart-shaped lock, we see it's used for alcohol storage, particularly wine and brandy. The game notes they are full and sealed, so they haven't been tampered with. The nearby cupboard is locked with a brown and pentagon-shaped lock, which must be opened with the brown key in Lucia's possession. Inside are various foodstuffs, including bread, lemons, potatoes, flour, water, vegetables, and meat. The last door says it leads outside and is not locked. In the small room above the kitchen is a mattress containing pennies, a handkerchief, a pocket watch, and a mysterious bottle of amber liquid. There are 2 key-sized objects. One of them is a rectangular piece of metal, and the other has been filed down into a key shape with 4 notches, 2 at the front and 2 near the back. On the bedding are 2 books, Monkey Man 1 versus Striped Dark Hand, and Monkey Man 2, Tooth for Tooth. We add the words Monkey Man and Dark Hand to our list of potential names. This room's small and shabby size, plus the children's books, indicates that little Pip lives in this crawl space. The doors to the right-hand lodgings are both locked. The bottom room's cupboard contains a stack of candles, ink, money, and 2 books. Book 1 is called The Wise Slave, subtitled Fables about rulers that make you think. The other is a diary dated April 7th. It reads, Dear Diary, this has been an ordinary day mostly spent in preparation for tomorrow's dinner event. I do believe the time has come for me to ask for a raise in salary after all these years I have loyally worked here. It is a difficult conversation to be had, but I will strengthen my will and talk to Master about it tomorrow. Whichever servant rooms here has seemingly spent a long time serving Edmund Cloudsley, and that today he will try to ask for a wage increase. Wonder how that'll work out. Under the bed is a secret cupboard containing print paint and posters depicting a big-wigged aristocrat riding the shoulders of an average Joe. It's titled, Down with Parasites! Too long they have feasted on our blood and sweat. The book of ruler-related fables and these posters indicate whichever servant lives here is tired of working under the heel of the aristocracy. The room above's cupboard contains a set of lockpicks, a dagger, a pistol, and a pouch of ash blair tobacco. If that wasn't a good enough of an indicator that this room is David Gorin's, a small note from Edmund Cloudsley reads, David, clean up the barn until Wednesday. I plan to continue experimenting with the artifact. We learn that Edmund Cloudsley has been experimenting with the golden idol since he received it, and that David is the associate he trusts enough to discuss it with. The last point of interest is a bag hanging outside from a string tied somewhere above. It contains another rectangular piece of metal, and another one filed down into a key shape. This time with two notches spaced equidistant from each other and the tip of the key. Upstairs we find two more servants' quarters and an office space. Both living quarters are locked. The one on the bottom's cupboard contains a knife, money, a book titled The Laceless Count, the Besmirched Lover of Lusitania, and a note. The note reads, I will not change the rule that the staff member who has worked here the longest gets the bottom room. Do not bother me with such nonsense again. E.C. Now we know that the longest-serving servant gets the privilege of sleeping in the bottommost quarter. The book's title is vaguely raunchy enough to likely be the scandalous novel that Ada says Lucia likes to read. Looks like Lucia lied about throwing it away, but at least now we know this room belongs to Lucia Smith. If assuming she lied wasn't good enough evidence, the lack of candles in her cupboard also indicates the room is hers, as she's currently thanking Ada Baker for giving her candles to read with at nighttime. Hidden in her pillow are some twig dolls, a partially empty bottle of pink liquid, and a note imparting instructions on what to do after, quote, your target has ingested the love potion. This is the second bottle of mysterious liquid in a servant's quarters we've found, so we'll keep this love potion in mind. The topmost room's cupboard contains ink, some money, a stack of candles, and a book by Raolo Cthulhu called Star Child. Perhaps some kind of Lovecraftian reference. A note is fixed to the back of the cupboard which reads, Remember to take the fourth one from every row. Cryptic. We'll keep this in mind. We can see that the bag of file keys hanging downstairs is tied to the roof right outside the top room's window. Whoever sleeps in this room must be the person they belong to. In the office, two books are jutting out of a shelf. The first is titled Ideal Republic, Visions of a Utopia with Order and Structure. Edmund mentioned wanting to talk to Mary Richards about society's shortcomings, so this is the kind of literature that inspires Edmund's thoughts on politics. The second is titled Secret Codes. It details a trivial cipher for secret messages, where the first word on each line is read, revealing a hidden message. The previous note to take the fourth one from every row lines up with this kind of cipher. So once we find out whose room it is, we can investigate their pockets for a hidden message. A cabinet is locked with a blue square-shaped lock. Inside is a sealed bottle of opium, two sealed bottles of peptic tonic, and a note that reads, Due to the sensitivity of your stomach, I advise abstaining from alcohol for the next month. Also, consider a glass of peptic tonic before eating to avoid upsetting your digestive system. This must be some kind of medicine cabinet, and now we know that Edmund Cloudsley is abstaining from alcohol for medical reasons. The safe on the wall contains the golden idol and a bag of, presumably money given its location. On the writing desk are 2 letters and a note. The note reads, Mrs. Baker starting date, 1787, August 1st. Position, housemaid. Yearly wage, £9. Now we know that Ada Baker has been working as a servant here for a bit over 8 months. Since Lucia Smith was given a kettle for at least 3 years of service, we know Ada is not the eldest servant, and thus cannot room in the bottommost quarters. With David Gorin, Little Pip, and Lucia Smith's quarters already placed, Ada Baker's room must be the topmost dorm. With only one name left, Brian Walker can only be placed in the bottom room, and now we also know he is the eldest servant. The first letter on the desk is from February 10th, 1788, and reads, Dear Edmund, this cannot continue. Since my return and move to Sebastian's Manor, he has asked for financial support 7 times. He clearly is unable to take any monetary responsibility. Please, I need your help, my dear brother. Sincerely, Rose Cubert. It appears Rose and Edmund's nephew, Peter Batley, is still in financial trouble from his gambling problems and has begged for cash on several occasions. The second letter is again from Rose Cubert to Edmund from March 6th and reads, I like your idea. Let's send him to colonies where his violent nature will make him feel at home. I hear you are having dinner with Lady Mary and her well-to-do father Lothar. If Peter and I were to join you, we could beguile him with tales of adventures in the colonies so we can ship him away. Lothar is the name of Mary Richards' father. His full name must be Lothar Richards. It's an interesting scheme that is being concocted here, to ship Peter to the colonies in Lemuria to get him out of their hair. Perhaps there he might even be given the opportunity to fight a tiger and win. In the trash are 4 more letters, first from April 2nd of this year. Well, well, Edmund, you seemed pretty pleased after the old boy passed away and a spot freed up for you in the House of Lords. Take care of those with whom you ally. I have many friends and will deal with you swiftly if you dare cross me. Lord George Bridges. Vaguely threatening letter number 1. The next letter is undated and says, The revolution will come for the likes of you, you crooked bastard. Soon you will pay for your sins against honest common folk. With your blood! Final Vanguard. Threat number 2. The third letter is from January 8th of this year and reads, Edmund Cloudsley, once more you have failed to answer our requisition. This is the last warning you will receive. Your transgressions against us demand amends. The only course of action you have is to surrender yourself to our justice. Last chance for repentance, serpent. Or we will unleash one of our stewards upon you. Brotherhood of Masks. Ah, the Brotherhood. It looks like whichever member investigated Willard's death in the previous cutscene was able to trace the theft of the golden idol back to Edmund Cloudsley. After seemingly several letters requesting the idol to be returned, the Brotherhood is threatening to unleash the wrath of a steward upon him. We last learned of the positions Master and Initiate, so we will add Steward to the pile. After all these terrible threatening letters, I wonder what kind of strife the last one will bring. February 1st, 1788. Dear Uncle, I hear you are interested in Lady Richards. I think you are too old for her. I shall court her instead. Secondly, please lend me £300. It is small change to you, and I am desperately in need of it at present. Truly yours, Peter Batley. Ah, one of Peter's warm letters begging for money. It's even more charming how he just plainly states, You're old, I shall court her, please give me £300. I can see why this letter is in the trash. With that, we move on to the final scene. Ugh, quite the commotion. Looking at the body on the couch, we see the lady is not breathing, and her face is blotched. We recognize her as Edmund's sister, Rose Cubert, holding her previous possessions of money, a foreign fan, and a variety of rings. Left of her is a new figure, wearing a rather extravagant, or stupid, wig, and carrying some money. His only exclamation is to remark that the situation is most unsettling. Go figure. Next is Edmund Cloudsley, carrying his embroidered handkerchief and 2 keys. He remarks, "It's poison! Nobody touch a thing, and nobody move. I'll send for a doctor right away." Astute observation, Edmund. If we examine the orange key with a heart-shaped handle, we see the key part is shaped with 4 notches, 2 at the front and 2 near the back. Next is the blue key, shaped with 2 notches spaced equidistant from each other and the tip of the key. Behind him is a woman carrying a handkerchief and exclaiming that this is horrible. As the last woman in this case, we know this is Mary Richards. Pointing a fork at another gentleman, a man exclaims, "You killed my aunt, you devil! I should execute you on the spot!" If we didn't recognize him as Peter Batley, his reference to Rose as his aunt would notify us. Besides the fork, he has some money and a deck of cards. Our last man on the right responds that this situation has nothing to do with him. He holds 1 singular shilling, a simple key, the blue and orange keys that Edmund also possesses, and 2 notes. One is addressed from Peter, telling him that if he ensures the beautiful lady sits next to him during dinner, he will give him 1 shilling. That singular shilling in his possession is proof of the contract, so Mary and Peter must have been seated beside each other at the table. The last note is titled Note to Self, and reads, "If you get frustrated when working, remember the tale about the rich lord who married his donkey, and you will feel better." All of this evidence points to this man being the final servant, Brian Walker. His reference to such a fable goes along with the Book of Fables in his quarters, and his disdain for his job matches up with the revolutionary posters he has printed and stored under his bed. Perhaps this might serve as some kind of motive for murder. At the very least, I don't think he's going to be asking for that raise today. With 1 name left, we know the extravagant figure is Mary's father, Lothar Richards. Behind Brian is a table of food and drink. From left to right we see water, a roast, salad, brandy, wine, lemonade, and peptic tonic. Finally, at the table, which is added to our thinking tab, we see the untouched or partially consumed food and drink placed in front of each seat. We will be in charge of figuring out who sat where at the table. If Rose's cause of death is poison, one of those 7 kinds of substances on the table must be poisoned. We will whittle down what foods surely haven't been poisoned by examining how many people consumed that substance. There are 3 partially eaten salads and 2 partially eaten roasts, so the food was not tampered with. 3 partially empty glasses of wine rules that out. There are singular glasses of partially drunk water, lemonade, and brandy, so we cannot rule them out. Last is an untouched peptic tonic and a partially drunk peptic tonic, again rendering us no new information. Let's try and place some seats at the table. We know Edmund is abstaining from alcohol and is prescribed peptic tonic before meals. The only seat which matches this info is at the top. Looks like he went for the salad and a glass of water. Mary doesn't eat meat, so the only possible seats are the one with lemonade and the one with a cigar. The cigar comes from the owner of the man's jacket with the cigar case, which clearly isn't Mary's. Thus, she is seated to Edmund's right, or our left. Brian's shilling tells us Peter is seated next to Mary, so with only 1 seat available, he sat in the bottom left seat, enjoying a nice glass of brandy. The cigar seat must be Lothar's, as there are no poisonous foodstuffs present, and the jacket with the cigar case therefore belongs to him. The last remaining seat must be Rose's, and it is there we will find the poison substance. The only unique drink at Rose's seat is the peptic tonic, which must have been poisoned. Edmund's drink is untouched, so it seems like he narrowly avoided the same fate. If the peptic tonic was tampered with, whoever poisoned it needed access. If we look at the medicine cabinet which contains the tonic, we see it's locked by the blue key. The characters with the blue key are Edmund and Brian. Could Brian be behind this? It would be strange for him to attempt to assassinate Edmund the same day he wanted to ask for a raise, but we do know he harbors negative feelings for the aristocracy. Let's double back to some information we discovered but never got to utilize. Remember to take the 4th one from every row, a note belonging to Ada Baker. The only long-form letter Ada possesses is the one regarding her late husband. If we heed this instruction to take the fourth one from every row, we find the hidden message. Use substance to remove target. Sincerely, Dark Hand Steward. Aha! The culprit behind this assassination attempt. Ada Baker and Dark Hand Steward. This Dark Hand Steward must be the steward referenced in the threatening note from the Brotherhood of Masks, and Ada is some person willing to fulfill orders on the behalf of the Brotherhood. It would make sense that the shortest serving servant would be the most suspicious, but 8 months of service before this moment means the Brotherhood has been playing quite the long con. It's true the Brotherhood gave Edmund plenty of time to peacefully return the idol, so this attempted murder is seemingly a last resort effort. We now know the who and why of this case, but we're still missing the full how. How did Ada get into the medicine cabinet to poison the tonic? Well, if we look in the bag of filed keys, which secretly hangs from outside her window, aha! We recognize that the shape of the filed key matches the shape of the blue key, which belongs to the medicine cabinet. This was where the necessary key was stored. If we decoded Ada's letter before attempting to solve the seating arrangement, we could have figured out that the tonic was the poison substance, and placed Rose at her seat before solving anyone else's placement. With these final details, we solve the scroll. Dark Hand Steward wanted Edmund Cloudsley dead, and thus, Ada Baker poisoned the tonic and hid the necessary key in a bag. At the dinner party, Rose Kubert ingested the poison and died. There are some small, unnecessary details that are fun to point out. The red herring of the love potion in Lucia's room and the amber liquid in Little Pip's mattress. As an aside, I want to first ramble about the love potion, since it's a detail we never received sufficient information for. I have read several interpretations that indicate people believe the love potion was used in one of the dinner party meals. Personally, I believe the supposed love potion is some snake oil concoction. While Lucia does have access to the food, there's no real way she could certainly drug one particular person's meal. We know Edmund isn't involved with instructing her to use it because she hides the love potion in her pillowcase with her secret effigies. The bottle shows signs of being used, but does that really mean it had to be used at the dinner party? My own interpretation is that, given her interest in raunchy novels, she may have purchased it and tried to use it on Edmund to make him fall in love with her sometime prior. Obviously, since the potion is bunk, it had no effect. If you have a better theory, I'm willing to read it. As for Little Pip's amber liquid, if we look at the filed key in his possession, it's shaped into the orange key, which gives him access to the alcohol storage cabinet. The amber liquid is just some brandy he swiped. The rest of Pip's hidden possessions are stuff he's stolen from guests in the manor. If we take a look at him now, he's swiping an expensive cigar from Lothar's coat. To wrap up this case, it is likely that Brian Walker will have this horrible crime pinned on him. As far as the characters are aware, he's the only person with access to the peptic tonic, and once his room is searched, they'll find his anti-aristocracy posters, suggesting his motive for the attempted murder of Edmund. What bad luck. A lot has happened during the time skip, which we will vaguely fill in. After acquiring the idol at the end of 1786, Edmund spends his free time researching it. We know the Brotherhood is aware that he has the idol as a result of the Mystery Man's investigation of Willard's death. They correspond with him to peacefully return it, but Edmund does not budge. On August 1st of 1787, Ada Baker was hired to his staff, at the behest of the Dark Hand Steward, to act as a long-term agent to spy on Edmund. Throughout the start of 1788, Edmund receives a variety of threats, from political rivals to revolutionaries to the Brotherhood itself. Around March, both he and Peter Batley attempt to win the affections of Mary Richards, and Edmund plots with his sister Rose to send Peter to the Albion colonies in Lemuria. Finally, on April 8, 1788, the dinner party assassination attempt on Edmund claims the life of his sister Rose instead. The House of the Dark Hand is added to the Brotherhood of Masks, along with the position of steward. I think it's fair to say that the man who investigated Willard's death is the same Dark-Hand steward who was tasked with retrieving the golden idol from Edmund Cloudsley, though we will meet him personally soon enough. I find it worthy of comment that the Brotherhood, despite having a member murdered and Sebastian's inheritance stolen, is willing to peacefully negotiate with Edmund. Though they didn't remain completely peaceful in that process, we know it took a year and a half for their hand to be forced to violence. Although there is still the possibility that Ada Baker would be tasked with assassinating Edmund Cloudsley after he returned the idol. For Edmund, we know he has been diligently uncovering more secrets of the golden idol. In his personal life, we see a growing affection for Mary Richards and a rising political ambition to change the fabric of society. This ambition to shape society will be an important detail to keep in mind. For Peter Batley, he too yearns for Mary Richards, despite his growing debts and less than gentlemanly affect. Only time will tell who wins the battle for Mary's heart. Another life close to the golden idol is claimed. However, we break from the pattern of the death being related to the user of the idol. Edmund was even able to peacefully research the idol for a long time without any troubles. The assassination attempt was directly carried out from the Brotherhood's wishes, and it's actually a mark of fortune for Edmund that their plot misfired. Our cursed idol did not inflict a curse this time. This changed nature of the supposed curse will be important to remember as we finish Chapter 2. In the meantime, let us draw attention to another theme for this game: ambition, and the nefarious actions that emerge from an individual's desire to wield power. We know Edmund has his grievances with society, but we lack the precise information as to what he finds wrong with late 18th century Albion. His dedication towards researching the golden idol will in part be because he wishes to use its powers to craft his ideal society. In due time, we will understand what the idol is capable of, and the desire to obtain its powers will continue to drive the narrative. Let's press onward. The explosive events in the forest cabin. We start outside of the cabin. We see a horse-drawn cart in front, labeled Burkham Workhouse. In the cart is a bag containing a note, a box of candy, and a journal. The note contains pictures of a variety of dapper and fashionable hats. In the journal is a list of henchmen for hire in Timberbrook region. Billy Cracker, Oakwood Gang, Brawler, Robber. Hardy Abe, Burkham Workhouse, Brawler, has a cart. Little Billy, Hobbs Gang, Burglar, enters through chimneys. Jack Nails, Timberbrook Inn, Burglar, Picklock. We don't know who or how many henchmen were hired at this point, but we can surmise from the presence of the Burkham Workhouse cart that Hardy Abe is on the team. We head inside. Quite the chaotic scene. Let's start with the man on the right, whose fanciful hat is being blown away by something in the next room. He carries a sword, a loaded gun, a piece of candy, and a Brotherhood ruby ring. On his left is a dog, whose face gets added to our thinking tab for some reason. Next is a boy who we recognize as Little Pip from the previous case. He yells, "Go coin go," from behind the dog. Behind him is a notice signed by Edmund Cloudsley. It reads, "Everyone, you are not to visit any village or city without my permission. At no point may you disclose the location of the cabin. Mr. David Gorin, you are in charge of all security and arms. Mrs. Lucia Smith, you will taste any food you cook before it is presented to me. Little Pip, you are in charge of Black Bestia and Golden Doubloon. Both must be fed daily." We have the names of Edmund's currently employed servants. Ada Baker and Brian Walker are missing. The former presumably quit, and the latter is likely incarcerated. Edmund has gone into hiding following the previous case, and has taken measures to improve his safety so he isn't assassinated by the Brotherhood. We see Pip is in charge of feeding 2 different animals daily. As he refers to the dog as Coin, it's likely the dog's full name is Golden Doubloon. If we check on the woman, who we can identify as Lucia Smith, she carries a newspaper clipping dated September 15th, 1788. It's titled, "Gentleman Robber Strikes in Westbrook," and reads, "The infamous gentleman robber Walter Keene, with a number of unnamed associates, held up a coach on the southern road leading out of Westbrook. The scoundrel robbed the passengers of all their valuables, kissed a young lady, then left. This is already the 5th robbery by the infamous gentleman, who, as is his custom, appeared wearing an impeccable suit and a new hat in the latest city style. The reward for catching Walter Keene has been increased to £100. It looks like Walter Keene has made quite the name for himself. If we look at the man on the right, his dashing hat and fine suit suggest that he is the infamous Walter Keene the newspaper refers to. His name wasn't listed in the journal of potential henchmen, and that bag contained a photo of fancy hats. This tells us that he is the mastermind behind this current operation. Lastly, we have the man bent over a wooden coffin. Upon inspection, we see the coffin contains a scarecrow instead of a body. Curious. If we look at the man, we recognize him as David Gorin. It says he is still breathing, but he has lost consciousness. His head wound suggests he was hit with a blunt object. He has a key, money, a gun, and 2 notes. The first is from Edmund Cloudsley ordering him to, by any means, acquire what he needs and to do so discreetly. It notes that whatever he is looking for must not be too decayed, and that the more recently it has died, the better. The other note is not signed and reads, "One of the old workhouse geezers croaked yesterday. I will arrange for a cart to move the corpse if you send me directions. And be quick before they bury him. I do not want to dig up that stiff." It looks like the object Edmund Cloudsley desires is a fresh corpse, and whoever sent this letter to David was seemingly able to provide one. Unfortunately, David slipped up and disclosed the location of the cabin to this person, who brought a scarecrow instead, along with armed assistants. The current scene is a direct result of that. In the last room, we see a vase exploding, violently flinging 2 men away. The golden idol is present, and its activation levers being weighed down by a small weight. The gemstone is blue, and 2 symbols are punched into its head, an upside-down J, and 2 squares sandwiched between 2 horizontal lines. If we look at the door and its wooden lock, we see the lock has been sawed in 2. As an easily missed detail, when we activate the scene transition between both rooms, a pile of sawdust in the bottom left is blown away. Cute! The man flung to the left only possesses a club. The man above has a saw, a gun, a set of lockpicks, and a note. It says, "I finally have the location of my target. Meet us November 10th, Friday, in the Timberbrook Inn, and bring all your tools. You get your share as we agreed. WK." This WK is certainly Walter Keene, and it looks like today is November 10th of 1788. The assailant's hand is tattooed with what looks like 2 nails in an X shape. In the background, we see 2 apples, one rotten and one green, an interesting choice of room decor. Before exploring the chest, let's name these 2 men. The Book of Henchmen has 4 names. We already know Hardy Abe is involved, so there's only one more man to deduce. The floating man's note lists Timberbrook Inn, which matches Jack Nails' territory. Jack Nails is also the only henchman who is a picklock, and our mystery man carries both a saw and a set of picklocks. If we needed a little more evidence to be certain, the tattoo on his hand matches his namesake, Nails. This man is Jack Nails, and the remaining club-wielding henchman is thus Hardy Abe. Looking in the chest, we see our familiar Edmund Cloudsley carrying a gun. In his pockets is an extensively bookmarked journal. We start from the bottom tab and add a diagram of symbols to our thinking tab. We see instructions from Edmund's research on the golden idol. If an input on the idol is meaningful, the idol will activate its effect at its target. When the gem is red, it accepts the upside-down J input, where it will then turn blue. When blue, the glyph must be changed to a similarly shaped input with a dot added to the top left. Afterwards, it will switch back to red. Next are the spells for spontaneous combustion and freezing. The former's input is an upside-down J, a circle sandwiched between 2 horizontal lines, and a triangle with an open-hooked bottom. The latter spell's input is the same, but the first input is the dotted upside-down J. The freezing spell notes an observation that the rapid freezing can cause side effects, the example being a sealed bottle of water exploding post-freezing. This makes sense since ice is less dense than water. Thus, rapid freezing will expand the volume of water greater than the size of its container. The combustion spell notes the freezing spell must be performed beforehand, and that the speed at which heat is increased is dependent on how strongly the trigger is pulled and how long the freezing spell was performed beforehand. The next tab is Unknown Effect 14, characterized by the inputs of an upside-down J, a circle sandwiched between two horizontal lines, and an asymmetrical sideways T. Edmund remarks that the implications of this experiment could be a tremendous discovery. The next step in his experimentation is to progress from fruit to advanced organic matter, and that David must urgently fetch a dead body to experiment on. Next chapter is titled Gold Filtering. Edmund notes the target must contain gold and that seawater is an appropriate target. The quantity of gold in seawater is minuscule, however, and that an immense quantity of seawater would be required to yield a significant amount of gold. In a diagram, we see first the idol gets gold by aiming at the target, then deposits the gold when aimed at an empty vessel. The respective inputs are dotted upside down J and upside down J, both followed by a glyph of an hourglass and a house shape sandwiched between two horizontal lines. The last bookmark shows two different experiments regarding a potential vacuum spell. Version 1 did not work. When the spell was activated at a sealed vessel, both air and vessel disappeared in what Edmund believes, in hindsight, to be an obvious mistake. The glyphs used were dotted upside down J and a circle between two horizontal lines. Version 2 revised the input by replacing the second glyph with one of two squares sandwiched between two horizontal lines. Edmund notes an improvement where it did decrease the amount of air, but did not create a complete vacuum in the vessel. With all these pieces, we must now decode the functionality of the golden idol. We know the first alternating input is mandatory for the idol's function. Every spell has a converse input for how it was used previously. With one input, it can get gold, and in the converse input, it can give gold. With one input, it can freeze something, and in the converse input, it can combust something. This relationship aligns with the words increased and decreased that we have access to. In the spell, Vacuum V2, Edmund spells it out that the dotted upside down J input, quote, decreased the amount of air. This glyph must be decreased, and the converse glyph must be increased. It also follows that the double-squared glyph for this vacuum spell must represent air, and the glyph in gold filtering must represent gold. Our temperature-related spells contain two unknown glyph inputs, so we must single out one of them. In Vacuum V1, the input reads decreased, glyph containing a circle. Both air and vessel disappeared, indicating the spell used decreased matter. It explains why Edmund found this so silly in hindsight, as his input wasn't nearly specific enough to produce the desired effect. The note in Unknown Effect 14 also suggests that this input relates to matter. Our last glyph is the triangle-shaped one, but it easily follows that the spell to freeze or combust must relate to a piece of matter's property of heat. The spells to freeze or combust are respectively decrease matter heat and increase matter heat. With that, our thinking tab regarding the glyphs is completed. However, we weren't tasked with solving the unknown glyph at the end of Unknown Effect 14. We know it increased matter something. If we look at the state of the fruit we know is experimented on, one is rotten and one is fresh. The contrast in the state of these apples infers that the effect has something to do with the vitality of its target. It would make sense that Edmund would want to extend his experimentation of this effect to something far more complex, such as a human cadaver. Edmund didn't solve this puzzle quite yet, so we will keep these observations of this unknown spell in mind. I've taken the liberty of charting down the complete functionality of the golden idol. We know depending on the gemstone's color, it is primed for a specific input. If it's red, the next spell is to increase. If it's blue, the next spell is to decrease. Thus, every spell begins with a specific verb, and the remaining two inputs must belong to some combination of the available nouns. It is an astute observation to make that this device does not function like some kind of generic magic source, capable of casting spells willy-nilly. The inputs on the golden idol follow a specific thermodynamic relationship. If you were to take the heat out of an object using the spell Decrease Matter Heat, that heat is not destroyed. It is stored inside the golden idol, and the next spell must be Increase Matter Heat to put it back into the world. This follows a thermodynamic property regarding the conservation of energy. Likewise, the spells to decrease matter, air, or gold must then be followed by the spell to increase matter, air, or gold, following the law of the conservation of matter. The implications of this discovery is that the golden idol has a closer relationship to a kind of advanced technology rather than a truly magical device. We will learn more about the idol much later. For now, we will return to the scene. If we look at the idol, we can now decipher from the inputs that it was used to increase air. This trap, when aimed at the vase, is the culprit behind this explosive phenomenon. We can easily deduce the turn of events and fill the scroll. Edmund Cloudsley needed a corpse. Walter Keane, along with accomplices, delivered a coffin. Upon entering, Hardy Abe suddenly clubbed David Gorin. Meanwhile, Edmund Cloudsley increased the amount of air in a sealed vase. When Hardy Abe and Jack Nails entered the room, the vase exploded and killed them both. Open and shut case, although what happens between Edmund Cloudsley and Walter Keane isn't shown. It is at this point that I must disclose to you a subversion of the narrative that we just discovered. I alluded to it in prior segments, but I will now clearly state that we have learned that the Golden Idol, although clearly a fictional implement, is not a magical tool, but is in actuality an advanced piece of technology from an ancient civilization in the world of the game. So, how do we tackle the curse of the Golden Idol? After all, plenty of people have died so far, some in very mysterious circumstances. Well, it is here that I recall an alternate definition of a curse, which I posited during the introduction: misfortune caused by the malignant actions of someone else. With this definition, we can tie both of these themes together. The curse of the Golden Idol is the misfortune brought about by the machinations of ambitious men, who seek the idol's power. This explains away a lot of the deaths that have occurred as having rather practical motives. Albert shoves Oberon off a cliff due to some plot, Willard fries James in self-defense when Peter tries to claim the idol from him, David stabs Willard in a robbery gone wrong in an attempt by Edmund to steal the idol. Rose is accidentally killed during the Brotherhood's assassination attempt on Edmund in order for them to reclaim the idol. Walter's men are killed during their attempt to rob and kill Edmund. The only outlier is Sebastian's death, which, I must say, is just an accident he suffered while hunting. In the world of the case of the Golden Idol, true magic does not exist. There exists a tool, its function, those who want the tool, and the things they want to do with it. Everything else that occurs is a victim of this circumstance. As we continue into the meat of the narrative, these elements will be important to keep in mind. We observe the cutscene at the end of Chapter 2. It's a bandaged David Gorin and Golden Doubloon speaking to someone about the events which transpired. He frames it as a chemical explosion which claimed the bandits as he fought the rest of them off, and that Edmund Cloudsley was disfigured and killed in the blast. It doesn't take too discerning of an eye to see this account is BS. David was knocked unconscious and could do no such fending off. We also know the blast wasn't combustive in nature. We'll have to keep this obfuscation in mind. Regardless, if it wasn't the vase explosion that did him in, Walter Keane was well enough off to finish the job and claim the Golden Idol from Edmund Cloudsley. As an aside, a keen eye will observe in this cutscene the identity of the second pet, Black Bestia. She's the black cat in the background. We wrap up Chapter 2 on November 10th of 1788. The Siege of Edmund Cloudsley's cabin by the gentleman robber, Walter Keane. Edmund survived a good part of a year in hiding, recording the secrets of the Golden Idol, but the tenacity of his pursuer and a small mistake by David Gorin have caused fate to catch up to him. We're finally able to identify our Dark Hand steward as the gentleman robber, Walter Keane. Quite the cunning man. He manages to trick David Gorin into revealing the location of Edmund's cabin, and with some armed help, they storm the building. Edmund strikes back with a clever trap constructed from his research of the idol's power, and kills all of his pursuers except Walter. In the end, Edmund is said to have died, and the surviving servant David constructs a false narrative as to the events which transpired. As to what happens next, and to whom now holds the idol, we will learn in Chapter 3, The Ascent. The strange practices of a secret society. The first case of Chapter 3 places us outside of a lodge hidden in the forest. There are 3 trails of footprints we can observe. The first is a set of 2 tracks heading towards a bush, with evidence of something, or someone, being dragged between them. The next set of footprints lead away from the bush back towards the road. The shape is ovular. The last set of footprints head back towards the trail, but closer to the lodge. The shoe has a sharp toe and a gap between the front and the heel. If we look in the bush, we see a bound and gagged man whose identity gets added to our thinking tab. Upon his back is branded a hand with sharp nails and a singular eye. We see a delightfully fancy hat and 2 bags. The bag on the right contains a coat, pistol, sword, and a picture of stylish hats, similar to the one possessed by Walter Keene in the previous case. This tells us that Walter is somewhere on the scene. Looks like he made it away from the cabin after the vase exploded. The other bag contains a coat, pistol, dagger, rope, a bag of Ash Blair tobacco, a pocket watch, and a note. The watch reads, "To David Gorin, for reliable service, from Edmund Cloudsley. Good to see his fine work has been appreciated." The note reads, "David, the gathering will be on March 14th. To follow our plan, we should be there at least 2 hours before midnight. The target will arrive in full costume. Grab rope and weapons. WK." This WK can be none other than Walter Keene. It looks like David and him have struck up an alliance following the events in Edmund's cabin. We learn the date of this event, sans year, and that the men are planning to ambush a costumed target. This must be our man bound in rope. The clothes and belongings of David and Walter have been left behind, so it's safe to say the next time we see them will be in full costume. We head inside. On the wall hangs a red banner and a blue banner. Clicking on one adds information to our thinking tab, the identification of some mysterious masks and clothing. The red banner instructs that members of the Brotherhood will wear a mask belonging to their house, those 3 houses being Dark Hands, Proud Beasts, and Water Snakes. The blue banner instructs that members of the Brotherhood will wear a robe belonging to their rank, those ranks being Master, Steward, and Initiate. The ranks are labeled with a number of eyes, where Master has 3, Steward has 2, and Initiate has 1. This tells us the hierarchy of Brotherhood ranks. We remember the brand on the back of our bound man outside, and can easily identify from the symbols that he is a Dark Hand Initiate. There are 3 letters on a table. We will read them from left to right. The first says, January 5th, 1789. Masters. I ventured on the Order's mission to reclaim our fire-breathing relic, and with great resolve, punish the despicable enemy. I, with a few brave companions, fearlessly entered his hideout in a remote hunting cabin. But the devil had prepared a treacherous trap, and an explosion slaughtered my dearest friends as we entered his study. Thanks to my sturdy physique, I survived the blast, only to be assaulted by the enemy's lackey, assassin warrior David Gorin, and a pack of bloodthirsty hounds. After an hour of fight, I received numerous deadly wounds, in spite of which I prevailed and defeated my assailants with my martial training. I discovered the enemy's dead body, slain by the trap of his own making, but no trace of the relic. I am forced to go into hiding, because the government's watchmen are tracking me. Once I have recovered from my deadly wounds and shaken off the watchmen, I will send you the next report. May the Griffin awaken. Walter Keene. It's charming to see the way Walter talks up the story of what happened. His hired thugs were brave dearest friends. His sturdy physique saved him from the blast when he was merely outside the room. The incapacitated David Gorin was actually an assassin warrior. The singular dog was instead a pack of hounds. The government is tracking him, and he sustained deadly wounds from fighting. If we look at the date, we see this letter was sent less than 2 months after the events in the cabin. Walter reports that Edmund had died in his trap, but that the idol was nowhere to be found. We saw the idol in the room, so Walter's letter is filled with lies. An important detail to note is that as far as the Brotherhood is concerned, the golden idol merely breathes fire. Their understanding of the idol is only based on the brief notes Sebastian Cloudsley made before his untimely death. The next letter is also sent from Walter Keene, dated October 20th, 1789, a whopping 10+ months from his previous correspondence. It reads, "Masters, I must apologize 1,000 times for my absence, but my road to recovery was full of peril and valor that cannot be sufficiently conveyed in writing. The government dogs and spies chased me tirelessly, and I was forced to seek refuge in Aquitania to recover from my still dire wounds. There I finally bested my pursuers with the help of Lazarus Hurst, a young resourceful gentleman whom I met in a remote manor one dark winter's night. Not only did he earn my trust by stepping into the fray against the villains, but he turned out to be well versed in the arcane arts. Of course, not yet close to your skills. I have finally recovered and plan to return to Albion. I suggest that Lazarus would be a fine addition to the order. I vouch for him and will invite him to undergo the appropriate trial. May the Griffin awaken. Walter Keene." We are introduced to a new gentleman, Lazarus Hurst, who assisted Walter Keene and who has now been brought to the Brotherhood as a prospective new member. We'll come upon him soon enough. The last note we find is from someone different. It reads, "January 16th, 1790. Illuminated Masters, I object to the admittance of the individual Lazarus Hurst to our brethren. I submit that our dark-hand brother, Walter Keene, who vouches for him, cannot be trusted because he is a liar and a thief. I am certain that, on dispatching our enemy, he kept the golden fire-breathing relic for himself. Nothing will move me on this. He must produce the relic, apologize personally to me, and afterwards be expelled from our brotherhood. Sir Geoffrey Sinclair." From this we get the current year, 1790, and from that we know the day is March 14th, 1790, a year and some months from the previous case. Geoffrey Sinclair identifies Walter Keene as a Dark Hand. Since both Walter and Geoffrey's letters are addressed to the Masters, and the man bound outside is a Dark Hand initiate, we can now definitively say Walter is a Dark Hand steward. From here we have two options. We can solve the riddles in the Rightward Room, or solve the puzzle of the Ritual Chamber. Whichever we choose will give us enough information for the other room's pieces to fall into place. We'll head into the Ritual Chamber. The scene shows several men in different masks and robes, each wearing the well-known ruby ring signifying Brotherhood membership. Most of them remark, "The Griffin has spoken," an utterance to conclude the result of the ritual. On the floor lies a barefoot man in a blue mask and yellow robe, deceased. On the left, a man in a blue mask and red robe carries a tray with an unknown substance. A green droplet, the universal video game symbol of poison, is stamped on its front. The next man stands barefoot in a green mask and yellow robe. Behind the deceased is a man in a yellow mask and red robe carrying a tankard of wine. In white robes, a man in a red mask carries a sword, and a man in a blue mask carries a scepter. On the wall hangs the rules regarding the rituals of the cups. It begins when an accuser challenges a defender. A substance is added to one of two cups. This substance depends on the severity of the accusation, and may include deadly poison. Both drinkers must be barefoot, and the defender chooses the first cup. The accuser then chooses the remaining cup, and both participants drink from the cups. The result is in Griffin's hands. Below this, we see two signs detailing the 4 specific rituals which may be performed. First is the ritual of squabble. Only initiates can be defender and accuser. The sword must be borne by any dark hand. The required decorations are the Grim Reaper, the Never-Tiring Teacher, and the Feeder of Mouths. We know the dispute is between Walter Keene and Geoffrey Sinclair. Walter Keene is a Dark Hand steward, and as only initiates may perform this ritual, we can cross off squabble. Additionally, since both barefoot men wear the same yellow robes, the yellow robe must signify the rank of steward. Next is the ritual of conflict. The accuser must deeply hate the defender. The sword must be borne by any initiate. The required decorations are the Never-Tiring Teacher the Keeper of Treasures, and the Mirror of the Soul. We'll ignore the presence of the decorations and read the remaining rituals. The Ritual of Dispute reads, only stewards or higher rank can be defender and accuser. The scepter must be borne by Water Snake Master. The required decorations are the Keeper of Treasures, the Never-Tiring Teacher, and the Grim Reaper. The last ritual, the Ritual of Discord, reads, the houses of the accuser and defender stand behind their brothers. The scepter must be borne by Dark Hand Master. The required decorations are the Speaker to the Blind, the Grim Reaper, and the Keeper of Treasures. Since we know the mask denotes the house, we can rule out discord since there are people standing behind each participant who do not share the same mask. Let's take a look at the decorations in the chamber. Marked with a blue tag is a large book, a large key, and the stained glass window of a Grim Reaper. If we look at the tag decorations for the Ritual of Dispute, we can first check off the Grim Reaper. The Keeper of Treasures seems like an apt metaphor for a key. Check. The Never-Tiring Teacher. What could teach without growing tired? A book. This must be the Ritual of Dispute. If we look at the decorations that aren't tagged, we can try and place what the Feeder of Mouths, Mirror of the Soul, and Speaker to the Blind are. Feeder of Mouths could be a spoon or a cup. Mirror of the Soul lends the imagery of an eye. The Speaker to the Blind should be a cane, as it tells the blind where they are. Now, I'm likely wrong, but I'd like to imagine all the decorations are present in the room, and that the only distinction for the ritual is that they are marked with a blue tag. I'd like to revise my guess to point towards the tankard, sword, and scepter. I'd accept that a tankard is quite capable of being the feeder of mouths. It's a bit of a silly stretch to make, given eyes are the mirror of the soul is an actual expression, but I'd posit that a sword too could mirror the soul as a tool of expressing violence. Lastly, that scepter is shaped like a cane, and could thus be used as one to speak to the blind. This is all fairly irrelevant given we know the actual ritual, but it's interesting to think about. Anyway, now that we know the ritual, we know the scepter must be borne by Water Snake Master. That makes the white robe the Master's, and the blue mask the mask of the Water Snake House. The Water Snake Steward must be our deceased Jeffrey Sinclair, which makes the victor, Walter Keene, the Dark Hand Steward. Since Walter is a Dark Hand, the yellow mask he wears must belong to the Dark Hand House. By process of elimination, we also know the red robe belongs to the rank of Initiate. That leaves the red mask, the mask of the Proud Beasts. If we punch in all of this information, we will be told that 2 or fewer slots are incorrect. Our labels are correct, so there must be some information we haven't specified enough. If we keep in mind our captured Dark Hand Initiate, we know that the Dark Hand Initiate holding the tankard must be an infiltrator. The man working with Walter was David Gorin, and if we put in his name on the Dark Hand Initiate, we complete this tab. We don't have all the details, but we can surmise that David's presence was important for Walter being able to pass the Ritual of Dispute. We'll move onwards to the last chamber. There are 2 men, one adorned in the clothes of a Proud Beast Steward, another on his knees in front of a statue. In the background are 4 strange pictures. From left to right they are, a man with a house on his back, a man eating with no mouth, a fish sitting inside a house, and 2 men, one wearing green in the sun, the other naked in the snow. The Proud Beast Steward holds 2 red-hot brands, one the image of an eye, the other the symbol of the Proud Beast House. He carries a ruby ring on his finger and another one in his pocket. A note reads, February 10th, 1790. Brother, a member of our order has proposed a new candidate to join our brotherhood. Our brother's trustworthiness, however, has been challenged. Therefore, we have decided to take measures to resolve the fate of these individuals. If the brother proves himself, he can vouch for the newcomer. If the newcomer survives the appropriate trial, he will join our ranks. You are summoned to join our gathering on March 14th and fulfill your role in the rites of the Brotherhood. Council of Masters. There's not much new information here, but we can pick out that this member of the Brotherhood has a specific role to fulfill in a ritual. If we look at the kneeling man, which can only be the Lazarus Hearst who has proposed admittance to the Brotherhood, he remarks that he signaled to Griffin who I am, and that he accepts the fate he's given. If we look at this statue, we see a scroll which defines 4 different rituals. We don't know what the tests are, but we can see images that define them, being that of a snail, fire, water, a tree, an hourglass, and a star. For each trial, their respective symbols are marked 1 through 4. We'll ignore the symbols and just look at who administers each ritual. The ritual of inception is administered by Proud Beast Steward. The ritual of evaluation is administered by Dark Hand Steward or Master. The ritual of transition is administered by Water Snake Master. And the ritual of admission is administered by any Master. We already know this ritual is being administered by a Proud Beast Steward, so it must be the ritual of inception. We'll back up though and try to solve this from the posters. A man with a house on his back. Seems like an apt metaphor for a snail. The third poster is also obvious. Where does a fish live? Water. The only rituals could then be inception or admission. If we look at the fourth poster, we must associate this image with either a tree or a star. Clothed in the summer, naked in the winter. A metaphor for the leaves which fall as the seasons change. The second poster was the most difficult for me, but after knowing the metaphor is fire, it must be what eats without a mouth. If we solved this room first, we would have been able to solve the robe ranks and the Proud Beast mask. All that's left is to complete the scroll, which contains a daunting amount of blank spaces. The bottom part of the scroll is easy to fill out, that Lazarus passed the inception ritual and was branded with the symbols of a Proud Beast initiate. At the top, we know that Walter Keene was challenged to a dispute ritual, and that David Gorin helped him ambush and disguise himself as a Dark Hand initiate. His purpose was to signal which cup was safe to drink, as the defender chooses the first cup. The remaining cup killed Jeffrey Sinclair. Thus, Walter Keene was challenged to a dispute ritual. He, along with David Gorin, ambushed Dark Hand initiate. David Gorin, posing as Dark Hand initiate, signaled to Walter Keene with a tankard which cup had no poison. Jeffrey Sinclair drank the other cup and died. Meanwhile, Lazarus Hurst passed the inception ritual to become Proud Beast initiate. Let's clean up some remaining details. As for how David signaled which cup was safe, I believe he simply stood with the tankard behind the correct cup. For the remaining rituals, let's try and infer their purpose. Squabble seems like a version of the dispute ritual exclusive to initiates, so it's likely a tamer version of the dispute ritual for bickering newcomers. Conflict requires deep hatred and is likely a deadly ritual meant for extreme personal animosity between Brotherhood members. The ritual of discord is the only one which requires the entire house be placed behind their participants. It's likely that discord is reserved for irreconcilable differences between houses. If we look at the other rituals, we know inception is reserved for admitting new members. Transition is administered by a master, and the name implies the ritual is reserved for members who want to transition to a new house. Evaluation is administered by a steward or master, so it must be for the promotion of an initiate to the rank of steward. Lastly is admission, which can be performed by any master. This must be the ritual to promote a steward to the rank of master. Following Walter Keene's cabin siege, he spends the entire year of 1789 on the run from, according to himself, government pursuers. And whatever this thing is. He sends the Brotherhood letters of correspondence at the start and end of the year. In the latter letter, he introduces Lazarus Hurst, a man skilled in the mystic arts who would be a good entrant to the Brotherhood of Masks. On January 16th of 1790, the water snake steward Jeffrey Sinclair challenges Walter to a ritual of dispute regarding the disappearance of the golden idol. Finally, on March 14th, the Brotherhood meets. Walter, with the help of a disguised David Gorin, wins the dispute ritual and Jeffrey dies. Meanwhile, Lazarus is accepted into the Brotherhood as a Proud Beast initiate. With our formal introduction to the Brotherhood complete, we can put down a chart of its members and positions. There are 3 houses, Dark Hand, Water Snake, and Proud Beast, and under each house is a Master, Steward, and Initiate. We don't know any of the Masters yet, but we do know Walter Keene and Jeffrey Sinclair were Stewards. If we take a look back at Sebastian's estate, the yellow coat and the red mask tells us he was a Proud Beast steward, at least while he was still alive. Since then, his position has been replaced with an unknown character whose name we won't ever learn. Given the late Willard's correspondence with the Proud Beast Master, we know he was a Proud Beast initiate. This also explains why he, of all people, was given the golden idol in Sebastian's will. As for now, we know Willard has been replaced by Lazarus Hurst. We don't know much about the man besides that he assisted Walter Keene and that he is supposedly skilled in magic, making him a worthy entrant to the Brotherhood of Masks. For Walter's developments, we learn he is fond of exaggerating his stories to make himself look better, and that he has seemingly betrayed the Brotherhood by not disclosing where the golden idol went. Of course, there's also the business of his Dark Hand initiate brother, bound outside and robbed of his belongings. Since he's a witness to Walter Keene's schemes, I don't think he survives past the end of this case. David, as per usual, is an industrious lackey, and following the events in Edmund's cabin, has allied himself with Walter Keene. This case is one of two in the base game in which the golden idol is not present. Still, Jeffrey Sinclair's death is related to the idol, as the ritual of dispute occurs due to his accusation that Walter is concealing its whereabouts. The deadly rituals of the Brotherhood are interesting to note. Their religious belief in this griffin is what drives them to put their lives in the hands of the random chance of drinking from the poisoned chalice. It's an important detail that this wholehearted belief is taken advantage of by Walter's plot with David. Here, Walter is our ambitious man with a plan, and he has maneuvered to outplay the Brotherhood's faith. This won't be the last time the Brotherhood is taken advantage of in this way. The crowning celebration by the lighthouse. Quite the auspicious scene unfolding in front of us. Several men kneeling before someone, and another lies dead in the background. If we gaze upon the dead, we observe he's not breathing and has suffered a severe head wound. He wears the apparel of a water snake master. His arm and legs are broken, and to his side lies a snapped piece of a golden scepter. On his person we find a ring and two notes. The first is dated April 13th, 1791. From the Proud Beast Master. It reads, Water Snake Master, lately I have experienced disturbing dreams, and I feel cursed. Are you the source of this with your magic? Desist immediately and know that, when pushed, my rage is absolute. Do not toy with the well-being of the Empire's general, for I do not tolerate being attacked. In my voyages I have learned the dark arts too. If need be, I will summon 1,000 invisible demons to crush your bones. Bone-crushing demons. Sounds like a plausible cause of death given the circumstances, yet we know that murders and deaths in this game are not supernatural in nature. This at least tells us that the Proud Beast Master is a general for the Empire. The next note is dated June 15th, 1791, and is unsigned. It reads, Dear friend, it is not so simple for me to get you a seat alongside me on the court of directors at the Seven Seas Company. As a doctor, I recommend you to stop obsessing over it. It will only unbalance your humors. Let us discuss alternatives at the next party at Kensington Palace. It looks like our deceased was trying to wiggle his way up the social ladder. As we move on, we can make note of 3 sets of footprints upon the shoreline, leading to and from our main stage and the deceased man. A single set of footprints of rounded boots with a small gap in front of the heel leads away from the scene. The remaining footprints are of similar shape, albeit with a sharp toe, and lead to the dead body and back. This infers to us that someone retrieved something from the body. We can observe a set of wooden oars and the 5 discarded masks of the living characters. 2 proud beasts, 2 dark hands, and a water snake. From right to left we will observe each character. The first man exclaims the honor of witnessing this event. He carries a ruby ring, a clock reading 12:25, and 2 notes. The first is from June 3rd, 1791, and reads, Dear Water Snake Brother Maker, as the director of the Seven Seas Trading Company, I do not assess work applications. Please go through the official channels so my staff can evaluate your credentials as an attorney. Dark Hand Master, J.T. We read that this man, an attorney with Maker in his name, is a water snake, and from his robes we can see he's more specifically a water snake initiate. The The Dark Hand Master's initials are JT, and we know he is the director of the Seven Seas Trading Company mentioned in the deceased's note. The second note is titled Protocol of an Attempt to Demonstrate a Miracle, dated June 23, 1791, which must be today. The location is set to the lighthouse on Gull Islet near the Horn of Codhead, time-stamped for noon. Quite a flowery name. The men present are Lord Angus MacBain, Lord Alistair Coke, Dr. James Turner, Sir Walter Keene, Mr. Lazarus Hurst, and in charge of notes is Mr. Nicholas Maker. Quite a straightforward way of naming our cast. This makes this man Nicholas Maker, who we've seen before as the attorney reading Sebastian Cloudsley's will at the end of Chapter 1. JT must then be Dr. James Turner. We can now officially label Nicholas Maker as a Water Snake Initiate, and the Dark Hand Master is James Turner, the director of the Seven Seas Trading Company. The next man we recognize is Walter Keene, complete with his documentation of fancy headgear. He says he's brought Griffin Reborn his staff back. If we examine the staff, we see it's the upper snapped half of the staff our deceased was carrying. Packed into the head is the golden idol, its blue gem facing downward in the hollow staff. If we look closely, we see the back of the idol where instructions are entered is open at the top. The inscribed spell is Increase Air. The rest of Walter's possessions are a letter, a ruby ring, and a golden snuff box filled with opium powder with the initials AM on it. Angus MacBain is our only AM, so it must belong to him. The letter is dated May 14th, 1791, and reads, Dear Master MacBain, these threats to contact the Chief Inspector about my past offend me greatly. Being an honest soul, I have no choice but to comply with your base demands. I may have invited Lazarus into our brotherhood, but he has not shared all his secrets with me. Luckily, I had an opportunity to see him practicing this miracle. He has a magical artifact hidden in his cane. When performing the miracle, he input the following glyphs: Increase Air. Then he pressed a small lever on the handle of the cane, and it grants him the powers to demonstrate the miracle. I have no doubt that the staff will work just as well in your hands as his. Sincerely, Darkhand Steward. Curious that this letter from Walter Keene to Angus MacBain is in the possession of Walter Keene. It tells us Lazarus has been practicing a trick in order to perform a miracle in front of the Brotherhood. To our thinking tab is added the chronology of who possessed the golden idol and a blackmail plot. The possession of the staff, this letter, and Angus's snuff box tell us that Walter Keene was the one who walked to and from the dead body, which must be Angus MacBain, and his sharp-toed shoe prints confirm it. It looks like in one trip he reclaimed the golden idol from Angus's corpse, but secretly pilfered his pockets in order to extract a valuable object and the evidence that he was blackmailed into betraying Lazarus. We quickly identify the victim as Angus MacBain, the Water Snake Master, a very dead aristocrat of some kind. We can pencil into the tab that Angus MacBain blackmailed Walter Keene to find out how Lazarus Hurst would perform the miracle of blank. We'll figure this out soon enough. The next man, in master robes, wears a ruby ring and is offering up a gem-encrusted silver crown. He too is exclaiming the revelation of Griffin Reborn. Next is the star of the show, the man recognizable as Lazarus Hurst, telling the others to kneel before Griffin Reborn and that great changes are in store for the Brotherhood. In his embroidered manual are 3 bookmarks. At the bottom is the safety instruction we learned in Chapter 2-3. Next is his miracle hypothesis, a diagram showing the increase air command can be used facing downward while fitted into a hollow staff, giving the appearance of flight or hovering as the air propels the user upwards. He notes water is easier to use, but is not as convincing of a miracle, and that practice must be pursued in order to steadily aim the idol during this miracle. The last bookmark notes the preparation instructions for the miracle. Decrease air must be aimed at the sky, and the idol must be pressed at maximum force for at least 10 seconds. The idol should then have enough air to perform the miracle once. The last man makes a brief comment on the miracle. He carries a ruby ring and a seal depicting the Roman numeral 7 above an ocean. This must be the symbol of the Seven Seas Trading Company, making him our director and doctor, James Turner, the Dark Hand Master. This leaves our last man, the remaining Lord Alistair Coke, the man holding the crown, our proud Beast Master. Before we look in the box on one of the boats, we'll glance at the rest of the scene. The door to the lighthouse is locked from the inside, and up the stairs is a military poster regarding guarding the Empire, signed by General Alistair Coke. This title of General aligns with a comment in the deceased's note from the proud Beast Master, giving us Alistair's position in the military. With all names put to faces, and with the identity of General Alistair Coke, the proud Beast Master, we now know the top brass of the Brotherhood of Masks. At the top of the lighthouse, we see the staircase trapdoor isn't locked. This really only tells us that Angus MacBain locked the front door to the lighthouse to prevent any foul play. Regardless, we see how this turned out for him. In the boat box, we see a paper titled Rules and another titled History. The Rules gives us the guidelines for the Griffin Rebirth ritual. The claimant of Griffin Reborn must perform a miracle. If the miracle is repeated by a challenger, it proves it was mere magic and not a true miracle. The claimant is then punished with death. If the miracle cannot be replicated, the Brotherhood's masks shall fall and the claimant is crowned Griffin Reborn. When we look at the history paper, we see a timeline of several past attempts to claim the title of Griffin Reborn. In 1725, the first Dark Hand, Lord Harrington, attempted to fly, jumping off a cliff and falling to his death. In 1756, proud Beastmaster Lord Pledsley performed a seance, but Angus MacBain repeated the miracle and thus proved him unworthy. In 1764, Dark Hand Master Lord Jones created a homunculus, but again, Angus replicated the miracle. Lastly, in 1771, proud Beastmaster Lord White hypnotized a servant, but Angus was also able to hypnotize him. If we didn't already know the deceased was Angus MacBain, we could infer from this pattern of debunking miracles that the dead man had tried, but failed to do so again. It's interesting to think about how Angus was able to readily refute all these previous claims. He could be a man wise in the mystic arts, but I believe that as shown with Walter Keane, Angus is willing to blackmail lower-ranked members of each Brotherhood house in order to find out the secrets of each attempted miracle so he can readily debunk them. We can also note it's been a long time since the last rebirth attempt, which occurred 15 years before Sebastian Cloudsley's death. I want to note a recurring motif, the idea that magic is an illusion used to obfuscate the truth. In all of the prior Griffin rebirth attempts, besides the man jumping to his death, a member plotted a way to disguise a perfectly mundane trick, like hypnosis, as a miraculous power they could manifest in order to take advantage of the Brotherhood's faith. Lazarus's Miracle of Flight 2 is an illusion created by the Golden Idol to accomplish his goal of gaining complete control over the Brotherhood. It's quite amusing to see the entire history of the Brotherhood is rich and powerful men trying to trick each other into becoming Griffin Reborn. We'll see this motif a few more times, so be aware of it and how it supports our ambitious character's aims to obtain great power. Now with all the pieces, we can wrap up this case. We can infer from Lazarus's notes and from the ritual taking place at the top of the lighthouse that he demonstrated the miracle of flying by expelling air from the bottom of his staff. The remaining shoe prints leading away from Angus are simply from Lazarus returning to the group after landing on the ground. As for the chronology, we know Lazarus demonstrated the miracle, Angus attempted to replicate, and Walter retrieved the idol, along with the snuff box and blackmail letter, from Angus's corpse. Thus, Lazarus Hurst jumped from the lighthouse using the idol to demonstrate the miracle of flying and become Griffin Reborn. Angus MacBain jumped from the lighthouse afterwards. This resulted in Angus MacBain's death from a head wound. We place Lazarus's ascension to Griffin Reborn on June 23rd of 1791, more than a year after his acceptance into the Brotherhood. It appears Walter Keane's statement that the idol would work just as well in Mr. Angus MacBain's hands was, not the best advice. Lazarus has earned himself the title of Griffin Reborn through the assistance of the Golden Idol. We'll soon see what he intends to do with his new position. We also note another betrayal of Walter Keene, this time towards Lazarus, though he did do so under the duress of blackmail. There are a few eye-raising questions that come up, particularly why Lazarus was given the Golden Idol to become Griffin Reborn instead of Walter Keene. We'll solve these questions in due time. For now, let's finish Chapter 3. The Interrupted Weekend at the Doctor's Salon. Ugh, quite a scene. Again, there are many avenues of solving a case as complex as this one. There are a lot of characters and respective testimonies to read, so we will attempt to form a timeline outside of the game to assist in breaking this down. Before we investigate the characters, let's pick up on all the background details. A map on the left-hand side gives a diagram of the estate. We are currently in the salon, and in the background is the library. Outside the library's glass door is a croquet field. North of that is a tea house, and east of there is a chess house. Below that is a fountain by the front door. 2 flower beds decorate the south side of the estate. In the library, we see a bottle of sherry spilled on the ground. On the table are 2 glasses, one full of sherry and one completely empty. On the wall, we see decorations comprised of Lemurian weaponry, though a boomerang is missing. The shelves are labeled the seals of the 12 Lemurian clans, though only 11 seals are present. We can observe the Lemurian numbering system, aided by the pictograms of objects. Legs, leaves, fingers, arrows, and axes all represent 1 digit. Through this, we can see from top shelf to bottom shelf, left to right, the numerals are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then 12. The shapes of the numerals themselves also make sense in this numbering system. 1 is a dot, 3 is a triangle, 4 is a square, and all other numbers are formed by adding those shapes together. We will see this Lemurian numbering system again in the future, so it will be added as information that pertains to the Golden Idol. I've included the unknown 11th numeral because it will be obvious when we inevitably find it. Something we can infer in the far future, but I will confirm now, is that the Lemurian numbering system is written in base 12, or the duodecimal system. I'll spare you the math lecture for now. We'll use this to appreciate something the developers included. If we look at the symbols for gold and air, we see gold is represented in Lemurian by 6, 7, and air is represented by 8. 8 is the atomic number of oxygen, telling us the air sigil is more specifically oxygen. If you remember Edmund Cloudsley's notes regarding the vacuum spell, he notes the spell didn't create a complete vacuum in the container. This is because air is comprised of several elements, so the spell was unable to remove the non-oxygen elements from the container. And 67 in base 12 is 79 in base 10, the atomic number of gold. It could also be inferred that the symbol for heat looks quite close to the Greek letter delta, which is used in chemistry to represent heat. Just some appreciation for this attention to detail. For now, we will keep this numbering system, as well as the disappearance of the 11th seal, in mind. The next decoration is the drugging symptoms of 4 psychoactive plants. The spotty onion causes appetite and hiccups, inducing an illusion of unity with the universe. Black poppy induces sleepiness and colors the whites of the eyes pink. Lemurian lichen causes hyperconcentration and a loss of perception of time, with the symptom of rapid blinking. Finally, red berry gives energy, twitching, and aggression, causing one to vocalize all their thoughts. Given the setting is the Doctor's Salon, these diagrams aren't particularly out of place. The Lemurian seals and weaponry also tells us that the Doctor is a fanatic for collecting Lemurian cultural artifacts. On the ground we see a bloodied boomerang, and that the deceased holds a button in his hand. We'll head outside to scope out the remaining pieces of the setting. The bush by the croquet field is made of chrysanthemums, and the bush by the entrance is made of roses. The croquet match has gone unfinished. At the tea house, we find 2 cups of spicy-smelling tea, One is almost empty, and the other is untouched. This is the second set of finished and untouched drinks in this case. It's fair to infer, with the presence of the psychoactive plants diagram, that there were two instances of poisoning a drink, where the culprit knows not to partake, and therefore leaves their own drink untouched. We'll keep this in mind and look for symptoms in our cast of characters. At the chess house, we can observe a paused game of chess and... Wait a minute. This game of chess is incomprehensible. There's a black pawn in the corner of black's side. Black and white's bishops are standing on the same color tile for each side, a configuration impossible given their movement and starting configuration. It strikes me as strange as well that neither side has bothered to move their queen. This is suspicious, to say the least. We'll keep this in mind when we learn of who was at the chess house. Finally, we have the beautiful dolphin fountain with a newspaper lying on a bench. The newspaper is dated May 11th, 1792, and discusses the most recent election results. We see the New Order Party, led by Lazarus Hearst, has secured a plurality of MPs, or members of parliament. However, the Loyalist Party, led by a Blanchard, and the Moderate Party, led by a Valentine, will form a coalition by uniting their MPs to vote for one of them to become Prime Minister instead. If we examine the picture, we see Lazarus of the New Order Party riding atop a freshly hatched chick. The Loyalist leader is a skinny man with an eye patch, riding a griffin, and the moderate leader is a round man wearing glasses and a wig, riding a Pegasus. We will keep in mind these political rumblings and the party leaders. Back inside, we can begin to examine our characters. The constable on the right expresses regret for having to arrest a prime ministerial candidate. He carries an alarm rattle with his name, Arthur Faulkner, and a book of testimonies. We'll explore the testimonies last. If we look at the dead body, we observe a vertical wound on his forehead, likely from that bloodied boomerang on the floor. He's armed with a small sword and carries two notes. The first reads, "Listen, apologies for the shouting match yesterday. Let's continue our discussion at noon. Leo." It looks like evidence to compel a meeting between the deceased and a Leo, whose full given name, I will tell you, is Leopold. The next is an invitation from Dr. James Turner, dated May 8th, 1792. All invitations we read will be signed by James and dated May 8th. This one reads, "Dear friend, the elections are over, so let's uphold tradition and have a leisurely weekend at my place with you and Leopold to discuss the Prime Minister situation. Please join us on May 12th. Today is our, quote, interrupted weekend, from the title, which makes today, May 12th, and the newspaper outside dated for yesterday, May 11th. If we observe the size and headgear of our deceased fellow, we can tell he is Valentine of the Moderate Party. If we observe the Lemurian, we see he's worrying about being observed during some instance where the host, James Turner, was leaning over the sleeping eye patch gentleman. Interesting. We see he is the one responsible for taking the 11th clan's seal off the shelf. He carries a club, a spicy-smelling ornamental box, and two notes. The first is an invitation that reads, "Dear Prince, as you know, I am a great aficionado of Lemurian culture. It would be my pleasure to invite a member of the Tu clan to spend a leisurely weekend at my estate and some of our own political dignitaries." The second reads, "Dear Prince, I heard that you got invited to a party by the director of Seven Seas Company himself. I know you hate associating with these invaders and thieves, but this might be just the opportunity that we seek to reclaim our honor." Reclaim our honor. It looks like we have found a decent motive for Mr. Tu's reclamation of his clan's Lemurian seal. If he had found the time today to somehow swipe the 11th seal, it would make sense that he'd be worried if James Turner had noticed his presence earlier in the day. That spicy-smelling box also lines up with that spicy-smelling tea at the tea house. We'll put a pin in that. Next is the blue-haired gentleman, shocked that the deceased's life was so quickly stolen. He praises the doctor, James Turner's, deductive reasoning. He carries a small sword and an invitation note reading, "Dear friend, at one of the balls you said that you would love to meet someone actually interesting. I am having a weekend of drinks at my manor, and a prince from the 11th clan of Lemuria will be joining us. Please do us the honor of your company too." We confirm that the Lemurian comes from the 11th clan. Before we move on, we get a good look at this man's face. Rapid blinking, a symptom of Lemurian lichen. It's fair to say this man was drugged and is currently experiencing hyperconcentration and a loss of perception of time. We'll note this when we observe his testimony. If we look at the eye patch gentleman, we see him respond to James that this is preposterous. You know damn well that he was killed by that Lemurian savage. That eye patch makes him the spitting image of the loyalist leader, Blanchard, from the newspaper. He carries a small sword and a note. We can also observe his coat, which is missing a button, the very same one in the deceased's hand. The note is an invitation which reads, "Dear friend, now that the elections are over, please join me for a leisurely weekend at my manor with good old Augustus and some other fine fellows. We will have some drinks and discuss what to do about that prime minister position." This invitation is similar to the deceased's, where the focus of this weekend will regard the prime minister position. The first invitation talked of Leopold, and this one mentions Augustus. I will name both men now as Leopold Blanchard and Augustus Valentine, but this will become even more obvious when we see Augustus left no testimony, since he's dead, and that this man is being addressed by name as Leopold. If we take one more look at our one-eyed fellow, we see the whites of his remaining eye are colored pink, a sign of being drugged with black poppy. Sleepiness is the symptom he will have felt most fiercely, keep that in mind. If we look at the man in front, we recognize him as Alistair Coke from the previous case. He carries a small sword and brotherhood ring. We note he does not have an invitation to this get-together, a relatively important detail to make note of. He remarks, "This is outrageous. I thought you were an honorable man, Leopold, not some Aquitanian agent trying to sabotage our friendly relations with Lemuria and provoke a conflict." Aquitania is our France analog, so it's mildly humorous to see Leopold accused of inflicting conflict between Albion and Lemuria. We'll move on to our host, currently pointing his finger, Dr. James Turner. He carries a small sword, scalpel, and brotherhood ring. He exclaims, "Ha, Leopold, your plan to frame two is sublime, but your missing button is more than enough proof that you did it. Constable, please escort this man out." Leopold stands accused of murdering Augustus, and his missing button in the palm of Augustus's hand points to him as the murderer, but we know things can't be so simple. The remaining individuals are the butler and the gardener. The gardener makes an unimportant remark and carries his garden shears. The butler remarks they will clean the blood out of the rug. Not really the most pressing matter, but okay. We see his eyes are colored pink, so he too has been drugged with black poppy. With all matters settled, we return to the Book of Testimonies, which we will read from top to bottom. For Leopold, had a glass of sherry with James in the library and became drowsy. As he was falling asleep, saw the Lemurian observing him through the glass door. Woke up, found the butler on the floor, asleep. Woke up the butler, entered the salon and found the body. Upon inspecting the weapon, deduced that the Lemurian was the murderer, instructed the butler to raise the alarm. I will be placing all the events which occurred today on a timeline with a different line for each location. Keep in mind that a lot of the events happen relative to others, so not every position is specifically set in stone. We start with Leopold and James drinking sherry in the library. We can deduce he was drugged with black poppy from the set of sherry glasses we saw at the start of the scene. Before falling asleep, he sees the Lemurian watching both him and James through the window. He spent some time unconscious before waking and finding the butler, who was also drugged, asleep on the floor. They woke up, and Leopold discovers the body in the salon, where he then has the butler sound the alarm. Next is Gideon. Played croquet with Ergen in the morning. They got bored and went to drink tea in the tea house. Ergen drew his attention to the interesting design of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair Coke lecture the butler. Saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away, just as Ergen was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly afterwards. Looks like Gideon spent the entire day with Ergen. They play croquet, go drink at the tea house, and Gideon spends the rest of the time hyper-concentrated on the chess house, a symptom of his drugging. We can see by his repetition of Ergen pointing out the chess house that he has lost proper perception of time. This indicates a potential fault in his testimony unbeknownst to him. He says he saw Alistair lecturing the butler by the chess house, where James then arrived and sent the butler away. Alistair later leaves the chess house, but soon returns. Since the blue-haired young man is the one rapidly blinking from the Lemurian lichen, he is Gideon. Ergen's testimony is simple. Due to communication challenges regarding languages, Ergen states that everything Master Bell says is correct. We now know, since Ergen spent the day with Gideon, that Gideon's last name is Bell. The only character who wouldn't be fluent in English is the Lemurian, which we can now name as Ergen II. It is unknown if Ergen exaggerated his communication difficulties in order to put his alibi entirely on Gideon's testimony, but it sounds like a good scheme. Since we know Ergen is the Lemurian, we can catch a discrepancy in the testimonies. Leopold says he saw Ergen outside the glass door of the library, and Ergen even hopes to himself that James did not catch him doing something, but Gideon makes no note of his absence. We note this discrepancy. For James Turner's testimony, it is noted at the end that he led the interrogations. His own testimony reads, "He drank a glass of sour sherry with Blanchard in the library in the morning. Then he went to the chess house where he found Lord Alistair and the butler. Ordered the butler to clean up the library and get rid of the bad sherry. Spent the rest of the time playing chess with Alistair until the alarm was raised." James drugs Leopold with the sherry, then meets up with Alistair and the butler, then sends the butler away to clean up the evidence of the drugged sherry. He says he spent the rest of the time playing chess with Alistair at the chess house. If drugging Leopold wasn't sketchy enough, the story of the chess house compounds the suspicion. He makes no note of Alistair's brief absence, and our examination of the chessboard tells us that no game of chess was actually played. We know James and Alistair are Brotherhood members, so conspiring with each other for some shady plot is well on the table. Next is Alistair's testimony. In the morning, he practiced chess at the chess house and educated his butler on his lack of military training. Sometime in the afternoon, Dr. Turner arrived and sent the butler away. They played together, and he was very close to winning when the alarm was raised. Pfft, close to winning my ass, there was no game of chess. Alistair's testimony is filled with the same lies as James Turner's. He spends a majority of the morning lecturing or scolding the butler, which was probably a distraction for James to set the rest of the pieces of their plot in place. Then he says he remained at the chess house with James, when in actuality, he left, then came back. Next testimony is Podrick's. Served Lord Alistair in the chess house in the morning. His master arrived and instructed him to dispose of the spoilt sherry that he and Lord Leopold had drunk, and then go to assist Mr. Spade in the garden. On entering the library to take away the glasses, found Lord Leopold asleep. Suddenly, was overcome by dizziness and fainted due to his weak heart. Was woken by Lord Leopold and instructed to raise the alarm, then saw the deceased lying in the salon. And now we know the butler's surname, Podrick. He gets lectured by Alistair and is then instructed to remove the sherry, then assist the gardener, Mr. Spade. He sees Leopold asleep, and while cleaning up the sherry, is also drugged with black poppy. It's possible Podrick took a sip of sherry on the job, and that is the cause of his poisoning, or that the drugged fumes of the evaporating alcohol had started to affect him. Regardless, he falls unconscious and is woken by Leopold when the deceased is found. The last testimony is the gardener Billiams. Planted and pruned all morning by the chrysanthemum bush. Saw the young gentleman and the foreigner leave the croquet and go behind the manor. In the afternoon, moved to the rose bush. From there he saw Lord Augustus leave the fountain at around noon. Continued his work on the roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. The gardener, Billiam Spade, is the only person to witness Augustus before his death. First, he sees Gideon and Ergen leave their croquet game by the chrysanthemums. He moves to the roses and notes Augustus leaves the fountain around noon. From there he works until the alarm is raised, and his testimony also gives us the butler's last name, Hill. With our testimonies on the timeline, we must only correct the lies. In Gideon's hyper-concentration of the chess house, Ergen slipped away in order to acquire the 11th Lemurian seal. Leopold sees him before he falls asleep, and Ergen reclaims the seal as James leans over Leopold. He returns to Gideon and points to the chess house to keep his fixation on it. As for Alastair and Augustus, we know from that tiny slip of paper on Augustus that he was trying to meet with Leopold at noon. The note is clearly a ploy by Alastair and James, so he heads to the salon and Alastair, in eye view from the chess house, follows him. It is there Augustus is killed, and Alastair returns to James Turner to form their alibi of playing chess. We can fill in rather easily that Augustus is the victim, the boomerang is the murder weapon, the salon is the murder location, and that Leopold found the body. As for where everyone was when the body was found, this is easily observable on our timeline. The prince and the young man are at the tea house, the butler is in the library, the loyalist is in the salon, the doctor and general are at the chess house, and the gardener is by the flower beds. We've got all the details in place, yet there is one more thing to cover, the framing of Leopold. When James was leaning over the sleeping Leopold, he removed a button from his coat. He then passed that button to Alastair at the chess house so that he could put it in Augustus's hand after murdering him. These details mark the first third of the scroll. James drugs Leopold and steals a button. The second part mentions a Lemurian seal, so we must document the plot of Ergen occurring simultaneously. Ergen drugs Gideon and steals the seal. Last is the murder itself, where Alastair kills Augustus and plants the button on him. Thus, early in the morning, James Turner drugged Leopold Blanchard in the library and stole a button. Meanwhile, in the tea house, Ergen too drugged Gideon Bell and stole a Lemurian seal from the salon. In the salon at around noon, Alastair Coke killed Augustus Valentine and planted the button on him to frame Leopold Blanchard. James and Alastair have successfully framed one party leader for the murder of another. That coalition the leaders planned on forming to defeat the New Order Party will completely dissolve, and the plurality the New Order Party holds will be able to elect Lazarus Hearst as Prime Minister. We are treated to a cutscene where Lazarus demonstrates the power of the Golden Idol to James and Alastair, saying that they've earned his trust. Before he demonstrates the idol's ability to remove heat from one object and increase it in another, he mentions that it's the Brotherhood's artifact removed from the traitor Keene. It looks like Lazarus caught wind of Walter Keene leaking secrets of the flying miracle to Angus MacBain. Under the guise of the old narrative that Keene claimed the idol from Edmund Cloudsley and kept it hidden, Lazarus acts as if he has just discovered the idol and its powers. Lastly, to his spectators' astonishment, he claims that the idol is capable of much more than moving heat around. We will soon see this truly terrible power of the Golden Idol. For now, we note the murder and framing of Lazarus's political rivals occurred on May 12th of 1792. Almost a full year from Lazarus's ascension, he has had ample time to gather power and plan for what is to come. Chapter 4. The New Order. The Triumph of Order. We stand before a strange tribunal. A man is being carried away in a stretcher. If we examine him, we find he is not breathing, yet he bears no wounds. He looks terribly old, and carries a poem on him which reads, "Prince of dusk, like night I am dark and full of terror. I do not fear love, do not make that error. When you know my name, just look for my face. Although there is no indication who wrote this poem, I'd like to believe it was written by the deceased. If we look around, we see most men are in uniform, a green jacket with a white, red, and yellow armband with a circle in the center. On the wall are two posters. The first says, "Remember the second virtue." It shows a uniformed pigman slovenly sleeping on his desk with papers strewn around. The next poster says, "Remember the third virtue." It depicts a donkey in garish lipstick wearing a vibrant blouse and hat. Soon enough, we will be deducing exactly what these virtues are. The man on the right we recognize as David Gorin. In response to the deceased, he remarks, "Poor bugger, I've never seen so much merit removed in the tribunal. Some mistakes are very costly." He holds an Albion franc and a folder. In the folder is his name, birth year, and occupation, enforcer of the order party, stamped with what we can assume is the logo of the party, a winged heart with a singular eye in front of a sun, the same logo in the background of the tribunal. He holds a merit calculation sheet, detailing a brief history of infraction and obedience. The first infraction is for having a secret compartment in his locker. The second infraction is for lying about the existence of the secret compartment. He receives +10 merit for his service in a low-ranking party position. In total, he rests at +8 merit. These prior infractions, keeping a secret and lying about it, were worth -1 merit each. We will keep this in mind. Next is a man we recognize as Nicholas Maker, who was once a water snake steward. I will reveal that the Brotherhood of Masks is no more, and has since been reformed as members of Lazarus's order party. In response to the deceased, he remarks, "It is a thing of beauty to see order prevail. If it were not against the first virtue, I would feel very happy." Being happy is against the first virtue. We press on. He carries a note which reads, "Nicholas, I'll wager you feel the new regime rewards your diligence now. So tell me why I saw you spend more than 3 shillings on new clothes after I asked you to lend me money and you said you had none to spare. I suggest you lend me some now, unless you want me to write up an official report about a 4th virtue breach. Your beloved brother." Whether this brother is biological or a brother in the party is inconsequential. What we know is that he has caught Nicholas in a lie about having no spare money, and threatens a report regarding the 4th virtue, something we will keep in mind. His folder is the same as David's, and lists his occupation as the record keeper of the order party. His merit sheet has 2 infractions followed by the +10 merit for his loyal service. The first infraction was mislabeling the date of some protocol. The second infraction was for taking a double-length lunch break. This has rendered Nicholas a total of +4 merit. We can't quite figure out how much merit each infraction costs, but we know it must have been more than the -1s David was saddled with. There are 3 men lined up for their turn at punishment in the tribunal. We will find out their crimes soon enough. The man in front, in order party uniform, says, "I felt it in my bones that I should have drunk less. Now we poor souls experience God's wrath." Some kind of drinking-related infraction. The next man remarks, "This tribunal is a farce. They spread lies that my pure love is merely lust. And what do they even know about true art?" Lust and art. I suppose the former could be criminal in this new system, but that second comment is rather strange. The last man is dressed like an aristocrat. He expresses relief that no fashion charges were pursued, and hopes the punishment process is not painful. Fashion charges. Well, that poster of the 3rd virtue comes to mind, but he doesn't look quite that garish. On Nicholas's desk is a paper titled Weekly Order Party of People's Tribunal No. 42, dated March 14th, 1795. 6 culprits have been brought to the tribunal. At 12 o'clock, the tribunal was opened. At 12:15, each culprit's charges and merit changes were evaluated. From 1510 onwards, 3 merit exactions commenced. The rest are ongoing. Quite a sinister-sounding phrase, merit exaction. It looks like this process is the cause of the deceased's execution, but the method of execution is still vague, as he bears no wounds. We will head upwards. We see James Turner on the left, Alistair Coke on the right, and the Griffin Reborn crown in the middle, with several folders placed around it. Alistair remarks in response to something James had said, "What are you insinuating, James? I would never breach the fourth virtue. You know damn well that I keep no secrets." Well, very clearly we see that secrets are a breach of the fourth virtue. Alistair carries some francs, a note, and a merit folder. The note reads, "Dear Arbiter Coke, I am writing to inform you that our regiment's colonel was seen with another officer's wife in a potentially intimate situation. We implore you to send your agents to investigate this potential flouting of the first virtue. Arbiter of the Order Party is these men upstairs' title." From this note, we see that this salacious scene, a colonel in a potentially intimate situation with another man's wife, has transgressed the first virtue. The word we have that most closely fits this crime is lust. In Alistair's folder, we see he has 2 infractions, and a bonus of plus 20 merit for serving the Order Party in a high-ranking position. His first infraction is slapping a sergeant in anger. The second is listening to marching music in his manor. I could see violence being some sort of infraction, but listening to music in his own home, that's a bizarre thing for anyone to be punished for. His plus 20 merit makes up for these infractions, yielding him a sum of plus 11 merit. Another situation where we can't quite decode the cost of each infraction yet. James responds to Alistair saying, "That is music to my ears, Alistair, but do control your emotions. We as arbiters of order must never violate the first virtue." Controlling one's emotions is necessary to uphold the first virtue. This would explain Nicholas saying that he would otherwise feel very happy. It's not the happiness which is errant, it is the excess of happiness which is against the first virtue. If we remember Alistair's infraction of slapping a man in anger, it's perhaps the case that the violence is permissible, but doing so in an outburst of anger is a violation. Excessive emotions must be forbidden by the first virtue. James carries a heaping pile of Albion francs, a note, and his own merit folder. The note, from Junior Assistant Toby, reads, "Dear Dr. Turner, I must regretfully inform you that during your absence from party business, your senior assistant Daniel has demonstrated extreme untidiness and thus breached one of the virtues." We learn untidiness is against a virtue, but we don't know which one. If we recall the porcine poster of the messy pig man, his desk looks quite untidy. Untidiness must be a violation of the second virtue. James's folder cites 2 infractions along with plus 20 merit for high-ranking service. The first infraction is for drinking a full bottle of brandy. The second is for keeping the book Legacy of the Rose Dynasty in his study. In total, he has plus 12 merit. One of the men below mentioned wishing he had drunk less, and here James is penalized for drinking a full bottle of brandy. Alcohol, in some way, violates a virtue. The second infraction for keeping a book is vague. Perhaps there's something inside of it which violates a virtue? Before we look at the remaining folders, we will peek into the back rooms. To our thinking tab, the 4 maxims of virtue are added. If we look at the poster, we see each virtue as one of the 4 symbols which makes up the Order Party logo. In our thinking tab, we must deduce what each virtue is, what it forbids, and how much merit is lost for violating it. Recalling David Gorin's merit sheet, he lost 1 point for keeping a secret and 1 point for telling a lie. We can safely say, at least for keeping secrets, which we know violates the 4th virtue, that the punishment is minus 1 merit. We can infer but not say for certain that the infraction for lying also belongs to the 4th virtue, as another virtue's infraction might be worth minus 1 points, so we'll put a pin in it. The placard above the lockers says to remember the 2nd virtue, and to store evidence regarding each virtue in their respective locker. The 4th locker holds 2 books, one titled Stories and another titled Autumn Tales. There's nothing particularly outrageous about 2 simple works of fiction, but nevertheless they are stored as evidence of infractions. The 3rd locker holds a violin, a silly painting of a naked gnome, and a portrait of Gideon Bell. painted by Jasmine Nightwings in 1794. A musical instrument and two pieces of art are considered infractions. If we combine what we know of the third virtue with the thinking tab, we see that vulgar art, music, and fashion will be punished. The third virtue itself must be beauty, which can be considered an opposite of vulgarity. It looks like the Order Party gets to authoritatively decide what is considered vulgar, and punishes in turn. In the second locker is an invoice dated February 15, 1795. It shows two charges of 25 pence and 6 pence, yet instead of adding to 31 pence, the total cost is written as 29 pence. A simple mistake it seems, yet a key violation of the second virtue. The first locker contains a bottle of brandy and a bottle of opium. Again, we see alcohol as part of a violation, and drugs like opium are included. We lack the word to specify this violation, but we shall find it soon enough. On the right, we see 3 young individuals. It is hard to specify all of their exact ages, but they look closer to kids or teenagers. They wear what looks like a small blackboard as a necklace, and the kid in front is writing something on his. The kid on the far right says, there are worse jobs than this one, and thank God tobacco is not considered an indulgence. A bit boring though, too bad literature's forbidden. This kid has a half-full pouch of tobacco. They let children smoke in Lazarus's new society? Whatever he does, he considers his job, and notes that some vices, unlike tobacco, are considered an indulgence. Drugs and alcohol are indulgences. The first virtue must punish excess emotions, lust, and indulgence. We don't know what the first virtue itself is, but we can move on to the other information important from this testimony. Literature is forbidden. James's infraction for having a fictional book and the storybooks in the fourth locker must mean that simply owning literature is a violation of the fourth virtue. It appears that in Lazarus's ideal world, creating literary works of fiction is off limits. Perhaps it's a way of stifling thought that would revolt against the Order Party, or he may just consider literature, like fashion, art, and music, substances without merit and therefore worth penalizing. The middle child expresses that he is honored to help the party upkeep the virtues, and hopes that sitting in this room all day does not count as sloth. Sloth, quite similar to mistakes and untidiness, brings me back to the poster of the pig sleeping at his job. Sloth must therefore be an infraction of the second virtue. The opposite of making all these blunders at work is diligence. Thus, the second virtue is diligence. At work, sloth, mistakes, and untidiness will be punished. With all violations filled out, we can now comfortably slot lies as a definitive violation of the fourth virtue. The child speaking to Lazarus says, "In all truth, Lord High Arbiter, I would prefer storing no more than this." We don't know what that "this" is, but it must be in response to something Lazarus has done. All we can see, though, is that the kid is updating the writing on his blackboard. If we look at the newspaper he holds, we see it is dated for yesterday, March 13th. It fills in what has happened since the last case. Since year 1792, when it gained a majority in Parliament and liberated our government from multi-party chaos, the Order Party has worked hard to improve society. Despite the vast popular support for the party, His Majesty refuses to acknowledge the authority of the party's tribunal. High Arbiter Lazarus Hurst has announced that in 2 months, the party and its supporters will participate in a peaceful march to the king's residence to demonstrate their virtue of moderation. 3 years have passed since the Order Party gained power, and they apparently have popular support. The royalty of Albion, however, does not recognize the political authority of their tribunal. In response, the party plans a peaceful march to the king's residence in 2 months' time. We are given the virtue of moderation, which must be the first virtue as it juxtaposes the violations. To complete the remaining fourth virtue, which punishes lies, secrets, and fiction, we infer it must be truth. In response to the boy, Lazarus scolds, "Silence! You will perform your function as much as is required. It is paramount to ensure order in our new society." We look at the golden idol in his hand and see it has most recently cast the spell Increase Matter. Wait, that last symbol is the glyph we never got to decipher from the late Edmund Cloudsley's notebook. This is unknown spell 14. It was used in an experiment regarding the vitality of 2 apples, and prompted Edmund to request a fresh corpse to experiment on. Let's try and put these pieces together. Citizens under the Order Party gain and lose merit depending on service and infractions made. The Golden Idol performs this unknown spell as punishment to those with excessive infractions. Our corpse, who is hit by the spell, has no wounds. He was not burned, frozen, nor had the air ripped in or out of him. This spell, when previously used on 2 apples, left 1 apple rotten and the other fresh. The spell is used on the kids in this storage room, yet they are not dead like the man downstairs. 1 kid is upset about storing something, and another is allowed to smoke tobacco despite his young age. Try and put this all together for a brief moment before I spoil the answer. This last symbol truly represents lifespan. There are various synonyms that can convey the same meaning, such as vitality or youth, so your guess may be quite close to the answer. Just as the idol was capable of decreasing the lifespan of 1 apple, then increasing the lifespan of another, the idol may decrease the lifespan of a human, then increase the lifespan of another. This causes a rapid effect on aging. That man downstairs, with no wounds, has died from old age as more years were sucked out of him than his body could handle. In turn, Lazarus uses these individuals upstairs as batteries to store excess lifespan. That is why one is allowed to smoke, and the other is worried about having to store any more years than he currently has. I imagine those blackboards around their necks log the number of years they are storing. Since those with negative merit are punished by having their lifespan taken, in turn, those with positive merit must be given an increase in their lifespan to reward their good behavior. A potent picture of a pragmatic society, yet Lazarus gets to make the authoritative call as to who and what counts as a violation of virtue. He certainly deserves that title of High Arbiter. Before we sift through the last bit of evidence in the folders by Lazarus's crown, let us deduce the remaining point penalties of virtue infractions. Nicholas made a clerical error and took a long lunch, both violating the second virtue regarding mistakes and sloth. To reach +4 points, violating the second virtue must be worth -3 points. James drank a whole bottle of brandy and kept a piece of literature, a violation of the first virtue and the fourth virtue, respectively. Since the fourth is worth -1 points, and James sits at +12 merit, a violation of the first virtue must be -7 points. Alistair held excessive anger and listened to marching music, violations of the first and third virtues, respectively. Quick maths and we can deduce the third virtue infraction is worth -2 points. With that, we turn our heads to the remaining merit folders. We will read them from left to right. Fangor Quinn's charges. Claimed he had no wife. Has a painting depicting a naked person in his house. Broke his wife's favorite teapot in anger. Was observed spending a night with the neighbor's wife. In order, this looks like a violation of virtues 4, 3, 1, and 1. Quick maths gives us a total of -17 merit. The infractions regarding lust and art leads me to conclude that Fangor Quinn is the glasses-wearing gentleman second in line for his punishment downstairs. In the top left of the folder, we also see the picture of the mentioned naked painting. Next is Walter Keane. It says he was expelled from the Order Party. His picture of fashionable headgear is documented in the top left. His charges are: flirted 3 times with different married women during the party convention. Wore ridiculous headgear at 5 public events. Claimed he had not betrayed High Arbiter Lazarus during his ritual of ascendance. These violations are 3 infractions of the first virtue, 5 infractions of the third virtue, and 1 infraction of the first virtue. Total merit would then be -32. It looks like Lazarus held a grudge for that prior betrayal. The lie is only worth -1 point, so most of Walter's punishment comes from his romancing, gentleman robber ways. Given his birth year, Walter Keene would naturally be around the age of 37. So, that 32 merit penalty, 1 merit per year, has left him at a spontaneous 69 years old. Bummer. Next is Lothar Richards, the father of Mary Richards from Edmund Cloudsley's fatal dinner party. His charges are: held a dinner party a few years ago where he offered large amounts of wine to his guests, got angry during the questioning and shouted at the High Arbiter, revealed the whereabouts of his hiding fugitive dissident daughter, Mary, and her husband Peter, evaluated as plus 15 merit. The virtue violations are Virtue 1, followed by another Virtue 1. At minus 14 merit, he wins back plus 15 merit for a total of plus 1 merit. We learn the wonderful news that Mary Richards has married Peter Batley. It looks like his dashing tiger-fighting ways made quite the impression on her. Regardless, Mary is somehow considered a fugitive dissident. Even more confusing is Lazarus or the Order Party wanting to discover her whereabouts. Perhaps a plot against the Order Party moves behind the scenes. The puzzle piece I'm missing here is the image of that envelope, stamped with a heart and containing blonde hair. My best guess is that Mary, in hiding, mailed her father proof that she was still alive, in the form of her blonde hair. Her whereabouts would be kept secret, but due to the potential of losing at least 14 years, he acquiesced. The next man, Josh Bailey, is charged with: left his work at tannery early, drank excessive amounts of gin at the Scrawny Cat, drank excessive amounts of rum at the Old Oak, approached a married woman with an indecent offer, denied 4 times during questioning that he had done these acts. In order, a violation of Virtues 2, 3 violations of Virtue 1, and 4 violations of Virtue 4. That brings us to a total of minus 28 merit. This man at 40 is about to be pushed into his late 60s. The top left image is that of a drink ticket for gin. His drinking habits label him as the uniformed man first in line at the tribunal. Next is Count Horace Webb's charges. Has not held down a job since the new regime, evaluated as 60 instances of non-work. Claims he works in his castle, helping his servants clean it. Possesses 15 books kept in his private library. Expressed willingness to donate his castle to the party, evaluated as plus 200 merit. His infraction count is 60 violations of Virtue 2, 1 violation of Virtue 4, and 15 more violations of Virtue 4. This puts him at minus 196 merit. He offers up his castle to the party, saving himself from certain death by securing a new total of plus 4 merit. It's interesting to see how the Order Party interacts with the aristocracy. Living the rest of your life on your current wealth is worth a crazy amount of penalties for non-work. This evaluation of 60 instances is quite arbitrary, and to me, seems like a way for the Order Party to squeeze assets or information out of the aristocracy. We know Horace must be the fancy-dressed man last in line at the tribunal. I can see why he's happy he was not hit with any additional fashion charges. Last is Duke Gideon Bell, the blue-wigged man from the Backrooms painting and the previous case. Being born in 1775, that makes him just 20 years old. His charges read: wears an outrageous hairstyle, broke down in tears 10 times during the questioning, has refused to start working, evaluated as 5 instances of job skipping, rejected the High Arbiter's request that he share information of a secret entrance to the castle of his cousin, the Sovereign. These violations are 1 for the 3rd virtue, 10 violations of the 1st virtue, 5 violations of the 2nd virtue, and 1 violation of the 4th virtue. The grand total of merit deduction is minus 88 merit. Our picture in the top left is of our Gideon. Lazarus requested information regarding a secret entrance to the king's castle, likely for his upcoming peaceful march, but Gideon refused. I'd like to believe that, similar to Horace's castle and Lothar's daughter's whereabouts, the excessive crying and job-skipping penalties were put forward in order to leverage Gideon into revealing the secret entrance. In staying faithful to his family, 88 years are taken away from Gideon's life. At 20 years old, that puts him up to 108 years old, where he dies immediately on the scene. Before filling in the scroll, let's reread Gideon Bell's poem. Prince of Dusk, like night I am dark and full of terror. I do not fear love, do not make that error. When you know my name, just look for my face. Well, we know his name, and looking at his face, we see the horrible damage done to him. His youth and potentially long life ahead of him have been stolen in an instant by Lazarus Hearst and the Order Party. Perhaps even this poem would have been considered another infraction of the fourth virtue regarding literature. I believe he wrote it in the time between his charges being read and his execution. It's a scene that became much sadder on a second playthrough when reading into his poem and Lazarus's attempt to force him to disclose his secret. Let's finish the scroll. The newspaper tells us 3 years have passed since Lazarus became Prime Minister. We know Gideon Bell was judged, losing 88 merit and 88 years, and that the idol was the tool used to sap his lifespan. Thus, 3 years have passed since the Order Party has seized power. During a tribunal, Gideon Bell is judged to have the largest merit deduction in all tribunal history. To execute his punishment, the idol was used on him, and he lost 88 years and died. The Order Party and its tribunal has ruled Albion for the past 3 years, stealing and doling out others' lifespans as its virtues dictate. On March 14th, 1795, Gideon Bell is executed after he does not inform the party of a secret entrance to his cousin, the magistrate's castle. During the same tribunal, Lazarus learns of the location of Peter and Mary Batley. Lazarus Hearst is the High Arbiter of the Order Party, what was once the Brotherhood of Masks. He's taken the Masters, Alastair Coke and James Turner as his co-arbiters, leading the tribunal of the Order Party. He's assembled quite the team, since Alastair has military influence as a general, and James controls the Seven Seas Trading Company. Our powerful men reap the largest portion of lifespan from those beneath them. Meanwhile, Walter Keane has been booted from his position, having lost 32 years from his life. Needless to say, a man as crafty as him will not let this grievous wound go unpunished. Our lower party members, David Gorin and Nicholas Maker, are a bit different in personality. Nicholas has assumed his role quite well, happily going along with whatever the party desires. David is a lot more apprehensive regarding the tribunal, but nevertheless does what he is told. Lastly, we note the wonderful news of the marriage of Peter Batley and Mary Richards. The ambition of Lazarus Hearst, along with the assistance of the Golden Idol, has allowed him to curse the entire country of Albion. Misfortune fills the lives of those who do not abide by his precepts. If you enjoy a song, a good book, or live any other kind of life other than Lazarus directs, you will have your life taken from you, and it will be bestowed upon those who closely collaborate with Lazarus's party. This is a manner of chaos that those who constructed the idol couldn't have foreseen, that it would be so wantonly wielded to shape society under one man's vision. Yet, Lazarus's desires are still not sated. We move on to the climax of the base game's story. The slight delay in the peaceful march to the king's castle. We get a new feature for the Thinking tab, the ability to quickly look through all the prior cases. However, we've kept all that in mind, so we will simply proceed forward with this case. Here we see the encampment for the Order Party's, quote, peaceful march. It's armored, armed, and is sporting some strangely shaped vehicles. These carriages have a bulbous chamber attached to the front wheel, and although they look bizarre, they're actually based on a real late 1800s steam-powered car invented by a French engineer. That chamber is just a coal-fired boiler used to produce steam. An interesting background detail that will be completely unnecessary for this case. At a desk, we see Nicholas Maker respond to another soldier with, yes, Comrade Lazarus has not yet returned for several hours. Comrades Alastair and James have gone to find him. If they do not return, we will organize more search parties to find the lost. Lazarus is missing, and 2 men have gone to find him. We look inside the tent to see a map on the wall. Northmost is Belchester Castle, the King of Albion's home. Southward we find Blackfield Manor, the late Sebastian Cloudsley's estate. A short distance away is an islet in the river called Lover's Islet. We see the Bellwood crossroads that point east to Edmund Cloudsley's cabin. By the shore is the Little Mermaid Inn, where Willard Wright's murder and theft took place. All the way in the bottom left is the Order Party's camp, where we currently are. On top of a safe is a bust of Lazarus Hurst, inferring that this is his tent. Inside the safe is some poison flasks, similar to the ones shown at the Brotherhood's Ritual of Dispute, some bags of unknown material, a cage with a note inside, an embroidered journal, and a valved thing. I truly don't know what that object in the bottom left is. A storage container, an explosive device. I hope one of you has an answer for that piece because, regardless of its irrelevance, it stumps me. The journal has bookmarks for several characters, where we can get Lazarus's thoughts on them. I will read them in order. David Gorin. Since his success at the Mermaid Inn has proven to be a resourceful and discreet professional. Nicholas Maker. Cowardly but dutiful, useful up to a limit. Alistair Coke. Pompous and vain, but being a military man, is ready to obey and ready to kill. James Turner. Greedy and hedonistic, requires constant material motivation to cooperate. Walter Keane. Ambitious and inventive, but treacherous, as many smart people are. Not many good things to say about everyone else besides David Gorin. But that comment on his success at the Mermaid Inn, well, that happened well before Lazarus Hurst entered the picture. We will note this peculiar appraisal of David. If we look at the caged note, it reads, Lazarus, you took 32 things from me. I demand you return them. If you refuse, I will make the story of your origins known to the other party leaders. At 11:30 on May 15th, meet me at the place the idol was stolen from our Brotherhood and poor Willard Wright met his death. Come alone and bring proof, something personal of yours to give to the veiled woman. Tie your reply to the pigeon and release it from the cage. It will find me. Someone is attempting to blackmail Lazarus as payback for stealing 32 things from him. He's a member of the Brotherhood, has intimate knowledge of Willard Wright's death at the Little Mermaid Inn, and knows the secret of Lazarus's ascension. There are few individuals who this could potentially be. If we remember the results from the tribunal in the previous case, we see that Walter Keane was punished by deducting 32 years from his life. These are clearly the 32 things stolen, so Walter is the one who has requested a meeting with Lazarus. We exit to the map and see a variety of locations we can investigate. By the camp, it appears a woman is washing clothes. Upon inspecting them, they say, "This regime has to fall. It has taken everything from me." In their possession is a watch reading 12:15 p.m., a Navajo blade, and a journal. It reads, 1795, May 15th, Capitol Route Morning Report. At 8, a newfangled insurrectionist carriage passed by. At 8:30, an individual in the insurrectionist uniform passes by on the new 2-wheel contraption. 10:15, 2 individuals in insurrectionist uniforms pass on horses. We learn the day, May 15th of 1795, a couple months since the last case, and can begin to construct a timeline of when certain characters left the Order Party camp. Currently, it is 12:15 p.m. Leaving the camp, we know a carriage, a 2-wheeled contraption or bicycle, and 2 horses pass by. The carriage departs at 8 a.m., with the bicycle leaving shortly after at 8:30 a.m. A couple hours later, 2 horses pass by at 10:15 a.m. Given Nicholas said Lazarus departed and has not returned for several hours, it's fair to say that Lazarus was either in the carriage or the bicycle. As for the horse riders, we know James Turner and Alistair Coke went to look for him, so it must be then. Finally, we can make note of a meeting at the inn at 11:30, where Lazarus is supposed to hand something personal of his to a veiled woman. Prior to the events of this day, we also know that Lazarus corresponded with Walter over his lost years. A keen eye and investigation of this person's belongings actually reveals that they are not a mere woman washing clothing. This is Maurice Evans, the music player from the Little Mermaid Inn. He carries the same blade, has the watch he gambled away to the late Willard Wright, and also looks like Maurice. His comment on his hatred for the regime makes sense, as the Order Party has criminalized vulgar music, and he is a musician. We see a violin similar to his in one of the evidence lockers in the previous case, and he looks quite a bit older than the last time we saw him. It has been almost 9 years, but if his violin was confiscated, he likely would have lost some extra years at the tribunal. As for why he's currently disguised as a woman, his journal is titled Capital Route Morning Report. It seems like Maurice is part of a burgeoning resistance against the Order Party's rule and is spying on their encampment. At the next point of interest on our map, we see Alistair tinkering with the golden idol. His horse is parked nearby, and it looks like he's attempting to experiment on an apple. We take note of a bloody cut near his ankle on the back of his right leg. He exclaims, "Why are you not working, you worthless piece of garbage? I'm doing the same thing I saw Lazarus do during the merit executions." We can observe his slightly dented saber and the golden idol. Its body is warped and its gemstone is darkened and cracked. The spell Increase Matter Lifespan is entered on its head, but it's clear the idol is broken. Something must have caused the idol to be destroyed before Alistair got his hands on it. And speaking of getting their hands on it, why would Lazarus let the idol out of his possession? Could Alistair have stolen it? Or worse, killed him for it? Where's James Turner if they left the camp together? Regardless, we can put Alistair's current position on the timeline. Alistair attempts to use the broken idol on an apple at 12:15 p.m. Lazarus and James are nowhere in sight. We head to the crossroads, where we see a dead man on the ground wearing the uniform of the Order Party. There is a large fatal cut along his chest, and at his side is a slightly bloody and slightly dented saber. His face is covered by a helmet, so we can't immediately identify him. This could be Lazarus, James, or someone else entirely. The bloody saber and Alistair's wound on his leg may indicate that a fight occurred here, with Alistair slaying this man and walking away the victor. The sign on the road does not give us too much information, just that south is the capital, east is the port, and north is the castle and estates of the aristocracy. We turn our attention to Lover's Islet, where we see our beloved Peter Batley and his wife, Mary Batley, enjoying a picnic. Mary exclaims, "Dear husband, you are so brave, and you have been drinking since early this morning. But what will we do now? What if the evil government men find us?" She plays a harp and holds her diary. We already know they are hiding from the Order Party, but something has given them cause to retreat from home and enjoy themselves. Interesting. In her diary, we see she has kept Peter's note from the dinner party, boldly proclaiming that yes, for her, he would fight a tiger and win. Another letter is dated December 10th, 1788, 1 month after the explosion in Edmund Cloudsley's cabin. It reads, "Mary, my uncle Edmund Cloudsley died in some robbery, and I am rich. Now your father will see me for the man that I am. Let us marry." It looks like fate has saved Peter from his serious gambling debts. All his relatives, Sebastian, Rose, and Edmund, have died, leaving him to inherit the rest of their estates. As a rich man, he was able to convince Mary's father Lothar to marry her. Everything's coming up Peter Batley. If we look at the other tab in Mary's diary, we see she has kept the short love letter Edmund Cloudsley mailed her before the dinner party in Chapter 2. Strangely, there's another letter here, dated March 15th, 1795, 1 day after the previous case's tribunal. It reads, "Dear Mary, I know where your unworthy mate is hiding you. Soon I will free you from his dirty paws and ship him to the colonies. While you I will put on a pedestal of sweetest praise, and you will become my ideal wife. Edmund." Edmund has supposedly penned a letter 7 years after his death, with the same plan he discussed with Rose before the dinner party, to ship Peter Batley off to the Lemurian colonies. Things are getting weird. I believe it's finally time to discuss Edmund Cloudsley and Lazarus Hurst. Lazarus appears in the story after the death of Edmund Cloudsley. He is introduced to the Order by Walter Keane during a plot to conceal the Golden Idol with the help of David Gorin. The narrative presents that after the events at Edmund's cabin, Walter and David decided to collaborate with each other and picked up Lazarus somewhere along the way. It is incredibly eye-raising, though, that the case following Lazarus's inception to the Brotherhood has him assume the role of Griffin Reborn rather than Walter Keane. Why would a new character, Lazarus, lead that plot instead of Walter? Why would Walter give him the golden idol that he supposedly took from Edmund's cabin? The only explanation is that Walter Keane was never in possession of the golden idol. If Walter was never in possession of the idol, then Edmund Cloudsley never lost it. If Edmund never lost it, then he never died in the cabin explosion. The name Lazarus is evocative of the story of Lazarus in the Bible, in which Jesus performs a miracle where he resurrects his friend Lazarus from the dead. Similarly, Edmund Cloudsley took an opportunity to fake his own death, with the help of David Gorin's testimony, and assumed the reborn role of Lazarus Hurst. The difference in their appearance is thanks to the power of the Golden Idol. Edmund had recently discovered the potential of the Lifespan spell, and after springing his trap on Walter's hired thugs, convinced Walter of its power. He then acquired some number of years with the idol, and using the idol on himself, restored his youth, creating Lazarus Hurst. This explains Lazarus's obsession with Mary Richards, his appraisal of David Gorin in his journal, and his journal in previous cases bearing the initials EC for Edmund Cloudsley. We will find more information for this conclusion, but for now we will proceed with his identity resolved. We know Edmund, or Lazarus, has threatened Mary that soon, or in fact today, he will come to kidnap Mary from Peter. If we look at Peter, he exclaims, "Worry not and continue the feast, wife! Nothing can stand in my way. I will kill our enemies wherever we go." His almost empty whiskey flask, and Mary's comments that he's been drinking since morning, tells us that Peter is hammered at the moment, or really, all day. He carries a sword and a horse derby betting slip. It looks like incredible wealth has not staved off his gambling addiction. In the background, we see a white horse run by. It carries a Seven Seas Trading Company seal, the one James Turner normally carries, and a note from Lazarus which reads, "I have some small but pressing business to attend to at the property of our late brother Sebastian, the previous Proud Beast steward. I will be back at the camp for our 10 o'clock strategy meeting as planned." We learn Lazarus went to the late Sebastian's manor and did not return for the 10 a.m. strategy meeting, causing James and Alistair to search for him. Evidently, they did not find him, but did find the destroyed golden idol. We can tell from the horse in the background and the road it's running down that it came from the direction of the dead body at the crossroads. With James's seal in tow, the dead man must be James Turner. Sometime after he and Alistair find the idol, they stop at the crossroads and get into a fight. James is killed, inflicting a minor wound on Alistair, and Alistair leaves with the idol. Another detail we can plot is that before today's events, Lazarus, or Edmund, threatens Mary and says that he will turn her into his ideal wife. We take a glance at the ship by the shore. It's missing one of its cannons. We'll find it soon enough. If we look at the inn, we find John Breege playing cards with Annie Green and Ada Baker. The innkeep Oscar Boynton continues to peel a lemon, naturally. If we look at Annie, she carries a stiletto, cards, and some money. She remarks, "But I heard rumors you lost a cannon while gambling." John Breege replies, "Nonsense, I am not an idiot, but real men like us could beat those order party ninnies even without any weapons." He carries a sword, cards, and some money. John claims he would never lose a cannon while gambling, but the state of that ship indicates otherwise. Ada Baker asks a question. Do you think they will try to kidnap the king? Me and my employer are getting out of this blasted country. We can remember from the poisoning plot that Ada works under the direction of Walter Keene, so it looks like Ada and Walter plan to leave Albion once he gets back his lost years. She carries a knife, cards, a room key, a note, and a handkerchief. The note is not signed by Walter, but it's the only plausible person to give her instructions. It reads, I have instructed him to arrive at around 11:30. Most likely he will be in Order Party uniform. If he comes alone, without any backup outside, approach him. If he gives you something that belonged to the one who escaped your tonic, you may proffer him the instruction slip I gave you. Conceal your face. He may recognize you. We know from Lazarus's note that he was meant to offer the veiled woman, Ada Baker, something personal of his to identify himself. In Ada's instructions, she was to make sure that he came alone and handed her an object that belonged to the one who escaped her tonic, Edmund Cloudsley. We see the handkerchief she has belongs to him, embroidered EC, so this exchange did take place. There's only one thing that doesn't make sense. Lazarus was meant to finish his business at Sebastian's estate and return to the Order Party camp before 10 a.m. He never came back, and is still missing over 2 whole hours later. Lazarus would not have been able to swap his handkerchief at this 11:30 meeting, so who did? Curious. As for the events before May 15th, I have added John Breege losing a cannon while gambling with someone. Looking at Oscar with his lemon, knife, and keys, he remarks, All those Order rats sneaking around here. This is no good. I hope they will just blackmail me and bugger off. Looks like he too is fed up with the regime. One last detail at the inn is the ledger in front of Oscar, which says Ada Baker is staying 2 nights in one room and a Walter Knott is staying 2 nights in the other room. This could be an off-screen side character, but that name's a little fishy. Walter Knott. Not Walter? This could be an alias of Walter Keene, staying with Ada at the inn, but there's no way to be certain. We head to Sebastian's estate to examine the scene there. Oh my, looks like we found our missing cannon, and the carriage that departed at 8 a.m. But where's Lazarus? Well, there's Lazarus, in the pile of burned and mangled corpses. Early in the morning, Lazarus, having discovered from Lothar the location of Peter and Mary Batley, in one of the many estates Peter inherited, intended to ride his carriage and troops over to kidnap her. But there was a complication. Peter had won a ship's cannon from gambling with John Breege. Having been drinking all morning, whether that be from excitement or habit, he had incidentally put himself in the perfect state to defend himself from the Order Party. When Lazarus and the party entered his home, he blasted them away with the cannon, destroying the golden idol in Lazarus's possession. From here, he and Mary took off to celebrate with a feast. So lies the end of the grand conspirator, Edmund Cloudsley, who died sometime between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. In his own lust and avarice to obtain Mary, he was killed by his buffoon of a nephew. All that plotting to reshape society, over in a mere instant. When James and Alistair found this scene, they looted the golden idol without realizing it was broken. We already saw how that turned out at the crossroads. There was one last location to examine, Edmund Cloudsley's cabin. We see a bicycle and 2 figures, but first we'll look inside. A bullet has pierced through a scarecrow's head, lodging into the wall. In the corner is a carrier pigeon and a bag with a note sticking out. The note is from Lazarus responding to Walter Keene. It states, I admit I may have treated you unjustly after our long cooperation. I will come alone in peace so we can discuss your compensation. Well, Lazarus is currently occupied with his own death. Regardless, the mystery man on the bicycle left at 8:30. Lazarus never intended on compensating Walter Keene and sent someone else in his stead to make the handkerchief swap with Ada Baker and kill him. The man on the floor is concealed by a helmet, but nevertheless is dying from a bullet wound to his back. He carries both a loaded and an unloaded pistol, indicating it was fired. A note on his person reads, "You will find me in the place where we two first met. There we can talk." The place Edmund and Walter first met would obviously be his cabin, a detail only a few people would know. The dying man remarks, "Damn you, you cunning devil." Ugh. If we look at the window, we see a bullet hole in the glass. The dying man, thinking he was ambushing Walter Keene, headshot the poor scarecrow and was shot in the back in turn. Our shooter, an old man with the mark of a dark-hand steward on his back, remarks, "Oh, I recognize that voice! It is you! Isn't it poetic that you have fallen for the same trap as you did all those years ago? Straw men are your bane." The only man who has fallen for the old scarecrow trick twice, and the only one trusted enough by Lazarus to make this errand, is Edmund's loyal servant, David Gorin. It looks like, just like his employer, he has met his end. We can now finalize the timeline of what happened on May 15th, 1795. We now know David Gorin was the man on the bicycle departing at 8:30. From there, he made the long trek to the Little Mermaid Inn, where he swapped Edmund Cloudsley's handkerchief with Ada Baker, who gave him instructions to meet where Walter first met Edmund. Since David was with Edmund on that day many years ago, he knew to check the cabin. Thinking he had gotten the jump on Walter, he shot the scarecrow through the window, alerting Walter that the deal with Lazarus was off. Luckily, Walter planned ahead. Walter shoots who he thinks is Edmund right now at 12:15 a.m., but upon hearing his voice, he recognizes it was David who he shot instead. Unbeknownst to either of them, Lazarus has been dead for hours by this point. This marks the final murder of the day. In order, Peter kills Lazarus at the manor, Alastair kills James at the crossroads, and Walter kills David at the cabin. We can now finish the scroll. The motivations for each killing have already been discussed. Lazarus wants to kidnap Mary, Alastair and James fight for the idol, and Walter kills David after David attempts to kill Walter over the blackmail. Thus, early in the morning, Lazarus Hearst went to the manor to kidnap Mary Batley, because Lazarus Hearst wanted to have the ideal wife. Before noon, Alastair Coke and James Turner went out to try and find Lazarus Hearst. Instead, they found the golden idol at the manor. On the way back, they started to fight over it. In the afternoon, David Gorin went to the cabin to kill Walter Keene because Walter Keene had tried to blackmail Lazarus Hearst to get back his lost years. With the deaths of Edmund, James, and David, and the destruction of the golden idol, this is where our story, at least chronologically, ends. It was all just short of 2 decades, but a lot has happened thanks to the idol and Edmund's machinations to reconstruct society. I do like that crazed face on Peter Batley as Lazarus, or Edmund, stands dumbfounded that he is about to be killed by someone he thought so pathetic and insignificant. In the final cutscene, we see Maurice Evans breaking it down at the tribunal with his reclaimed violin. At the inn, we see Nicholas Maker, cowardly as ever, pretend like he was never part of the Order Party. Finally, we see Alastair Coke pawning off the broken golden idol to an Aquitanian man. He tells us that the idol, which we believe to be made from gold, is just a brass trinket of scrap metal worth only 3 sols, an old French currency. With that, we have witnessed the rise and fall of the Order Party and the destruction of the Golden Idol. The curse of the Golden Idol is laid to rest. Without the aid of its amazing powers, the evil and the ambitious must resort to more traditional methods of carving their names into the world. Alas, with the deaths of most of our characters, the only people who once knew of its exact powers are Alastair and Walter. The former is a washed-up general, and the latter is leaving this mess behind them. We'll have to wait until the game's sequel to see the true impact the idol has had on history. This isn't the end for us, however, as we will rewind to where the epilogue and then DLC take place. The grand vision of a better world. First, the epilogue. Outside, we see an aged homeless man, not breathing. His sign says, "Donate to a veteran who has lost his leg in the noble defense of his homeland." Inside, we see a repeating animation of Edmund using the golden idol on himself to make himself considerably younger. The color change of the idol's gem and the spell Increase Matter Lifespan confirm this. He says, "Witness the power of the idol in my hands and swear loyalty to Lazarus Hurst. We will build the ideal society." Walter Keane and David Gorin both swear their loyalty in response. In David's pocket is a note from Edmund which reads, "I thank you for dealing with all the challenges relating to my death, and for keeping an eye on our new ally. I do feel I have impressed him not only with the golden idol, but also with my vision of the ideal society. Come to our hideout on November 24th. We are ready for the next step." Given this is taking place shortly after the attempted robbery at the cabin, we know the date is November 24th, 1788. We finalize our base game timeline with a flashback to the end of 1788, where Edmund Cloudsley reveals his ambitious plan to construct the ideal society with the help of the Golden Idol. In Walter's pocket is a note detailing the names and ranks of each member of the Lundenburg chapter of the Brotherhood of Masks. We've already deduced most of these positions, though we do learn of Chester Davy the Darkhand Initiate, the man bound outside during the first case of Chapter 3. This meeting was also held more than a year before Lazarus Hurst's initiation, and the Brotherhood had not yet replaced the long-dead proud beast Sebastian Cloudsley, so we'll never get to learn who took his place. Regardless, let's wrap up for the Brotherhood. It is as Lazarus describes in his journal that the remaining masters, Alastair Coke and James Turner, are greedy men who, although dutiful, won't behave without material incentives. You'd think they'd be happy enjoying eternal life from their position of arbiters of the Order Party, but alas, that system was insufficient for their aims. As soon as they secured the Golden Idol, which was broken unbeknownst to them, they quickly squabbled to gain sole control over its power, and Alastair kills James Turner. Given Alastair was a military general, it's no surprise that he won that fight. Their struggle recalls the theme of ambitious men who lust for power and control. For men who were once brothers in masks, who helped each other murder and frame the opposition party, it did not take much for them to immediately go for each other's throats. It's not like being a military general or the director of a large trading company are bad positions to be in. It just wasn't enough. As for Nicholas Maker, we see his cowardice as he shirks off the responsibility of his role in the Order Party after its collapse. I've always regarded Nicholas Maker as a little bit passive or inattentive. He draws a question mark next to Willard Wright's name while reading Sebastian's will, when he probably should have known that Willard was a fellow Brotherhood member. That could have all been a ploy, but it still feels to me that he kind of goes with the flow when it comes to these things. At first he's proud to be involved in the Tribunal's executions, but so quickly he flees from the party. For Walter Keane, it looks like, unfortunately, he won't be getting his 32 years back from Lazarus. While ever the crafty man, usually one step ahead of whoever he's deceiving, his plot to blackmail Lazarus cannot continue, as Lazarus is very much dead. All he's left with is fleeing the country with Ada Baker. Although with the Order Party's downfall, they might not even have to flee. Regardless, I hope they have a good life together. As far as favorite characters go, I think I'm torn between Walter Keane and David Gorin. David Gorin just because he's such an exceptionally astute lackey, and Walter Keane because, over the course of the story, he tends to be the smartest person in the situation, despite his rather scary or menacing look. I just really can't get over his little silly story about running away from assassins and dogs and government spies. It's charming. The last details we get is some expository writing from Edmund's notebook. The first chapter on the Brotherhood of Masks reads, "Only one thing is worse than imbeciles. Imbeciles with power. The rich and noble have a social club with mystical rituals and other hogwash, and are so stupid that they did not realize when they had some truly miraculous technology in their hands. However, they are influential and persistent, and have already caused a great deal of harm to me and my goals. Walter Keene has told me more about their organization and practices. If he tells the truth and they are truly devoted to their religious entity of Griffin Reborn, I could gain some powerful allies for my next move. Just some brief commentary on how Edmund views the Brotherhood and how he learns to take advantage of their faith. Next is Edmund's vision of a perfect society, the Order Party Manifesto. 1. All citizens are equal. 2. All citizens must serve society to the full extent of their abilities. 3. Citizens must be evaluated according to how virtuous they are. 4. A society with internal contradictions is unsustainable. Therefore, it must be led by the most virtuous citizen. The king should step down. The aristocracy must be abolished. 5. The more virtuous citizens are better able to serve society. Therefore, virtuous citizens deserve to gain more time on this earth, and bad citizens deserve to lose time. We're already acquainted with Edmund's ideal society, save for their uncompleted step in dethroning the king. Ever practical, yet we know Edmund's personal ideas of virtue are biased, and that the ability to personally pick and choose who gets to live forever, and who doesn't, is a nefarious power no one should wield. The next chapter is Edmund's reaction to Mary Richards' marriage to Peter. This is unbelievable! My pure Mary is joined in matrimony with that clown Peter Batley. She must have done it out of grief for my death. Such a hasty decision goes against every principle of virtue. Therefore, I consider the marriage null and void. She will come to me once she learns I still live. But for now, my duties in the service of humanity take precedence. Ugh, creepy. But we already know how this obsession ends for Edmund. The last chapter, we learn a bit about ancient Lemuria. Society must be built on the principles of virtue. Only thus can it become truly great. Look at the Lemurians. Thousands of years ago, they had an empire on the banks of 7 seas. Their ancient technology continues to baffle modern science, but they became inert and decadent and forgot how to build and operate their machines. Their empire crumbled because it was built on pleasure-seeking, not virtue. It is by divine providence that I got my hands on a working ancient Lemurian artifact, the Golden Idol. I will use its powers to set humanity on the right path by building the ideal state. We see Edmund as the only character who is able to identify the Lemurian origin of the Golden Idol. He too understands that it is no magical implement, but a tool that was once used by a technologically advanced ancient society. He has his own theories as to why ancient Lemuria met its downfall, but the main point is that they no longer became capable of manufacturing their advanced tools. It's curious that even with the idol's amazing ability to sap lifespan, ancient Lemuria did not fall due to the greed of its inhabitants potentially sapping the life out of each other. We'll learn a bit more about ancient Lemuria over the course of the DLCs. For now, let's finish the scroll, which should flow quite naturally given our knowledge of these events. Sebastian Cloudsley left the idol to the Brotherhood in his will, but then David Gorin, on Edmund Cloudsley's orders, stole the idol and accidentally stabbed Willard Wright. The Brotherhood tasked Walter Keene to punish Edmund Cloudsley and recover the idol, but his attempts were fruitless. During one attempt, Walter Keene was captured and Edmund Cloudsley convinced him to join his side. Edmund Cloudsley used the idol to make himself young and infiltrated the Brotherhood under the new identity of Lazarus Hurst. Then, he claimed to be Griffin Reborn and transformed the Brotherhood into the Order Party. Brotherhood masters James Turner and Alistair Coke helped Lazarus Hurst seize power in the country and enforce the rule of virtues by taking youth away from common people and giving it to the Order Party members. Right before the final showdown with the uncooperative king, Lazarus Hurst wanted to kidnap Mary Batley, but was shot by Peter Batley, and the idol was broken. The case of the Golden Idol ends, and the first DLC, the Spider of Lanka, begins. The overly enthusiastic card game tournament in the Yellow Lily. Our setting for this chapter is Lanka Island, an analogue for Sri Lanka. It is a former colony of the Lemurian Empire. Our first cutscene introduces us to the coast, where we follow a young man to a pajak tournament in a small building. Let's take a look at how it played out. Well, looks like card games can be pretty dangerous. Keep this in mind for your Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic the Gathering locals. Before we begin our investigation, we must take note of the new font that characters will speak in and documents will be written in. This font denotes whatever is being spoken or written is Common Lemurian as opposed to the Albion language we are used to. Let's look at the young man from the cutscene. He remarks, "What in the blazes? They're all dead. Thank you for saving my life, kind sir." He carries a yellow rosette and 2 notes. The first is signed Father and reads, 1741, June 10th. My Zubiri. Upon my arrival in just a few days, we will depart Jampapur together. While you await me, I beg you continue to apply yourself to your studies. As Lemurians, we may be held in high regard in Lanka, but we must not become careless and besmirch the Kara family name. We learn the year, 1741, the location, Jampapur, and the name of our young man, Zubiri Kara. He is a Lemurian, and because of that holds some kind of greater importance in Lankan society. Soon his father will be arriving, and he is currently urged to be studying, although it looks like he has taken a break to play cards. The other note is a flyer for the pajak tournament, being held at sundown in the Yellow Lily on June 11th. We can begin to chart our DLC timeline. The murders at the Yellow Lily occurred on June 11th, 1741, and the day prior, Zubiri receives a letter from his father that he will be arriving soon, and that they will depart the city of Jampapur together. The last detail to note on Zubiri's person is that his ear is severely bleeding. If we glance at the man he's with, we recognize him as Dr. Oberon Geller, albeit in higher detail than we last saw him. He responds to Zubiri with, "Let us leave this unsavory watering hole. You do not appear to have sustained any serious injury, but perhaps a stiff drink will help settle your nerves." Looks like Oberon was at the wrong place at the right time, or perhaps he was at the right place at the right time. On his person is a blue rosette, a spent pistol, a loaded pistol, a stiletto, a surgical kit, and a note. The note states his name and practice, Dr. Oberon Geller, surgeon and hypnotherapist, Island of Lanka. If we look at any of the pajak tables, besides the cards, we see that each player is divided into a different color, yellow versus blue. The rosette each character holds will tell us what team they were on for their respective game. On the wall behind Zubiri is the Yellow Lily House rules. 1. Broke something? Pay for it. 2. Too drunk to play? Get out. 3. Lost all your money? Game over. 4. Someone cheated? Sort it yourself. 5. The management accepts no liability if you decide to play against Bill. The most important detail here is the apparent danger you might experience if you play against a man named Bill. I'm sure we'll find him somewhere among the bodies. On the blackboard is the pajak tournament card. Looks like things never made it past the first set of games. We'll transfer this to a whiteboard. Pajak is seemingly a 3-laned game, where whoever wins the most lanes wins the match. We're introduced to a long list of names and their respective scores. Carlos Luna plays against Oberon Geller. Oberon wins lane 1, Carlos wins lane 2, then Oberon wins lane 3. Shri Thagson plays against Pondula Sinevi. Pondula wins lane 1, then Shri wins lanes 2 and 3. Ruben Hendricks plays against Gabriel Hubert. Ruben wins lanes 1 and 2, then Gabriel wins lane 3. The final match is between Bill Price and Zubiri Kara, but no scores are posted to the board. It looks like Zubiri faced a pretty bad matchup with this menacing Bill character. Let's next observe the pajak boards and find out how this game is played. There's only one board, the board in the bottom right, which tells us the final score of the game. Blue won lanes 1 and 3, and yellow won lane 2. This wind pattern, combined with Oberon's blue rosette, infers this might be his game against Carlos Luna, but we can't rule out it might be Zubiri's. If we observe the cards in each lane, we can learn what cards are stronger than others. The boar beats the peasant, the centaur beats two archers, and the archer beats the boar. This is enough information to easily deduce that from weakest to strongest, the cards are peasant, boar, archer, centaur. Now we can calculate the scores on the other boards. For the bottom left board, yellow wins lane 1, 2, and 3, a yellow sweep. This game is not on the board, so it must be Zubiri's game. Since Zubiri has the yellow rosette, it looks like it's his win, and that spilled cup tells us Bill was incredibly displeased at the result. We can confirm the first game we looked at truly was Oberon versus Carlos. The next board above reads yellow, blue, blue. It is the match between Sri Thagsen and Pandula Senevi. The final board reads blue, blue, yellow. The match between Ruben Hendricks and Gabriel Hubert. We can input these wins on the whiteboard, replacing the W for win with a B for blue or a Y for yellow. Now all we need to do is look at who wears what color rosette at each board. The man in the bottom right with the bullet wound is Oberon's opponent Carlos Luna. The burly man with a rapier in his back is Zubiri's opponent, Bill Price. The man in the blue hat has a blue rosette, so he is Sri Thagsen, and the burly man with a harpoon in his chest is Pandula Senevi. The man in the corner has a yellow rosette, so he is Ruben Hendricks, and the blonde man on the floor is Gabriel Hubert. Let's start picking through these dead people's pockets. Bill Price has a loaded gun, a half-drunk flask of rum, a note, a slightly bloody knife, and a necklace made of human ears. The bloody knife, Zubiri's wound, and the necklace of ears tells us Bill Price was moments away from adding the Lemurian's ear to his ever-growing collection before he was stabbed with a rapier. The note he carries is a letter from Oberon, which reads, Quartermaster, this time I will beat you in Pajak. Get your crew and we shall play in the 8-player tournament at the Yellow Lily. It looks like Oberon is responsible for Bill and his men's presence at the tournament. Next is Gabriel Hubert, who has died from a throwing chakram being lodged in his skull. His corpse faces Bill's. He has a blue rosette, a dagger, and a poignard knife. If we look at Sri Thagsen, we see he has died from a head wound. He carries a katar, a sword, a blue rosette, and several chakram throwing blades. Looks like we have the culprit of Gabriel's death. Across from Sri is Pandula Senevi, who has died from a harpoon being stabbed through his chest. He bears a bloody mace, likely the cause of Sri's head wound, a yellow rosette, and a note. This note is also from Oberon and reads, My strong friend, join me tonight for the Pajak tournament at the Yellow Lily. Bill will be present. So long as he wins, however, he does not become crazed. Please bring Gabriel as a precautionary measure, should Bill lose his temper. It seems Oberon is responsible for every man being gathered at the Yellow Lily, besides Zubiri. If we take a look at Carlos, who has been shot in the back, we see he carries a dagger, a Navajo knife, a yellow rosette, a note, and an almost empty flask of rum. The note is from the quartermaster, who we know is Bill from his own letter. It reads, Oberon wants to embarrass himself again. Round up Sri and Ruben from the ship, and meet at the Yellow Lily at around 10. Confirmation of who is on whose team. Oberon is allied with Pandula and Gabriel, while Bill is allied with Sri, Carlos, and Ruben. If we look at Ruben, we find out he's not dead, and is just asleep from drinking too much rum. He carries his flask, a sword, a stiletto, a yellow rosette, and 2 notes. The small note reads, When drawing lots for match pairings, arrange it so the newcomer plays against the best player here. He wants to test his skills. A plot has unfolded. Someone knew Zubiri would come to the tournament, and they wanted him to play against the best-ranked player, who just so happens to be Bill. It's not difficult to infer that, given everyone is here because of Oberon, he fixed Zubiri to play against Bill in order to bring out the scenario in which Bill attacks Zubiri and Oberon is able to save him. But why is saving Zubiri's life so important to Oberon? Something important to keep in mind. The last note is from the Seven Seas Trading Company, dated June 8th, 1741, and reads, "It is crucial to our operations in the South Seas to secure trading fortresses in the Lanka archipelago. Regrettably, Lemuria continues to object to it and advises the local rulers against our presence. The Lemurians cannot project their power directly, but they still have the spiritual authority in the Lankan kingdoms, which used to belong to the now crumbled Lemurian Empire. The Lemurian influence on Lanka must be broken. Cooperate with our agents in the region. In particular, Mage, Widower, and Doctor could prove useful. Remember that your reward for a job well done will be enormous." This letter lays the groundwork for the Seven Seas Company's goals in the region. The company wants to trade with the various Lankan kingdoms, but Lemuria objects to the company's influence. Lemurians hold spiritual influence on the Lankan kingdoms, and therefore are able to sway them into rejecting trade with the company. The company's agents, Reuben, the Mage, the Widower, and the Doctor, are tasked with severing this Lemurian Lankan influence. It should be clear that the Doctor is Oberon Geller, and therefore both he and Reuben are on the same side. It should be simple to trace the chronology of each murder by observing the weapons and wounds. Bill attacks Zubiri, then Gabriel rapiers Bill to defend him. Shri sees this and throws a chakram at Gabriel's head, killing him. Pandula responds by clubbing Shri in the head with his giant mace. Carlos responds by chucking a harpoon at Pandula. While Carlos is turned around, Oberon shoots him in the back, then gets up to assist Zubiri. Quite the bloodbath. We can easily punch in the scroll from here. Bill Price lost a Pajak game to Zubiri Kera. Bill Price thought Zubiri Kera had cheated, so he tried to take Zubiri Kera's ear. Short and sweet, but there's a long road ahead of us. In a cutscene, we see a ruler tell his two children that today is the most important day in their lives. He says they will meet a Lemurian saint, and we see Zubiri, presumably with his father, along with a strange contraption. In the final panel, we see Albert Cloudsley, who the ruler says is part of a group of powerful people. The unfortunate accident at the Raja's court. We see four men gathered on a bridge. Let's start with Albert Cloudsley on the left. He exclaims, "I did not expect my first Seven Seas assignment to conclude so shockingly. No wonder these savage countries need to be civilized." Looks like something happened which stirred some anxiety. On his person are several items, least important being his sword, tobacco pouch, and pipe. The book he carries is called The Seven Seas Company Associate Travel Guide. Under the navigation bookmark, we find two methods of navigating. The first is by finding the North Star from the Big Dipper constellation, which will direct you north. The other method is by imagining a line pointing downwards from a crescent moon, directing you south. If we look at the background, we see a crescent moon and a winged statue. By navigating by crescent moon, we learn the statue is south of our position. We'll note that for later. In the important bookmark, we see more details regarding Lanka. The lingua franca is common Lemurian, denoted by a separate font as explained previously, and the honorific master is followed by a surname. Lanka has been divided into 3 kingdoms for the last century, named by their ruling family. They are the Hafna, Gamini, and Vijaya kingdoms. Each kingdom is ruled by a Raja, whose people produce cloth, pigments, and spices. In a letter to Albert from the Seven Seas Central Office in Lundenburg, we read his assignment's instructions. We must strengthen relations with Abhaya the Radiant in order to establish a trading outpost in Lanka and bring these 4 locally produced pigments to Europe. Usharik, produced in mines filled with toxic gas. Aphid, gathered from silverback piranha-infested lakes. Lakwa, harvested from the nesting crickets. Sector, gathered from the sector spiders. Our Cultural Tolerance Department has provided a gift, a statue appropriate to these devil-worshipping societies. Find out if they appreciate it. Consider pretending to be a devil worshipper too. Looks like Albion society has a typical colonialist view of Lankan culture. We'll come across the gifted, devil-worshipping statue soon enough. The 4 pigments will be important for investigating this scene, and we also learn the title of the Raja, Abhaya the Radiant. The other letter is not signed, but is written in the color green, the same color as the note Oberon gave Reuben. It reads, Albert, I will not be able to accompany you on your first 7 Seas mission. A pressing matter requires my attention. 1. Ignore whatever rubbish Central Office has suggested. 2. Befriend Putra. He has the Raja's ear. 3. When you arrive, place the gift in the location as instructed on the wrapping paper. It is meant to be a surprise. Oberon has told Albert to ignore his previous instructions and to instead befriend the Raja's advisor, Putra, and to place a mysterious gift in a precise location. If we look at the wrapping paper, we see the gift being spooned into a mouth. Whatever the gift was, it has been placed into a maw of some kind. If we look at Zubiri Kera, he is currently saying, Cease your threats, Lankan lackey. I am not to blame for my father's deceptions, but perhaps this is the price we pay for our stagnating culture. It looks like Zubiri's father is responsible for some kind of deception. We learn a bit of Zubiri's perspective on Lemurian culture. He is under the impression that their culture is stagnating, likely in the face of the ongoing colonial pressures of Albion. We'll come to know that Zubiri has a great understanding of both current and ancient Lemurian culture. It makes sense that his youthful perspective to these matters would be focused on adapting to the future. Zubiri carries a note signed by an Ari. It reads, I beg you, cease to request that we meet. You know it is unwise. Venerable Yupik's watchful eyes notice everything. He is your father, and you know his character. He will not tolerate such transgression. I'm a mere servant and must know my place. I can never be part of the Kera family. There is a servant by the name of Ari who has written to Zubiri to inform him that his father, Yupik Kera, will not permit a relationship between the two. If we look at the man next to Zubiri holding a parasol, he responds to Zubiri with, Keep your mouth shut, boy. Your father committed a murder and cannot be forgiven. Undoubtedly, His Highness will demand your life. Looks like Yupik Kera is in a lot of trouble. An unforgivable murder has occurred. In this man's pockets are a red key and a note. The note is written in blue pigment, an element we will keep in mind. It reads, Position guards outside the chamber of trials during the test in the morning. Only my children and the priest must be allowed in there. The priest forbids the presence of any Westerners during the ritual, but we do not wish to insult a man of the Seven Seas Company. Entertain Albert Cloudsley, Esquire, by showing him the gardens during the ceremony. Meanwhile, allow nobody to enter the ritual hall except me, my children, the Lemurian delegation, and our noble Blade Master. We can infer from the opening cutscene and the mandatory presence of the writer's children that the author is the Raja Abhaya. In the morning, a test is supposed to take place in the Chamber of Trials, where only the priest and the Raja's children are allowed inside. Later in the day, a ritual is supposed to occur where only the Raja, his children, the Lemurian delegation, and the Blade Master are allowed. Albert Cloudsley will be shown the garden at this time. We can surmise that something bad took place at the latter ritual, as the time is currently night. Our last man is wearing a red hat and wields a large falchion. He says to Zubiri, Do not worry, young Lemurian. If it is meant for you to die today, it will be by my hand and swift. I have killed many people, for the right and the wrong reasons. Such is the dharma of the warrior. This man must be our Blade Master. Despite the dour circumstances, he's willing to attempt to cheer up Zubiri by letting him know that if he is sentenced to death, it will be done swiftly. He carries a note which reads, My tiger, have you found anything that might help me earn my rightful title? Then you can be by my side forever. Leave it in the bush by the pyre. That insufferable Putra has his dogs search our things regularly, so we must be careful. Your Moonlight, and soon, your Queen. A love letter, presumably from the Raja's daughter. In order for her to win her title of Queen, she needs the Blade Master's help. Whatever thing he has discovered has thus been left in a bush by a pyre. We learn of Putra, who has been searching the daughter's, and presumably the son's, things. Let's move to the downstairs room. There's a terrarium locked with a red lock. The man outside with the parasol has the corresponding key. Inside are various bugs, a beetle, centipedes, a cricket, a scorpion, and a spider. In the drawer below is a note titled The Deadliest Arthropods of Lanka. It reads, Sector Spider, feed only twice a week. Calmarian Scorpion, a quick and painful death. Plain Beetle, the merciful killer, like falling asleep. Legion Centipede, after death, victim's body bloats like a balloon in minutes. Nesting Cricket, bite stops heart quickly. We will note the different deadly symptoms from each bug. As a reminder, the sector pigment is made from sector spiders, and the laqua pigment is made from nesting crickets. On the wall is a map of Lanka Island. We see the large cities of Klusapur, Jampupur, and Lankapur. The previous case took place in Jampupur, which I'll assume is just a typo of Jambupur. Each of these cities belongs to the respective kingdoms of Gamini, Hafna, and Vijaya. Remembering the winged statue is south of our current position, the map shows the statue is south of Klusapur. Thus, that is our setting, and the full name of the Raja is Abhaya Gamini. Obviously, his children will share that last name. On the desk are 2 notes and a bottle of black sector ink. All notes with writing in this ink will be from the same person. The first note reads, Dear Putra, I did my best to seduce that Lemurian servant girl from Sukera family so we could obtain successful results for the young prince in the test. Surprisingly, she was not charmed by my advances. I do not know what is wrong with her. Royal Blade Master G. A comment in black ink on the letter says, Seems dubious. Can I trust him? We know this room belongs to Putra. Given the red lock and red key, the man with the parasol must be the royal advisor Putra. It looks like he has tasked the Blade Master G with seducing the Lemurian servant, who we can now name as Ari Sukera. Putra wants to secure beneficial test results for the prince, but according to G, his charms failed and he was unable to seduce the servant and extract information. Putra's comment that this failure seems dubious is right on the money. We know from the note in G's pocket that he has a relationship with the princess and that she has tasked him with helping her secure beneficial test results. Simply put, G told Putra the plan to help the prince didn't work, but in actuality he lent his assistance to the princess. The other note is a strange poem with a picture of a lion. It's written in Albion and is produced by the Titania Printing House. A comment is made that this poem and picture were found in the palace garbage on September 5th. I'll spare you the headache of reading the poem, and Putra has done the decoding for us. On every line, the word that is most closely associated with the picture of the lion is highlighted. When the first letter of each of these words is read out in each stanza, it reads, You will be heir. We don't know quite yet who wrote this message nor who received it. Let's head upstairs. We see the cloaked man from the intro cutscene, Zubiri's father and the Lemurian saint, Yupik Kara. Across from him in ornate clothing is the Raja, Abhaya Gamini. Yupik carries a box of incense and tells Abhaya, You wanted life for life, O most radiant and magnificent Raja. Has this information satisfied your needs? We'll come to find out that in Lemurian and Lankan society, the concept of life for life is of sacred importance. In this case, whatever life has been lost due to Yupik is being paid back through this mystery information in order to spare Zubiri from an execution. The Raja responds with, For sharing this secret, I will allow your Zubiri to live, but he must join me on the journey as insurance for your honesty. You are free to leave with your delegation. Abhaya holds a Qatar and several expensive rings. It's clear from looking at his jaundiced eyes and withered face that he has grown quite old and is nearing the end of his lifespan. Whatever secret he has been told will result in some kind of journey that Zubiri will be forced to accompany. On the desk is a bottle of blue laqua ink and 2 notes. Notes written in blue ink are thus from the Raja. The only note this applies to is the one in Putra's pocket, detailing who is allowed where during the rituals. The first note, written in Putra's black ink, reads, "Your Magnificence, some encoded correspondence is being exchanged between someone at the palace and somebody else. I do not like it, and my spies are working overtime to discover who is behind this. I still believe it is safe for your children to undergo the test, and for the chosen one to go through the rites of rebirth. The Lemurian saint confirms that the ritual is the same as when you were sworn in, when you came of age. By day's end you will have your heir, your highness, Master Sun." We are given Putra's full name, Putra Sun, and his occupation as the spy master of Klusapur. He notifies the Raja of the encoded letter from September 5th, but assures him that by the end of today, he will have his heir. Of minor note is the assurance that the ritual is the same as when Abhaya was sworn in. Just an element showing this ritual has been a part of Lankan culture for quite a long time. The second note is signed by the High Priest of Kara clan, which we know as Yupik. It reads, 1741, October 10th. Magnificent Raja, I accept your invitation to facilitate the test and the initiation. Our delegation will arrive with the necessary equipment at the start of November. Regarding the Westerners, you already know that we strongly advise against trading with them. They do not understand the importance of Lemurian tradition, and their ways are impure. We learn that it's November, quite a lot of months since our previous case in June. Yupik discourages the Raja from trading with the Westerners due to their irreverence for Lemurian tradition. Understandable given the apprehension for letting colonial Albion walk all over Lemuria and Lanka. We turn our heads outside to the pyre. There are two figures, one kneeling in front of the pyre and one placed atop it. The figure atop is a deceased woman. She wears an ornamented wooden apron with clothing beneath it. Both have been deeply cut across the chest area. Interestingly, there is a mixture of both blood and red paint on the wound. She has a note and a leaflet. This leaflet is similar to the one in Putra's room, printed by the Titania printing house. It is titled People of Albion and has a subtitle saying to read and learn the Albion language. I will again spare you from reading the entire poem, but we know there is a hidden message here to decode. Written in Lemurian, and also in the green ink we attribute to Oberon, is a comment that says, "The best way to learn this language is by looking at the Seven Seas Company's gift to the Raja." On our left, we see the gift, stamped on the stomach with the seal of the Seven Seas Company. Their gifted statue for the, quote, devil-worshipping society is a giant screaming devil. A bit out of place, but that's just how Albion's influence has turned out. Keeping this idea of a devil in mind, certain words start to stick out in the poem. I will highlight them and read the hidden message. If you fail, look in my mouth. We remember that Oberon told Albert Cloudsley to put a gift in a mouth, that mouth being the devil statues. As for the gift's contents, we still don't know, but it's important to keep in mind that whoever failed the test retrieved it from the statue. The woman's remaining note is dated November 15th. It reads, "Tomorrow is the big day and my heart trembles with anticipation. If Tisa passes the test, I will not feel I have failed. I will witness his ritual of blade with joy in my heart, for none is braver and wiser and worthier than him to inherit father's responsibilities. If I happen to be picked, I will bow my head in humble appreciation of this great honor." We learn the date of the ritual, today, is November 16th, 1741. The woman's brother is named Tisa. Although she has been scheming with the Blade Master to help her pass the test, she is okay with the idea of her brother succeeding instead. This is her own diary, so unless she is being deceptive in the case that Putra searches her belongings, I'm willing to believe that her feelings for her brother's success are genuine. If we look at the man we can assume is her brother, Tisa, he says, "May you travel from darkness to light, from death to immortality, dear sister. Death is a mere illusion that appears to those who cannot grasp absolute reality." It's possible that Lankan culture does hold this perspective that death is not a mere end to life. In essence, we find that he isn't horribly troubled by the death of his sister, and that he has quickly made some peace with it. He too carries the coded letter from Oberon regarding the devil statue. In his own diary is a note dated November 15th that says, "Tomorrow is the great day. The ritual hall will be opened, and Anula and I will be evaluated. May light guide my sister in the test, for she is worthy of the title. If fate judges me to be the one, then I am ready to undergo the journey through the blade, to the sun and back again, to claim my birthright." We learn the name of his sister, Anula, and that he shares a similar sentiment towards approving whoever may pass the test. Tisa gives us a bit more information on what happens during the ritual, where the subject travels through a blade to the sun and back again, in order to claim their birthright. In the bush next to the statue, we see the instructions left for Anula that the Blade Master extracted from the Lemurian servant. It reads, "Did not get precise answers, but this will help. 1. Rotate the line every fourth same color, circle, circle, square. 2. The number of horizontal lines multiplied by 6. 3. Is easy, just look carefully." These are strange instructions, but very soon we will make sense of them. The last building is the ritual chamber. A strange device we saw in the intro cutscene appears, but is covered in blood as a bloody blade hangs above it. If we look at the ceiling, we see a mural that tells us how the ritual is meant to play out. The Lemurian saint gives the subject wearing the ceremonial apron something to drink. They lie down on the device. As a blade falls from above and hits the subject in the chest, their spirit reaches up to the sun, where an emerging hand bestows the birthright to their spirit. From there, their spirit returns to the body, and they emerge unharmed. Again, the Lemurian saint gives them something to drink. This matches the image we heard from Tisa's note. It's likely that whatever they drink at the start of the ritual puts them in a catatonic or psychedelic state for the course of the ritual. If we look at the wall, we see a sign for people allowed in the ritual hall on November 16th. It is written in Putra's black ink, and simply repeats the information he received from the Raja, although his position of spy master is added to those allowed in the chamber during the second ritual. Pictures show the first ritual as a test where one sibling is decided the victor, and then that sibling undergoes the birthright ritual. On each table is a testing sheet and accompanying ink bottle. Turquoise aphid ink for one, and pink usharic ink for the other. We will enter our thinking tab and observe the test results. Remembering the hints left by the Blade Master in the bush, we can figure out who succeeded. The first question's answer is to rotate the line every shape, observe the pattern of circle, circle, square, and that the colors repeat every 4 spaces. Clearly the first test has the correct answer, a white circle with a horizontal line. The second question's answer is to multiply the horizontal lines by 6. 3 lines times 6 is 18. Again, the first test is correct. The final question is to circle the image that looks like the larger image's rotation. Clearly the first test result succeeded, whereas the other result failed. Since Anula Gamini is the deceased person wearing the ritual garments, and we know she was the recipient of the hints in the bushes, it is her who has passed, while her brother Tisa has failed. But this is not the end of our investigation. Let us look inside of the bloody contraption. We find our last character, who must be the servant girl Ari Sukera. She's not breathing and has a look of sudden shock on her face. In her hand is a crushed bug, which has bled blue. Next to her head is a broken glass bottle that reads, "Throw me in the eye." On her person are 3 notes. The first is from Yupik and instructs Ari on what to do during the ritual. It reads, "The hall will be unlocked the morning they take the test. When the winner is revealed, we will lock it again. The evening before the ritual, lock yourself inside and set everything up. Remember to prepare the apron for the one who succeeds. The red paint is in the vase." We recall our thematic understanding that magic does not exist in this universe. Therefore, this ritual must be a benevolent deception, although it has currently ended in tragedy. If we click on the lever next to Ari, we see it lowers the middle section of the device, right below where the torso would be placed. You see, once the victor of the test is chosen, they must then wear the ceremonial garb of the next ritual. The clothing is shielded by an inflexible wooden apron. As the drugged subject lies on the device, the lever is pulled, lowering their body out of range of the descending blade. The wooden apron gives the appearance that their body has not been moved. Additionally, the descending blade pierces the wooden apron. To an onlooker, this is a deadly ceremonial wound that the subject soon recovers from. The servant is supposed to have painted the chest area of the apron red, reinforcing the appearance of a bloody wound. In our case, since the servant was already dead, no one was able to pull the lever, and as the blade descended, it sadly killed Anula on the spot. This knowledge that the ritual is not magical, but is a practically orchestrated plot that has been performed long across Lankan history, ties back into the recurring motif of magic being an illusion which obfuscates the truth. This ritual is meant to emphasize the honor and sacred nature of assuming the birthright to rule each Lankan kingdom. Since there's no real magic that can actually bestow such a birthright, Lemuria has created this ritual as a cultural legend. It likely has worked quite well for establishing a beneficial relationship between Lanka and Lemuria, but this time it has backfired. Back to Ari, a second note reads, "My tender petal, I spend my nights restlessly thinking about your sweet lips and eyes. Let us meet again at midnight on November 12th in the Orchid Garden. There we can have privacy to share love and secrets. Your warrior, Jayan." We learn the full name of the Blade Master is Jayan G, and confirm that he was successful in seducing the Lemurian servant. The last note is Ari's diary. It reads, "I believe I have finally found love after all these years. I wonder if I can leave my servitude and marry this brave fighter. The poor boy will be heartbroken, but he should have understood a long time ago that I have no interest in him." This love she is referring to is Jayan, and the poor boy is Zubiri. It looks like Zubiri's affections have long been one-sided. So how did Ari die? It looks like the broken bottle thrown into the device contained one of those deadly insects from before. If we look at the list of symptoms, we can rule out those that don't match her appearance. Not the scorpion, as her body doesn't look extremely distressed, not the beetle, as she hasn't fallen asleep, not the centipede, since her body is not bloated. The only remaining bugs are the cricket, who stops the heart quickly, and the spider, which we have no information on. We could assume it's the cricket, or instead just look at the color of its crushed body. That blue blood is the exact same color as the blue laqua pigment that we know comes from crushed nesting crickets. With that, the only remaining mystery is how that bottle came inside the device. Well, if we remember Oberon's coded instructions, if you fail, look in my mouth, we will find our solution. The second gift Albert Cloudsley was instructed to place in the mouth of the statue was the bottle containing the nesting cricket. When Tisa failed the examination, he found the bottle in the statue, and heeding its instructions, tossed it into the eye of the ritual device. From there it shattered, and the cricket claimed the life of Ari. It's hard to say if Tisa knew that throwing the bottle in the device would exactly cause the deaths of two people, one of them being his own sister. He only technically heeded the instructions of a mysterious benefactor. However, Tisa knew he had lost his birthright from failing the examination. He shouldn't be completely oblivious to how tampering with the ritual device could cause some kind of terrible accident, especially if it would have something to do with him re-earning his birthright. As it stands at the moment, only Tisa is aware that he has caused this tragedy. I also want to rescind an earlier statement regarding his sister Anula. I believe I was naive in saying her thoughts in her diary were genuine. Given she cheated on the exam ritual, it feels more reasonable to conclude that both siblings were cutthroat about becoming the rightful heir, and that given the opportunity, she too would have thrown the bottle into the ritual device. Neither sibling knows the other received the same encoded messages, but both knew to play nice in their diaries given Putra would search them. Another thing I want to make note of is the character of Jayan G, the Blade Master. Despite having a romantic relationship with the now deceased princess, he's not as aggressive or vengeful towards Zubiri as one would expect for someone in his position. This isn't because he's plotting some kind of scheme, but because he's actually a kind and understanding person. He doesn't blame the Lemurians for the accident. He will take his heartbreak in stride and look onward. As for the ambitions of Oberon Geller and the Seven Seas Trading Company, this operation was a complete success. By secretly giving both siblings the coded letters, he helped to ensure that this ritual would fail through either sibling's intervention, causing friction between Lankan and Lemurian society. The only question is, how exactly did Oberon get his hands on information regarding the secret of this ritual? Before we complete the scroll, let's put these events on our timeline. Some brief indeterminate time after the June 11th Pajak murders occurs, Zubiri's father Yupik arrives and they both leave Jampapur together. Around September 5th, Putra finds evidence of Oberon's correspondence with the Raj's children, and this correspondence continues up to the murders. On October 10th, the Lemurian delegation accepts the Raj's invitation and informs him that they will be arriving at the start of November. In early November they arrived, along with Albert Cloudsley, who had previously corresponded with Oberon. On November 12th, Jain the Blade Master woos Ari the Lemurian servant and extracts information in order to secure the Raj's daughter successful test results. On the 15th, both siblings prepare for the ritual. Then today, November 16th, the ritual is performed and Tisa causes both murders to occur. Yupik convinces the Raja to spare his son Zubiri's life in exchange for information, but Zubiri must remain detained by the Raja as he must accompany him on some strange journey. With everything out of the way, we can easily complete the scroll. Isagamini killed Ari Sukera using a cricket which he found in the mouth of the statue. It was delivered by Albert Cloudsley. This resulted in the death of Anula Gamini. As a result, Abhaya Gamini demanded Zubiri Kera's life, but instead, Yupik Kera revealed a secret in exchange. We proceed to the climax of The Spider of Lanka. In the web of the spider. We see the Raja's spy master, Putra's son, heading the arrest of a masked figure wearing a robe embroidered with the symbol of the Titania printing house. If we look at the masked man, we see the mask has been secured to his head with a yellow triangular lock. He murmurs, but the only words that we can hear are at gunpoint, insolence, and blasphemy. Interestingly, these words are uttered in the Lemurian tongue. 3 goons are restraining the man. 2 of them wear a brimmed brown cap with a gold circle fixed in. One of the 2 has blue feathers sticking out of his headgear. The other man wears a greenish helmet with a similar circular gold fixture, but his cap features 2 pink feathers. Both men in the brown cap carry clubs. The feathered one says, "It is hard to understand him, master. The mask is muffling his voice. We have to get it off to properly interrogate him." The other says, "He appears not to be armed, master. We just searched him." The man in front carries a saber and a note. He remarks, "Ha! You thought that the disguise would have saved you? No luck for you, Spider." The note contains information regarding an old Lankan code. A sentence is accompanied by a picture which indicates a number. That number then indicates which word in the sentence shall be read. For the given example, this translates to 1 and 5, or follow me for the intended message. Not too difficult of a code to crack. If we observe Putra, he says, "Ha ha! Thought you could fool me, Spider. I have captured you, and now you will answer for the death of the princess." He carries 3 notes. The first reads, "Master Putra's son, I have already shared my suspicions about the disaster of the rebirth ritual. He is one of the shareholders of Titania Printing House, but my honor does not allow me to reveal his name. However, he goes by the name of Spider, and I plan to meet him at the printing house on November 22nd. Let me settle my private matter with him first, and then he is all yours." We learn the day is November 22nd, and the man who sent this letter has a meeting scheduled with the Spider at the Titania Printing House. He believes him to be truly responsible for the tragedy of the rebirth ritual, but his honor will not let him name him by name. This kind of deference to honor in such a serious situation is quite strange. Nevertheless, he has an affair to settle with him, and afterwards the Lankan guards will be allowed to capture the Spider. The only hint to the Spider's identity is that he is a shareholder of the Titania Printing House. In Putra's pockets are a handful of notes with accompanying pictures. The topmost note is addressed to Putra, and names all 5 shareholders of the Titania printing house. We learn all 5 of them are affiliated with the Seven Seas Company, and the sender wishes Putra a good hunt in arresting the bastard responsible for the princess's death. This note is stamped with a symbol of an elephant reading a book, signed by Siva Udawate, Master of Archive and Library. The first profile is Albert Cloudsley, born in Backfield, Albion, age 34, height 3 7/8 hoth, weighted 90 ser, married, 3 children. These hoth and ser measurements are old units of measurement for this region. Those 3 young children by this time would be Edmund Cloudsley, Rose Cloudsley, and Sebastian Cloudsley. A brief description reads, sent by the Seven Seas Company head office to help establish new trading posts in Lanka. Dangerous and very arrogant. Cannot be bothered to learn the basics of common Lemurian to improve his situation here. I believe the most pertinent information here is his inability to learn or comprehend even basic common Lemurian. He's basically being called out on having a bad time in Lanka because he's too obstinate or too stupid to put any effort into his mission. Next is Narcissus Montalban, place of birth unknown, claims to be 1,000 years old, height 4 1/4 hoth, weight 200 ser. In his own words, married to alchemy. Description reads, natural philosopher, alchemist, and astrologer. Banished from the Society of Hermetic Thought for revealing their secrets. Claims to be able to switch someone's life off. Several philosophers who had conflicts with him died from unexplained causes. Very dangerous. This is the man codenamed Mage from Rubens' note regarding Seven Seas operatives in the region. There's nothing much to note at the moment besides the exaggerations regarding living for 1,000 years and casting murderous spells. There's likely a practical explanations for those mysterious deaths, but we won't get any information regarding them. Next is Claude d'Avreux. Place of birth, Chateau d'Avreux, Aquitaine, age 38, height 3 1/4 hoth, weight 70 ser, widower. Late wives were Savoie Duchess and Countess of Calvados. The description reads, an Aquitanian marquis. Despite his stature, he is a master swordsman, has killed at least 7 people in duels, and was subsequently banished from Aquitania. Wears expensive clothing, afraid of heights, may attack without provocation, extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous? With that smile? This is the last codenamed man from Rubens' letter, dubbed widower, although he's actually a double widower. Must be bad luck. Besides his danger level, we will note the line that he is afraid of heights. Next is our familiar fellow, Oberon Geller. Place of birth, a ship named Relentless Harpia. Age 42. Height 4 hoth. Weight 95 ser. Unmarried. Has concealed for the last 5 years that he has a Lankan mistress. The description reads, a surgeon hypnotherapist, probably an agent of the Seven Seas Company. Has connections to the underworld and is well respected among pirates for providing medical services to their people. Curious about Lankan and Lemurian culture. A charming charlatan who avoids damaging his own reputation. Somewhat dangerous. All things we already know about Oberon's personality as a master manipulator. The note about the Lankan mistress is interesting. The last agent is Reuben Hendricks, born in the Lundenburg slums, Albion. 55 years old, 3 3/4 hoth tall, weighs 80 ser, and is unmarried. Description reads, a shipwright and former carpenter on the pirate ship Rabid Raccoon, has a wooden leg, pretends to be drunk and quiet when it benefits him, steals and has instigated riots, made a fortune in Pajak, which makes me wonder if he hides cards in his wooden leg, somewhat dangerous. Reuben worked on a pirate ship, and Oberon used to provide medical services to pirates. I find that good reason to infer that they are very familiar with each other, although now they both work for the same company. His habit of pretending to be drunk and quiet was demonstrated quite well during the Pajak murders. The only other detail to note is that he has a wooden leg. With these portraits of our 5 suspects complete, let's look at the last note Putra holds. A diagram of the Titania printing house is titled The Ambush of the Spider. Here we see instructions regarding the ambush, where each individual is indicated by a circle. Inside the house are 2 people, one blue and one green, likely the spider and whichever man is set to meet with him. Outside the front door are 3 people, one of them being Putra, indicated by the parasol. Below the exit hatch are 2 more people hiding in an escape boat. Each guard is named as and accompanied by their rank. In the boat are Jemandar Elara Sun and Havildar Lanja Sinha. Out front are Jemandar Elara Sinha and Havildar Kirthi Bandara. Curiously, we only see 3 of the guards at the moment. Let's zoom out and look at some other details. By a plank bridge, we see a discarded scooter, a spotted sheet of cloth, and what looks like beard hair stuck to some kind of adhesive. This cloth sheet is the same one that Yupik Kara wears as a robe. So what is it doing discarded next to some beard hair? Across the bridge is a tower. At the top it is connected to some dye pools via basket and ropeway. If we examine it, we see some vases and a scale, showing that each vase weighs 30 ser. A sign says the basket's maximum load is 4 vases, or in other words, 120 ser. At the end of the ropeway the basket lies, and from some spilled red dye in front of it, a pair of footprints trails off towards some boats. Someone has made a successful escape, and it will be our job to identify who it was. The last detail here to observe is a ruler showing the water level. It currently rests at 6.5. Now, let us investigate the inside of the printing house. On the wall we see some masks, the one in the middle being removed and placed on the man outside. There's a diagram showing a ruler measuring the tide. At 8 p.m. it is high tide at 12 on the ruler, and at 8 a.m. it is low tide at 1 on the ruler. It takes 5.5 lines to get to the center of the ruler, so we can see that at 6.5 it is 2 a.m. Given the position of the ruler outside, the time is currently about 2 a.m. We'll make use of this fact shortly. The last poster on the wall shows the clothing and rank of different Lankan guard factions. We see the palace guard hats and special guard hats most closely align with the guards outside, and since we know 2 guards are Jemadar and 2 are Havildar, we'll be able to identify them all as soon as we find the last guard. On the table is a series of cartoon photos titled Educational Pictures for Little Putra by Spider, a taunting message left for the Lankans. In the background we see the People of Albion leaflets that Oberon used to sneak messages to the Raja's children. These pictures are added to our thinking tab as the grand puzzle we have to solve. For now, just note the characters of the spider, an old and young butterfly, and the pillbugs adorned in various outfits. On the desk we see a book, 3 notes, a yellow triangular key, and the green ink that Oberon writes in. This yellow key must belong to the lock on the mask. It should be relatively clear by this point that this ambush did not go as planned, and that the spider seems to have won this battle of wits. The book has 3 tabs, Youngster, Artifact, and Lemurians. Let us read them in order. All entries will be written in green. First, the spider laments that old Lemurians are impenetrably secretive, but is intrigued at his spy's report that a young Lemurian, Zubiri, the son of the priest Yupik, has arrived in the city. He doubts the capacity of his cultural knowledge, but is aware that he is skilled in Pajak. Next, the spider reports evidence that the Lankan legend of the Fountain of Youth, placed on a secret island, is similar to the rumors about the Golden Idol. He notes Lemurians are skeptical of their technological past, and that the topic is taboo in Lemurian society. He concludes that although Lemurians won't readily reveal the locations of their ancient technology, he might be able to acquire some leverage towards convincing one of them to inform him. In the last section, the spider complains the Lemurian's stubbornness is sabotaging the Seven Seas Company's needs. He decides to investigate secretive rituals to find some method of exploiting them for the company's benefit. The last revelation regards the Lemurian principle of life for life. If good or bad is done to a Lemurian, he must pay it back in kind. The spider ponders whether this principle is so black and white, or if there's room for some diplomatic leeway. The next note simply reads, I am ready to settle my debt to you. I will arrive on Friday at the time you specified. Please be alone. The unspecified sender must be the same as the note Putra carries, where he says he must settle a debt with the spider tonight. Another note details the spider's schedule for Friday, November 22nd. It reads, 8 a.m., meeting with the nephew of the bookworm. 10 a.m., pick up the pistol from the repairman. 2 p.m., buy supplies for the boat trip. 6 p.m., meeting with the double widower. 8 p.m., rehearse the escape plan. 10 p.m., meeting with the money bag. 1 a.m., meeting with the old butterfly. 6 a.m., meeting with the green boy. The time is around 2 a.m., so we know the last meeting which occurred was with the man codenamed as the old butterfly, who we'll get to later. There are several other codenames here of varying difficulty to decipher. I will give my own explanations as to who is who. The bookworm is probably the master of archive and library, Siva Udawate, and the nephew of the bookworm should just be their nephew. The double widower is clearly Claude de Avro. My bet for the money bag is Reuben Hendricks, as it said he made a fortune in Pajak. The green boy should be Albert Cloudsley, as he is the most inexperienced employee of the Seven Seas. The last note is a letter from the Master of Library, Siva Udawate, signed by the symbol of the elephant reading a book. It mentions several books that they will commission prints of from the Titania printing house. There's something fishy here, though, and it will tell us how our spider came to figure out about the ambush and thus evade capture. By using that same crude code the Lankan guard carries, where the symbol denotes which word to read, we can pick apart a hidden message. From the symbol count, 213412, we will get the message, guard will attack after Lemurian leaves. Not only do we get the spider's secret info, but we learn that the old butterfly he met is a Lemurian. Realistically, though, this should already be clear, given the talk about honor preventing him from naming the spider. We will head outdoors and view our final scene. Next to some barrels and scooters, we find our final guard, whose head has been split open by an axe. In his pocket is a sword and another encoded note. This one reads 251, or in other words, guard front door. It looks like the spider still got the jump on him. With being aware of every guard, let's name them. Given his headgear, he is a Havildar for the palace guard. In Putra's diagram, the front door was to be approached by Jemadar Elara Sinha and Havildar Kirthi Bandara. That makes our dead man Kirthi Bandara, and the man with the pink feathers in his hat, Elara Sinha. Thus, the man with blue feathers is the Jemadar Elara's son, likely a relative of Putra's son, and the remaining guard is Lanha Sinha. With the deceased identified, we must now ID the spider and the masked man. Truthfully, the answer should be easily inferable from a narrative perspective, but we shall deduce them nonetheless. We know the spider disguised himself in Yupik Kara's robe, which means Yupik Kara must have met with him today. Given the meeting with the old butterfly just occurred, and that they are a Lemurian with some kind of debt, they must be the priest Yupik Kara. If the spider was made aware of this ambush, and he ended up in Yupik's clothing, he must have forced Yupik to change clothes, locked him in a mask to hide his face and voice, and once the masked man was arrested, he fled, killing Kirthi Bandara in the process. As for the spider's identity, we can easily deduce it. They can read Lemurian, so they aren't Albert. They climb to the top of a tower, so they can't be the man afraid of heights, Claude. The ropeway has a maximum weight limit of 120 ser, so they can't be Narcissus, who weighs 200 ser. And they left a trail of footprints during their escape, so they can't be the man with a peg leg, Reuben. Thus, the only culprit can be Oberon Geller. I want to touch on the only information we can't straighten away in this case. Who is Siva Udawate, and why did they inform Oberon of the ambush? They have a Lemurian or Lankan name, so they must be someone Oberon knows who isn't a part of the Seven Seas Company. There's word that Oberon has a Lankan mistress, but from what I understand, Siva is more likely a man's name, so I doubt that explanation. The only remaining lead, assuming they are the one codenamed Bookworm, is that they owed Oberon something in exchange for the meeting their nephew had with him at 8 a.m. today. Oberon is in fact a doctor, so if he managed to save the life of Siva's nephew, he could have informed Oberon of the ambush as payment for the life-for-life debt. Putra requested from Siva the identities of the shareholders of the Titania printing house for arresting the spider, so he would have been keenly aware of the upcoming ambush. Nevertheless, we shall proceed with completing the scroll. If Yupik is the old butterfly, then his son Zubiri must be the young butterfly. In the first picture, over a glass of wine, Zubiri informs Oberon of some secret. This secret is the mechanics behind the rebirth ritual. Thus, in order to bring about this revelation, the spider created a situation where he saved Zubiri Kera's life. Therefore, Zubiri Kera revealed the secret of the rebirth ritual to the spider. We know he then helped sabotage the ritual through the prince, causing the death of the Raja's daughter. Life for life, the Raja was prepared to in turn claim the life of Zubiri, but Yupik settled the debt by revealing the location of the golden idol, so the Raja could restore his youth. Thus, to help the Seven Seas Company, the spider instigated the sabotage of the rebirth ritual at the Raja's court, but Yupik Kera settled it when he revealed the location of the golden idol to Raja. Although Zubiri paid Oberon the life-for-life debt by revealing the rebirth ritual, Oberon leveraged the debt to Yupik for saving his son. Oberon had Yupik tell him the location of the golden idol in order to honor this debt, which is why Yupik could not tell Putra the true identity of the spider, but could allow for his ambush after their debt was settled. Thus, because the spider had saved Zubiri Kera's life, Yupik Kera revealed the location of the golden idol to him at Titania Press. However, prior to that, Yupik Kera had tipped off Putra's son about the location of the spider. All was going according to plan until Siva tipped off Oberon with the encoded message, causing Oberon to swap clothing with Yupik during their meeting and sending him through the hatch so Yupik would distract the guards as he escaped. In the cartoon image, we see the spider wearing the wings of the butterfly, Yupik, safely escaping across the shore. Thus, Putra's son had planned to ambush Oberon Geller after the meeting at Titania Press, but Siva Udawate had warned Oberon Geller with an encoded message, so he forced Yupik Kera to switch clothing and wear a mask. Yupik Kera was caught as he left through the hatch. Meanwhile, Oberon Geller left through the door, then killed Kirthi Bandara and escaped. With that, we view the final cutscene of the first DLC. On a boat, we see Oberon speak to Albert Cloudsley. With the map of Monkey Paw Island from the very first case, he proposes a lucrative venture so he may claim the golden idol from the ruins of Xenopolis. We clean up our first DLC's timeline with the addition that Zubiri disclosed the rebirth ritual to Oberon after the Pajak murders to pay off the debt for saving his life. On November 22nd, Yupik meets with Oberon to settle his debt, but the plan to ambush and arrest Oberon fails and he escapes. Some indeterminate time afterwards, he meets up with Albert on a ship in order to discuss and prepare for their expedition. Our master manipulator, Oberon Geller, has completed his mission for the Seven Seas Company, disrupting the relationship between Lemuria and Lanka. For his side objective, locating the Fountain of Youth, or in other words, the Lemurian Golden Idol, he has discovered its location and begins to plan out a method of obtaining it. To do so, he has requested the assistance of Albert Cloudsley in order to fund the expedition, which we know from their contract from the very first case. We know how this pans out for the both of them, but we still have more to discover as to why Albert shoved Oberon off that cliff. The only thing to note about Albert's character is that he's a bit clueless seeming. He's described as arrogant, but he lacks the kind of conniving personality that would make him anything more than a pawn in someone else's game. This makes his latter betrayal all the more interesting. We exit the Spider of Lanka and proceed to the final DLC, the Lemurian Vampire. The enigmatic exploration in a harmonious island commune. We're greeted with a cutscene of the Raja's ship approaching Monkey Paw Island, the location of the golden idol which Yupik Kera gave to the Raja. A member of the ship's crew tells the Raja that there's a dangerous storm making approaching the island difficult, but the Raja replies they must push through anyway, as the end of his life draws near. We see his son Tisa is by his side. The crewman replies, "I hear and obey," so they decide to push through the storm. We're greeted at the shoreline of Monkey Paw Island. The Raja's ship lies completely wrecked on a smaller island in the background. 3 individuals have survived the storm, and some of the locals have come to inspect the scene. The blond man carries a wooden staff and says, "Who are you? Why have you come to our peaceful island?" It's important to note that these islanders are speaking in Lemurian. The woman behind him replies, "Have you forgotten about the importance of sharing? These poor souls have barely survived their ordeal in the storm. We should welcome them to our village, feed them, and tend to their wounds." It looks like our survivors will be getting a non-hostile welcome to the islanders' community. The man in front is Zubiri Kera. He pleads, "Please do not harm us. We barely survived the storm. We are unarmed and come in peace." He carries a diary with 2 entries. The years are dated 1741, but this is a typo. The actual year is the start of 1742. Regardless, the notes read, January 10th, 1742. It is day 55 of my imprisonment. We have been at sea for 2 weeks, and apparently Monkey Paw Island is within reach. Today, the Blade Master G played some pajak with me and shared his stories of conquest. There is something noble about this man. January 11th, 1742. It is day 56 of my imprisonment. We were on course to arrive at the island tomorrow. However, a storm is brewing, so I expect we will be delayed a day or 2. Tisa continues to promise me riches in exchange for secrets pertaining to the Fountain of Youth. There's some interesting comments here that we will touch on shortly. For now, note Zubiri has been imprisoned since the ritual's failure in November. The day is January 11th, but this DLC will introduce a new feature where each case takes place over several different time periods, so this won't be the only day. We'll straighten this out on the timeline later. Behind Zubiri is Giant G, feeding the Prince Tisa Gamini a coconut. He exclaims, "My prince, you are alive! It is thanks to karma that we have evaded death and been brought to the same beach." Giant is overjoyed that the prince lives and that luck has stranded Tisa on the same island as him. He carries a note signed by the Raja and written in his blue ink. It reads, "Giant, I entrust you with guarding and ensuring the safety of the Lemurian priest's son, Zubiri Kera. The old priest shared with me secrets of the Fountain of Youth, but I suspect he may have disclosed more valuable information to his son. While Zubiri was the Raja's prisoner, it was less that he had to be detained for a crime, but that he was collateral for the journey in case Yupik had misled the Raja on the Fountain of Youth's whereabouts. The Raja suspects Zubiri has been given a wealth of knowledge regarding the Fountain of Youth, but has not disclosed it yet. Zubiri's secret knowledge will be important to keep in mind. Lastly, there is Tisa, who tells Jayan, "My father is dead, Jayan. I am the last of the Gamini family. Now you serve only me as my royal blade master. You must address me as Raja." It appears Tisa's priorities are a bit out of shape. All the chaos unfolding, and the only thing at the forefront of his mind is that he is the rightful royal successor of the Gamini family. This sense of self-importance is telling regarding his personality. We'll just make some brief comments here. Zubiri, despite his imprisonment, has kept a relatively positive attitude regarding his journey, and has some secret knowledge regarding the Fountain of Youth. He's befriended Jayan and Tisa over the course of their journey, but the relationship is different for both men. Jayan is very friendly, and Zubiri admires him, saying that there is something noble about this man. Tisa, however, is occupied with learning more about the Fountain of Youth, attempting to offer riches in exchange for more information. Zubiri has not taken him up on this offer, but it is telling regarding Tisa's personality that despite being a young man, he too is obsessed with the idea of eternal youth. We zoom out to see the entirety of Monkey Paw Island, and the small civilization that has been built over the ruins of Xenopolis. In order to advance the timeline, we can click on the Lemurian numerals in the top right, which are spaced differently depending on the time that passes between them. We advance to several days after the shipwreck. The survivors are dressed in the common clothing of the island commune, and have begun to assimilate into their culture. We see several islanders harvesting food, purple peas, from a farm. Zubiri stands next to a wheelbarrow. He asks an islander, "What is that scrawled on the wall? Yesterday that wall was clear." In response, a woman tells him, Once you have lived here long enough, you will understand. Sorry, I have to run. Kula gave me a lot of tasks today. I better not cross her. We will understand the text on the wall soon enough. For now, we hear that there is a woman named Kula with some position of authority. Back to Zubiri. There are some notes in his pocket. The first are 2 diary entries which read, January 24th, 1742. It is day 13 on the island. Kruplu was very excited to tell me everything about the purple peas. It is fascinating that with very little tending, they provide so much nutrition to everyone in the valley commune. I enjoyed chatting with him, because people are somewhat secretive here. January 25th, 1742. It is day 14 on the island. It amazes me how harmonious and calm life is in the village. Every adult has to work, no matter their lifespan, but it is not arduous. Perhaps this is how life should always be. We learn the day is January 25th. Zubiri has befriended an islander of the name Kruplu, who has much to say about the purple peas grown on the island, which are a staple crop in the commune. The purple peas are not only strange for being purple, but because they are both easy to care for and extremely nutritious. It's not mentioned anywhere, but given the ruins of Xenopolis is the location of a once bustling ancient Lemurian society, those ancient Lemurians' technology is likely responsible for creating such an ideal food source. Zubiri is impressed with the tranquility of the island commune where everyone works and is in turn provided for. There's a key detail to keep in mind here, that even the elderly must work, although the work is not strenuous. The other note seems to be from earlier in his stay. It reads, Who are these people? They are Lemurians, but I have not heard their dialect anywhere. Locals are enigmatic about their history, but I overheard a child chanting, The Exodus came first, then finding of accursed, last tragedy dispersed. This children's chant will be a helpful hint towards solving one of the thinking tab puzzles. On the wall in the background, several words suddenly appear in red. They read, Tomorrow your incantation expires, Vito. We obtain a third name, Vito, and that they are responsible for some kind of incantation which will expire shortly. Our distrust of magic will naturally be kept in mind. To the right, we see several men transporting purple peas. A few people are having conversations, and some children are playing with stones. The kid on the left says, We should stop playing. I have to practice our history tiles, or Auntie Lavu won't be happy with me. I wish I knew how to read so I could order them by their names. The other kid responds with, You don't need to know how to read, silly. Just look at the pictures. They all make sense. Auntie isn't scary compared to Sterna. Sterna told my mom off yesterday, and my mom cried. Both kids have an assortment of pictures which are added to the thinking tab. It looks like a woman named Lavu is in charge of the kid's education, although the other kid thinks someone named Sterna is far scarier. If we examine the pictures of the colony's history and keep the hints Zubiri overheard in mind, we should be able to solve this quickly. The Exodus came first. All 4 tiles which contain the boat seem to make sense here. Some leader forces the Lemurians away, where they find Monkey Paw Island and begin to settle. This spells out, Brute banishes Lemurian ancestors. Next is, Then Finding of Accursed. It seems right to start with the panel of the Lemurians picking fruit. 2 Lemurians find a suspicious red tower, and one is killed with a laser coming out of the eyes of the beast inside. The beast then probably wreaks havoc on the Lemurians. This spells, Dweller emerges from tower, an apt description of what just occurred. Last is, Last tragedy dispersed. All 4 of these panels involve a blue helmet. It makes sense that first someone finds the helmet, then dons it. They speak some words and deflect the tower dweller's eye lasers, and it flees back into the tower. This spells out, Sentinel discovers community protection. We now have a more complete picture of this history of the colony. Long ago they were forced from their home, settled on a promised land, but then some creature started killing them. The role of the Sentinel was discovered, and their job is to keep the tower dweller at bay. This connects to the red writing on the wall, stating that the incantation expires tomorrow. We can infer that the tower dweller is responsible for this message. If we look at Giant carrying some empty pea pods, he says, Yes, I did as Virlis asked and brought the repair materials to Vito's dwelling. But tell me, are those really rubies and sapphires and Holden coins that the children are playing with? A woman responds, You mean those shiny bits and pieces? They are scattered around everywhere. Mata taught us that the children can play with these trinkets as long as they're big enough so the children cannot choke on them. It looks like the commune uses the large pea pods as thatching for the roof. It's interesting to see the ruins are ripe with tremendous treasures from ancient Lemuria, and that such precious gemstones are merely used as children's playthings. As for names, we hear of Virlis as having Giant repair Vito's dwelling, the same Vito from the Tower Dweller's message, and that someone referred to as Mata is also in charge of the children's playthings. In the background, we see Tisa with an empty wheelbarrow complaining. He says, Even the senior villagers have to work for their food despite their age, but I haven't seen that old man do anything useful around here. Is he sick? A blonde woman replies, Be respectful, Tisa. In time you will learn our ways. Can you stop pushing this empty cart around and do some real work? Zarno will not be happy if you continue to shirk your duties, and you will not get supper. Tisa is upset the old man above him is not doing any labor, and wonders what his position in the commune is. The woman is not impressed with Tisa shirking his work duties, as he wheels around an empty wheelbarrow. We also learn that someone named Zarno is in charge of these duties, and that they can withhold food from someone who chooses not to do their work. Let's turn our attention to the conversation above. A woman tells the old man, Sometimes I think that Kula votes against Momgo just to spite him. They really shouldn't drag you into every small decision. They should be trying to reduce your stress. The old man replies, Thank you for your kind words, but it was a short vote. Sometimes they do bicker, but only because they have the best interests of our commune at heart. It looks like the old man was called in for some kind of vote in the building in the background. Let's see what's going on in there. There are 4 individuals we must identify. First, let's read the writings on the wall. One says, Year 324, and lists the number of men, women, and children in the commune. 18 men, 25 women, and 12 children. The other lists the Valley Commune laws and council responsibilities. The laws are, big decisions are voted on by the whole commune. Smaller decisions are decided or voted on by the council members. If the council vote is tied, whoever is available from the commune joins the vote. These 4 people must be our council members, and the old man outside was the available person who broke the tied vote. The responsibilities are separate for each title, and they read, Guardian of Males, represents and cares for the males of the commune. Guardian of Females, represents and cares for the females of the commune. Guardian of Agriculture, is responsible for farm work and food allocation. Guardian of Children, is responsible for the health and education of all young. We learn of a few figureheads in the commune. We're tasked with identifying who has what position, but we'll do that once we have a more complete picture. In the front we have the bowls and tokens used for voting. The happy green bowl is a yay vote, and the sad blue bowl is a nay vote. KS and KZ have voted yay. VM, LM, and SV have voted nay. One of those 3 nays is our old man outside. If we look at the black-haired man on the right, he says, All right, if this is the result of the vote, I will stop my experiments with the yams. But I still believe I could get something tasty and new in a couple of generations, which would increase the variety in our food. Now, can we talk about the issue of the lazy newcomer? That lazy newcomer is clearly our friend Tisa. Looks like the vote was on allowing this man to experiment with the yams, but since the nay vote won, he has resigned himself to abide by the results. It should be clear that this man is the guardian of agriculture, since he's focused on their food yields. The blonde man on the left says, I agree with Lavu and vote against as well. We have enough disruption from the people who washed up on shore. We do not need more change. I have enough on my plate with all 3 newcomers being my responsibility. We know this man is one of our nay votes, and Lavu is another. The 3 male newcomers are his responsibility, so he must be the guardian of males. The woman next to him carries a board which states the age demographic of all the children in the commune. She must be our guardian of children. She states, I am glad that Sutul agreed with me. No good ever comes from pointless tinkering. We should focus on the stability of our commune and leave things that work well alone. She must be another one of our nay votes, and she adds that someone named Sutul also voted nay. It's personally disheartening to me to see her very negative attitude to the idea of expanding the variety of food in the commune. It's helpful science being reduced to, quote, pointless tinkering. The last woman is responding to the blonde man's complaints with, Stop complaining, Verlis. I have more people to take care of than you, and I manage it just fine. She gives us the blonde man's first name, Verlis. Her comment that she has to take care of more people than him makes her the guardian of females, since there are 25 females and only 18 males. We know our 3 nay votes are the guardians of males and children, plus the old man outside. That means this woman was the second yay vote. We have a lot of names, but no indication whether many of them are first or last names. I've thrown up all of our hints onto the whiteboard to assist in our deduction of who is who. Luckily, we already know everyone's council position, the guardian of agriculture, males, children, females, and our tie-breaking vote from outside. We also know if they voted yes or no on the measure. The words Lavu and Mata match the person in charge of the children's history lesson and toys. We know that one of the initials of the people who voted no was LM, so Lavu Mata. Our guardian of children must be Lavu Mata. Kruplu is excited to talk about the purple peas with Zubiri, and the name Zarna was spoken in regards to Tisa's uncompleted agriculture work and the serving of food. Thus, Kruplu Zarno must be the guardian of agriculture and our KZ vote in the yes bowl. The name Kula is spoken by a woman who says she has been given tasks to do, and Sterna is spoken by a kid in regards to the person who told off their mother to the point of tears. They must be the guardian of females and our KS vote in the yes bowl. We heard that Kula often votes against Momgo, potentially to spite him. Momgo must be the last name of Virlis, the VM nay vote and guardian of males. This leaves our tiebreaker as Sutul Vito, the old man outside. With his name identified, we can now recognize the old man outside as our sentinel, who is currently being beckoned by the tower dweller. With all this in mind, we can proceed to the final scene. It's early the next morning, January 26th. We can observe a crowd of villagers gathered on a narrow bridge. The woman in front is standing behind a line marked with a skull, and is holding a rope. We see the rope is tethered to a man, our sentinel in ritualistic regalia. He utters something, then drops dead on the ground. His last words were, Nagana Brin God Bol Bazur. If we look at his helmet, we see the talisman on the forehead repeats this phrase, and carries the flower-like symbol shown in the children's history cards. Inside the tower, the dweller wields the golden idol, and finishes casting a spell. Upon further inspection, we see the spell which claimed the life of Sutul Vito. Decrease matter lifespan. One thing I want to make note of while we have this view is the incredibly strange architecture of the ruins of Xenopolis. The ancient Lemurians built crazy sculptures across their lands, of towering heights, most of which are probably inhabitable somehow. It just goes to show how alien in a sense their society was, given the unknown advanced technologies they once wielded. Regardless, we can put together the scroll from what we've seen, and with the help of the history tiles. Thus, Sutul Vito went to the tower and spoke the incantation, because according to the local tradition, whenever the dweller endangers the community, the sentinel goes and banishes the dweller to the tower until the next time. After the incantation was spoken, the golden idol was activated to reduce lifespan, and Sutul Vito died. There's a cutscene at the end of this case. We see 2 women putting the wrapped remains of Sutul in a large container with the Lemurian numeral 14 on it. Verlis remarked that Sutul lived and died like a true sentinel, and asks who will take up the mantle of sentinel. Zubiri is about to capitalize on this moment and claim the title of sentinel, but Tisa swoops in, claiming his royalty should deem him the next sentinel. We'll soon find out why he's so interested in the position. The year of 1742 starts with Oberon and Albert's expedition contract being finalized off-screen on January 5th. Meanwhile, the Raja and his party have been at sea, approaching Monkey Paw Island. While Zubiri remains in captivity, he befriends the younger men in the party. This occurs up to January 10th, where on the 11th, the storm claims their ship and the 3 surviving men land on the island. They live on the commune up to the 24th, and on the 25th the council's yam vote occurs, but suddenly comes the threat of the Tower Dweller's return. The next day, on the 26th, the Sentinel sacrifices himself to the Tower Dweller, and Tisa claims the position of the new Sentinel. We have our 4 guardians of the Lemurian commune, although there's not too much to comment on personality-wise. Lavumata, the guardian of children, is very apprehensive towards any kind of change in the commune. Virlis and Kula, the respective guardians of males and females, do not get along whatsoever, and Kula often votes against Virlis on council matters. There's even word that Kula Sterna, who in fact is quite stern, is known for bullying children's parents to the point of tears. And Kruplu Zarno is just, well, he's just chilling with his purple peas. Still, keep these roles for each of the guardians in mind. They will be important shortly. The only other person to comment on isn't on the board. It's Tisa. He spends his time in the commune lazily pretending to do the work he's assigned. Shameful. The Lemurian Vampire strikes. We're greeted to a scene of our named characters, besides Tisa. Everyone is crowded around a skeleton wearing a ruby-encrusted gold crown. Virlis Momgo states, "We have been punished by Tower Dweller. This is its revenge. It has turned our new sentinel to bones and escaped by its power of flight." This is strange. Shouldn't the previous sentinel's incantation have warded off the Tower Dweller's influence? Regardless, it appears that Tisa, the new sentinel, has been boned. Virlis holds a wooden club and a wooden cube consisting of 2 parts. Everyone will be carrying this cube, or at least half of it. It will be directly stated what it is later in the case, but for convenience I'll go ahead and spoil it now. This cube is a promise cube. When someone asks another person to do something, the doer takes half of the asker's cube and holds it as a promise to complete their task. The asker is now indebted to the person who holds half of their cube, and will get it back once their debt is settled. For practical purposes, if we see someone with only half of a cube, they are indebted to someone. And if we see someone with 1.5 cubes, someone else is indebted to them. Behind Virlis, Kula Sterna says, "As I ran here, I did not notice it fly away while you were forcing down the door. Could it still be here, or is it long gone?" Another comment on the Tower Dweller fleeing the scene through flight, although Kula did not see them while on her way here. We see she holds half a promise cube, so she's indebted to someone. Kruplu Zarno comments, "Poor boy. It does indeed seem that Dweller does not look kindly on those who wish to confront it. Now we need another sentinel." It looks like the villagers had some plot to siege the Tower Dweller, and this scene is its revenge. He holds a knife and a promise cube. Next, Lavumata says, "Have I missed something? I was doing my morning meditation when I heard the noise." Nothing strange here. We see she holds a knife, 1.5 promise cubes, and a beaded necklace. This necklace is likely some decoration for teaching children shapes and colors. Her excess half of a promise cube indicates someone is indebted to her. Zubiri comments, "This is impossible. The prince bolted the door from the inside after his last gift arrived, and Giant and I stood guard the whole night in shifts." While the other villagers believe this to be a feasible murder by the Tower Dweller's magic, Zubiri understands that this kind of scene should not have been possible. He might know something special about the Tower Dweller's being. In his possession is a spear and a promise cube. Giant G also holds a spear and a promise cube. He summarizes the situation as it unfolded. First, just minutes ago, we knocked on the door and there was no response. Second, we became worried, so Zubiri and I forced it open. Third, the room was empty but for the sentinel's skeleton. Finally, then you started arriving. Pretty straightforward. We see the door which has been busted open with a hammer. Let's start looking around the room, starting with the baskets. The first contains some green-finned fish. The second is strangely empty besides a cloth bag. Third are some clay jugs filled with liquid. Last are jars of honey. On the floor we see one of those green-finned fish, currently half-eaten, an overturned jar of honey, and a spilled jug of juice. Those jugs from before must also be full of fruit juice. Now I don't know about you, but I'm not so sure honey should contain small black and red chunks. The fruit juice also has some small pink triangular chunks. We'll find out what they are soon enough. In the corner is a rat, locked into a deep slumber, and lastly, we have our only other exit for the room, the window. If we head outside the window, we see it rests right above a small lake. Inside the lake, we see some of those green-finned fish, and another red-finned fish. Someone is currently fishing while they talk to someone else. The fishing kid says, "Hey sister, look what I caught. This snapper fish hid a shiny in its mouth. I have a new play stone. Did you have a good sleep? I left before you woke up to get the best fishing spot." We see that the red-finned fish is called a snapper fish, and that the kid found a diamond ring inside it. His sister replies to him with, "I am well, brother. I hope Tisa learned his lesson, and both will leave me alone now." Well, at the very least, she certainly won't need to worry about Tisa anymore. She carries half of a promise cube, showing she's indebted to someone. It looks like after some plan which occurred last night, Tisa and some unknown person should finally be leaving her alone. If we zoom out, we see a ship in the top left corner, which will probably arrive on the island sometime soon. If we look at the tower dweller, we see its eyes glow blue. It recently has cast the spell Increase Matter Lifespan, likely with the lifespan of the previous sentinel, Sutal. Near the dweller's tower are 2 guards standing in front of all 14 previous sentinels' burial urns. The woman on the left states, "Are you not afraid looking at the dweller all the time? What if it looks right back and steals your flesh? Do you think these ancient sentinel bones will protect us?" She carries a spear and a promise cube. It looks like these burial urns are placed for extra protection from the dweller. The other woman replies, "Tower dweller cannot act from so far away. I have been staring at it all night and nothing has happened. We need only beware if the tower dweller moves. Then we should run to the village and warn the sentinel." She too carries a spear and a promise cube. The most important things to note are that the tower dweller's influence is confined to the front of the tower, and that it has not moved at all since last night. Since we know it wields the golden idol, it makes sense that it has limited range. The fact that it did not leave its tower tells us that someone else is responsible for Tisa's death. If we look at all the burial urns, we see the helmet placed on top of the 4th sentinel's urn is off-kilter. Someone must have tampered with that urn's remains. For now, let's rewind to the day before the murder. The tower dweller is in the same state as before, having casted Increase Matter Lifespan. If we look at the urns, we see that the 4th sentinel's urn has already been tampered with. A trail of footprints in the soil from the dweller's tower leads to a building on the left. Inside is a large door and a keypad with Lemurian numerals 1 through 12 placed on each button. We see the buttons 1 through 4, plus 6, show signs of being pressed, but we lack the precise input for the door. On the wall it says, "Always follow your motto." We'll find these mottos soon enough. There's a strange terminal with a candle, button, and pen placed on it. The writing on the screen says, "Dare not try, Sentinel. I will peel your flesh until only bones are left." A strange threat towards Tisa, which seemingly has come true, considering all we saw in his bed was a skeleton. In the courtyard, we see red words appear on the wall like in the previous case, although this time, the words are the exact same ones drawn on the terminal. Very suspicious. In the top right, we see the blonde guard talking to Giant and Zubiri. She holds a promise cube and says, "It happened last night. I was walking with Kula when suddenly we saw someone run down the stairs from the platform that leads to the tower. I could not see who that was, but they were carrying a sack with something." There are very interesting details here. Someone ran up and down the platform leading to the tower dweller, and they were carrying a mysterious sack. The only sack we know of is the empty one inside the barrel in Tisa's room, but we don't yet know what was inside of it. We also saw the footprints leading away from the tower to that secret room. It appears some tower dweller conspiracy is afoot. Jain and Zubiri both carry a spear and a promise cube. Jain replies, "She was wise to send you to report this. Find a partner, get 2 spears, and stand guard near the tower. If the dweller or someone in league with it can enter our village, we must be aware." It's nice to see that Jain considers himself an equal among the villagers, and is protective over the village. We see his instruction to get a partner and guard the tower was followed by the woman. Zubiri says, "There is something strange going on here, but I am sure these extra guarding duties are an overreaction. Nevertheless, we will have to go along with it. Tomorrow, we march to the tower, and the dweller will scare your village no more." It looks like the day of Tisa's death was the day Zubiri intended to deal with the tower dweller. That murder has likely thrown a serious wrench in his plans. Zubiri acknowledges the situation is strange, but still thinks extra guards are unnecessary. His confidence in his knowledge of the tower dweller has likely misled him a bit here. In front we see Kula talking to the other blonde woman. She still holds her half of a promise cube. She says, "Sahelia, I am glad you have finally agreed to cooperate. I understand that you want to be concealed. Do not worry, I have done as you instructed. The Een family name will not be tarnished." We learn the woman's name is Sahelia Een. Kula has instructed Sahelia to do something, reassuring her that her identity will be concealed. It is currently unknown as to what Kula needs Sahelia for. Sahelia responds, "Good, then tell Momgo to come to my hut for your eggs. The basket will wait for him there. Do note that I will do this once tonight and never again." It looks like Momgo should be bringing a basket of eggs somewhere, likely to Tisa's room. However, we know there were no eggs in his room. Awfully suspicious. Sahelia is incredibly unhappy to do whatever she is being told to do tonight, and exclaims it will never happen again. By the lake, we see the same variety of fish inside it. On a drying rack, the same kind of fish have been caught and hanged. Virlis is fishing as he talks to Kruplu. He says, "That traitor Tisa, he and Kula have been thick as thieves in all the last votes. Just this and then one more basket of gifts to deliver to the Sentinel, and I am done. I hope that little gnat enjoys what I give him." It looks like Virlis has sabotaged at least one of the gifts intended for Tisa. His comment that Kula and Tisa have voted together on all the last votes sounds more suspicious when we know that Kula votes against Virlis just to spite him. He carries a promise cube and a note listing the gifts to deliver from each guardian. The first 2 gifts have already been delivered. They are, first, juice, second, honey, third, tasty fish, last, lots of eggs. We can put this order of gifts in our thinking tab. Kruplu carries a knife and a promise cube. He responds, "Yes, first he asked us to bring him all the shiny playstones of children. That was weird. Now he is demanding fruit juice from me. He is a difficult sentinel to please." We learn Kruplu Zarno is responsible for the juice. It seems Tisa has demanded all the gemstones and gold coins that the children used to play with. Obviously, this accumulation of wealth is strange to the Lemurian villagers, since these treasures are just children's playthings to them. It speaks against Tisa's character that despite this perception of wealth being utterly useless in the commune, he nevertheless demands it in order to feel more royal. Inside a hut are some fruits and some notes scribbled on the wall. The first talks about the local fish of the lake. The red snapper is vicious and can tear apart flesh in minutes, but is very tasty. The green snapper is harmless, but tastes like dung. Given all the fish in Tisa's room were green snappers, this is what Virlis was laughing about. He intends to only give Tisa the terrible tasting fish. The other note talks about the fruits on the table. The red gourd is bitter, but cures stomachache. The spotted gourd seeds are good for treating insomnia or sedation. The yellow short gourd flesh tastes bad, but the seeds add spice to drinks. On the table, from left to right, we see the spotted gourd, yellow short gourd, and red gourd. The seeds of the spotted gourd, which puts people to sleep, are the same as those we saw in Tisa's honey. He, along with that rat in the corner, ate the honey and fell into a deep slumber. The yellow gourd seeds, which are added to drinks, are the same as the one in the juice, a harmless addition to the juice Tisa drank. If we zoom out, we see a collection of hives. There we see the same bag we saw in Tisa's room, jars of honey, candles, and a bag of spotted gourd seeds. If Kruplu handled the juice, Virulus handled the fish, and Kula handled the eggs, that leaves Lavu responsible for the delivery of drugged honey. Our thinking tab tells us this is close to the truth, but not right. There's something else happening behind the scenes. If we look in Tisa's room, we see the juice and honey which has been delivered. He wears a golden crown and drinks from a jug. Next to his bed lies bags containing the collected gems and coins from the children. Tisa remarks, "This life is more worthy of a prince, and now I have some sweet honey to enjoy with the sweet juice. And tonight I will meet with you at last, my golden-haired beauty." We see Tisa is enjoying the level of luxury he believes he deserves, and learn that tonight he expects to encounter a golden-haired beauty, Sahelia Een. It's evident that he is not expecting a delivery of eggs from Kula, but that the basket will instead contain Sahelia. This is the task she is most displeased with performing, likely being forced into sleeping with Tisa. We know this did not actually occur, and that someone helped her out of the position. The question is who? We see he carries 1.5 promise cubes, as well as the diamond ring that the fishing child finds in the mouth of the red snapper the following morning. The nature of Tisa's death becomes clearer, but we won't conclude it yet. For now, we turn the dial back to the earliest scene in the case. If we look at Tower Dweller, we see the last spell it cast was Decrease Matter Lifespan, likely from Sentinel Sutil's sacrifice. It looks like whoever went up to the tower from the previous scene did so to gain the lifespan which was stored in the Golden Idol, proof that a villager is in leagues with the Tower Dweller. In front we see all the burial urns, none of them having been tampered with. Whoever did so must have done it around the time that they visited the tower and put the remains inside of a cloth sack. But what could one want from a long-deceased body? By the lake we see Giant talk to Sahelia. Both hold an intact promise cube. Giant says, "Then do not do it, beautiful Sahelia. Follow your heart. No one can make you do something that goes against your nature." Wise words from our good friend Giant. Sahelia replies, "You do not know how horrible it is when all the women in the village hate you. Kula invents new lies about me every day, and I cannot take it anymore. But I have found someone who has agreed to help me out and solve this problem once and for all." It looks like Sahelia's life has been quite sorrowful and frustrating. We know Kula has a bit of a bad attitude, scolding women until they cry, and always voting against Virulus. But to make up lies about this woman and cause her to be bullied and ostracized is quite repugnant. We know Kula is forcing Sahelia to sleep with Tisa, but luckily Sahelia has found a mysterious third party willing to help solve her problem. We can look inside the council room and see the rest of our characters. On the wall is the same demographics chart as before, -1 male for the death of Sutil. The other block on the wall is different and is titled The Mottos of the Guardians. It reads, "Guardian of males, protect the weak. Guardian of females, we listen, we plan, we organize. Guardian of agriculture, the diligent shall have full bellies. Guardian of children, always preserve the ancient practice." We'll get back to these mottos shortly. Zubiri says to the council, "I am fluent in the secret language of Old Lemurian. The nature of the so-called dweller is clear to me. I will provide the noble Tisa with the right incantations to deal with it." Zubiri demonstrates his wealth of knowledge, being fluent in an ancient language and knowing the true nature of the dweller. He carries a promise cube and his diary, which reads, "February 5th, 1742. It is day 26 on the island. The council does not take me seriously. I cannot just go and bring down that thing in the tower. I need the community's support before I make some changes here. February 6th, 1742. It is day 27 on the island. Success! Tisa was very receptive to the idea of us destroying the dweller. His motivation may not be as noble as mine, but I must seize any opportunity. Let us hope we can manage to convince the council tomorrow. We learn today is February 7th, although the rest of the precise timeline for this case will elude us. Zubiri knows what the Tower Dweller actually is, and therefore wants to free the village of its perceived threat. He convinces Tisa to bring this plan to a vote. Although Zubiri's wishes are to benefit the commune, Tisa likely tags along because if the Tower Dweller is eliminated, he gets to live as Sentinel forever. We see Tisa is holding 1.5 promise cubes, and says, "Too long we have lived in fear of our lives. I am your new Sentinel, and I say that the next time I am summoned to deal with Tower Dweller, I will not just banish it, but crush it once and for all." Brave words for a man to say when Zubiri will be doing the real work. Kruplu replies, "Are you sure you can pull this off, Tisa? If you are, let us try it." Virlis affirms, "Yes, enough of this. We must strike down and bring down that monster at last. Let's go to war with it." Lavu dissents, stating, "I have a bad feeling about this. What if it puts everyone in the village in danger, including the children? My heart says we should preserve our ancient practice. It has never let us down." She states her motto to preserve the ancient practice. Kula naturally votes against Virlis, saying, "This is a terrible idea. Violence is never the answer. No wonder Virlis is so keen on it. But we must forget this plan and return to our usual duties." She carries half a promise cube and a note which reads, "You gave me your word. I have your promise cube half. I upheld my end of the bargain and voted against Momgo in the last 3 meetings. I want her." Clearly this is Tisa, who holds half of Kulu's promise cube. In exchange for always voting against Virlis, Tisa demands Sahelia. Quite a vile order. Nevertheless, the vote to siege the Tower Dweller wins, and everyone begins to prepare for it. It's time to straighten out the thinking tab in order to complete our picture. We know who delivered what, that Lavu sedated Tisa in the honey she prepared, and that someone stole the remains of an ancient sentinel. Weeks before the murder, Kula became indebted to Tisa. He wants Sahelia in exchange for voting against Virlis. The only other disrupted promise cubes we saw were in the possession of Lavu and Sahelia. Sahelia holds half a cube, so she is the one indebted to Lavu. Lavu must be the mysterious third party who offered to save Sahelia from Tisa. She offered to take Sahelia's place in the basket which was to be delivered to Tisa. Although Sahelia believed that Tisa and Kula would get a stern talking to, instead, Lavu murdered Tisa. There's other evidence that points towards Lavu. Drugging the honey is incredibly suspicious, and the Sentinel's remains were stored in a bag by the honey she was in charge of. Her motto, "Always preserve the ancient practice," is the only motto applicable in the secret room, where the message from the Tower Dweller is faked. Finally, there is the unknown password to enter the secret room. Upon closer examination of Lavu's necklace, we see the shapes represent Lemurian numerals. It reads 23164. The same numbers which were used on the keypad. We know the who done it, but not the why done it and how done it. The answer to why is because the villagers were preparing to siege the Tower Dweller. Lavu was the mysterious person who went up to the tower and activated the spell to increase her lifespan. If the Dweller is destroyed, she would be unable to sap the lifespan of each Sentinel. In essence, her aim is to live forever, and the illusion of the Tower Dweller is how she does so. Keep in mind that Lavu is responsible for all the children's education. The story of the village's history with the Tower Dweller is incredibly fabricated in order to deceive every generation into creating sentinels that she can sacrifice. When the vote was concluded, Lavu set her plan in motion. She stole the skeletal remains of a sentinel and created a threat that Tisa would be reduced to bones if they go forward with the siege. Lavu took Sahelia's place in the basket meant for Tisa, and had drugged the honey beforehand so that Tisa would be unconscious. She took his body and threw him out the window, into the lake below. The red snappers devoured Tisa, which is how his diamond ring ended up in the mouth of a snapper. Lavu replaced his body with the sentinel's skeleton, giving the appearance that he had died from some kind of magical spell. The door was barred shut, so she hid inside the basket that she came in from. During the commotion when the corpse was discovered, she secretly exited the basket and blended into the crowd. Thus, Lavu Mata wanted to preserve the ancient practice, and so accessed the Sentinel's lodge using a basket and killed Tisa Gamini, who had been sedated with honey. Afterwards, the murderer hid in a basket. In the next morning, the villagers found the skeleton of the dead ancient sentinel and became really afraid of Tower Dweller. We're treated with a cutscene in which Zubiri is saddled with the blame for the Tower Dweller's supposed assassination of Tisa. As punishment, he is placed in jail, now the second time he's been imprisoned. We're not given a lot of concrete information regarding the timeline. Sometime after Tisa becomes Sentinel, he promises Kula to always vote against Virlis in exchange for Sahelia being delivered to his quarters. On February 5th, Zubiri devised a method to eliminate the Tower Dweller. The following day, he convinces Tisa of his plan, and on February 7th, they bring it to a successful vote. Lavu then plans to kill Tisa. First, she gains lifespan from the tower, then steals the remains of a sentinel. A day before the siege, Lavu drugs the honey gift and makes a promise with Sahelia to take her place in the delivery basket. That night, she kills Tisa, and the next morning, the sentinel's body is discovered, and Zubiri is saddled with the blame for coming up with the idea to destroy the Tower Dweller. For most of our characters, we just reinforce their personality traits. Zubiri is intelligent and selfless, Jain is an all-around good guy, Tisa is greedy, hedonistic, and dead, and Kula is, well, she's not pictured here, but she's a really mean person. I mean, just look at her treatment of Sahelia. The most important information we learn is the identity of our Lemurian vampire, Lavu Mata. Long has she influenced the commune into sacrificing its members in order to give herself eternal life. She abuses her role as the guardian of children to shape the thought and history of the village. We'll learn a little more about this in the final case. The less than amicable departure of two explorers. We're introduced to a scene of a damaged stone pillar. First, we'll leave this cave and turn back the clock on the case. In the tower, we see the Dweller, still holding the golden idol since the last case. No new spell has been cast with it. To the north, we see Zubiri in captivity. Speaking to Lavu Mata, he says, "Just say these words in the correct order, loud and clear. They are special commands in Old Lemurian that will grant you control of that entity, so you can direct it to destroy itself. No longer will your village be hostage to this dark creature." It looks like despite the situation Zubiri has found himself in, he's still hoping to convince someone to destroy the Tower Dweller to save the village. He gives Lavu commands in Old Lemurian which should cause the Dweller to target and destroy itself. Zubiri carries 1.5 promise cubes, showing someone is indebted to him, as well as his diary, which reads, February 17th, 1742. Who could have killed Tisa? It cannot have been the automaton. It does not move. I hope someone lets me out of here soon. It is very dull in this cell, but at least Jain visits me regularly. February 18th, 1742. It is day 38 on the island. Jain has told me that Oberon Geller has arrived on the island. How did he find out that this place is linked to the myth of the Fountain of Youth? That man has no morals. I fear what would happen were he to get his hands on the golden idol. We learn the day is February 18th. Zubiri refers to the Tower Dweller as an automaton as he ponders who could have killed Tisa. It's becoming clearer that Zubiri recognizes the nature of the entity is one which cannot be a direct threat to the village, but he fails to connect the dots that someone else, in this case Lavu, is using the Dweller for their own purposes. I mean, how else could the red messages from the Dweller even appear in the village? We know Jain has been a good friend and has been visiting Zubiri during his imprisonment. He's very surprised to hear that Oberon Geller has apparently reached the island. It looks like Zubiri's father was never able to notify him that he had disclosed the location of the idol to Oberon. His last comment is an apt description of the danger of Oberon, a man with no morals who could do God knows what with the power of the idol. If we look at Lavu, she responds to Zubiri with, Thank you, Zubiri. I have made note of these incantations. This old language is strange to me, but hopefully the council will agree to let you out of prison. She has her ornamented necklace, a note, and the other half of the promise cube in Zubiri's possession, showing that she is indebted to fulfill the promise of destroying the Tower Dweller. though we know she cannot be trusted. The note reads, "Code to initialize override. B prom, B prom, B prom. It should tilt its head. Commands to destroy it. Teri Tresno. Teri Nip." These commands are written in Old Lemurian. Initialize override is quite technical language, but that just goes to show the level of technological advancement the ancient Lemurians dealt with. We turn our heads to the secret room. On the writing desk are 2 scraps of paper and a book with the matter sigil on it. We're introduced to the Old Lemurian names for their numbers, 1 through 12. A comment is written that to acquire large numbers, just multiply by Bazur, or 12. An example is given where Bib Bazur, or 212, is 24. The impression I get from this comment, written by Lavu in Common Lemurian, is that she potentially lacks a complete understanding of the Old Lemurian numbering system. For example, the gold sigil on the idol was written Ib Bazur Utu, or 67, not 6 times 7 like Lavu's comment would infer. I have foolishly taken the liberty of scrawling the ancient Lemurian numbering system up to 70 in base 12. Beneath each symbol written in blue is the number's value in base 12, whereas in the top right, written in red, is the number's value in base 10. In the base 12 numbering system, we have 2 additional values, shown here by the variables a and b. If we were to count to 10 in the base 12 system, we would count 1 through 9, then A, then B, and then 10. Lavu's incorrect understanding of the numbering system is that since she believes each number is multiplied together, she completely deletes this row of numbers from her system, because she believes B Bazur is 1 times 12, or 12. This isn't true, and B Bazur is actually 20 in base 12 and 24 in base 10. Obviously, nobody in the village recognizes these digits, otherwise the sentinel would probably be suspicious if they knew the Bol Bazor in their incantation meant 40 or 48. It took quite a long time to draw all this out for what was, comparatively, a very short segment. I have made the assumption that the numbers written in Common Lemurian in the village, such as the number of men, women, and children, are already written in decimal. The other paper lists essential verbs and essential nouns in Old Lemurian, some symbols we recognize and others which are new. In the book is a journal entry written by Lavu. It reads, "I've discovered an intact universal transfer device in the destroyed city of Xenopolis after the cleansing. However, the device is out of reach. I can operate it remotely. The ancient automaton has retained acute hearing. Our ancestors have been very cunning and implemented a number of restrictions. The automaton aims the device only at the one who issues the vocal instructions. It does not respond to commands given by a target below the age of 15. We learn the name of our golden idol is the Universal Transfer Device, an apt description of its fundamental properties. It seems ancient Lemurians knew its power was liable to be abused and placed restrictions on its functionality. It was only operable at a distance, and the only available target is the speaker, who must be older than 15. Theoretically, this should have locked away its more nefarious spells, but because Lavu's village immigrated to the ruins, and only she discovered this room, she is able to exploit her village's ignorance for her own benefit. We hear of a sinister term, after the cleansing. This could either refer to a cleansing in Xenopolis, or the Lemurian exodus from the history titles. I think this refers to the Exodus, since Lavu doesn't know too much about ancient Lemuria. We add our new terms to the golden idol and give proper names for the old ones. For verbs, we have prom, stop, and teri, destroy. For nouns, we have tresno for tool, nip for self, and apol for mind. That mind sigil seems the most interesting, but unfortunately we won't see it put to use. With knowledge of these ancient Lemurian words, we can decipher the Sentinel's incantation and the commands Zubiri gave Lavu. The Sentinel incantation, Nagana Bringad Bol Bazor, and Lavu's counter incantation, Tagana Bringad Bol Bazor, are take matter lifespan 40 and give matter lifespan 40, though this is 48 in decimal. We know Lavu didn't suddenly look 48 years younger, so this unit of measurement must be closer to months, taking and giving about 4 years of lifespan. Since there's only been 14 sentinels over what I assume is hundreds of years, this incantation is likely spoken by each sentinel several times over the course of their lifespan until it finally claims their life. The override command Zubiri gave is be prom, or one stop, one stop, one stop. This removes the restrictions placed on the automaton and the idol. He then says to use Teri Tresno, then Teri Nip, or destroy tool, destroy self, to break the golden idol and the tower dweller, so the village may live in peace. We'll soon see how this turned out. In the village square, we see the rest of our cast, accompanied by Oberon Geller and Albert Cloudsley. Oberon, sporting his gun and surgical kit, carries a note, a deck of blank cards, a crayon, and a card with a flower drawn on it. The note is the January 5th expedition agreement from the first case. Likewise, Albert has his own copy of the agreement. Oberon says, "See, this is your picture. Mind reading is just one of the many magical powers that I possess. Your so-called tower dweller will have no chance against me and my compatriot." It looks like Oberon has used a simple card trick to convince the villagers that he has the ability to read minds, as well as other potential magical powers. The woman he's pulling the trick on also carries a crayon and the same pictured card, exclaiming that the performance is a miracle. Kruplu says to Kula, "What do you think of these foreign visitors, Kula? Can we trust them?" Kula replies, "At this point, I think it is worth trying. This man appears to possess strange powers." Verlis remarks, "You are a powerful magician. Perhaps you can indeed stand against Tower Dweller. We desperately need help. It stripped the flesh from our last sentinel. We will show you the way." And like that, Oberon has won access to the Tower Dweller and the Golden Idol. The red text on the wall says, "Stop meddling. Only a new sentinel can keep me at bay." Even if we didn't know Lavu was behind the myth of the Tower Dweller, this response would be completely bizarre from the Dweller's perspective. Why would the Dweller want a new sentinel to keep them at bay? They should be happy to freely terrorize the village now that the sentinel is dead. If we look at Jayan, he says to himself, "A rock for a hem is a rock well spent." He has a knife, a promise cube, and a piece of rope. It appears he's traded a stone for a rope that he may use to free Zubiri from his cell. If we look at Albert Cloudsley, we see him pouring gunpowder into a clay ball in order to make a bomb. He also carries a knife, tobacco, a pipe, a rope, his copy of his contract, and a ruby. This ruby must be the rock that Jayan traded for some of Albert's rope. He says aloud, "Ah, he is reading minds again. He did that to me on the ship and it gave me the creeps. No man should have the power to peer into another man's head." It looks like Albert too has fallen for the mind-reading card trick, and it's made him a bit afraid of Oberon's supposed power. There are two kids speaking to Albert. The first says, "Hey stranger, what is that powder? Can I have some of it? Hey, will you be joining the village like the previous newcomers?" This is a useless endeavor. Albert doesn't speak a word of common Lemurian. The other says, "I cannot understand what you are saying. Your voice and your words are strange. Speak like a normal person." Just some more childhood curiosity. What we're interested in is this handout the kid has. Likely given by Lavu since she is in charge of the children, it lists the good and bad questions. A good question is, "Can I help you?" A bad question is, "How does this work?" A comment reads that this kind of curiosity is dangerous. Obviously a method Lavu uses to prevent the villagers from questioning their surroundings. Another bad question reads in full, "How old are you?" Each villager is born under a different star, which grants a lifespan that can be shorter or longer. It is rude to ask an adult how old they are. This is the other method Lavu uses to keep the villagers from questioning why she lives so long or why the sentinels likely live so short. The idea is to recognize that she must have been born under a special star which grants her longevity, and to never ask someone their age so they can't keep track of her lifespan. With all this settled, we can look at the events which unfurled later in the day. If we look at Zubiri's cell, we see he has been freed with the help of Jayan and the rope he acquired. If we look at the Tower Dweller, we see Oberon and Albert placed a ladder across and detonated the entity with an explosive bomb. Naturally, we see the true identity of the Dweller is a robot which simply held the golden idol. Out of the machine's chest is a log of commands printed on paper. We see the expected commands of taking and giving lifespan, then the override command Zubiri gave Lavu. Instead of the commands to destroy the idol and the robot, we see a new command, Tegana Tresno. Lavu did not destroy the idol as promised. Instead, she gave the command Tegana Tresno, which means give tool. The tool she had used from afar now lays in her hands. Though her long-term goals are out of sight, we'll discover what she intends to use the idol for shortly. Our final scene puts our villagers on the right side of a ledge, with Oberon and Albert on the left side, the golden idol in his possession. The Albions and our guardians are wearing garlands decorated with flowers. The only garlands we will note is that Lavu's has yellow flowers and Kula's has white flowers. If we look at Oberon, we see him holding his previous belongings, with the addition of a bag of riches and the golden idol. The idol has recently cast the spell Take Matter. This is likely the reason why the stone bridge has disappeared. As a farewell to the village, Oberon says, "Ha! It works! It is amazing! Do not dare follow us, unless you want to witness more of my deadly powers." He then says in Albion, "Albert, we are leaving." If we look at Albert, we see him carrying 2 bags of riches. This must have been their payment for vanquishing the Tower Dweller, all the shiny stones that the late Tisa had collected. He responds to Oberon with, "Oberon, what the blazes is going on here? You have more powers than mind reading." It seems Albert has made a mistake. He thinks that the impossible scene before him was conjured by Oberon's supposed magic, not the result of the golden idol's usage. More reason for Albert to be astonished by Oberon's abilities. If we look at Kula, she says, "Zubiri, he would have killed me if it were not for you. I will be forever in your debt." Zubiri responds, "I may have paid dearly for that decision. What I've given him is the most dangerous device I know of." Given part of Kula's garland lies at Oberon's feet, he must have taken her hostage and demanded Zubiri give him the golden idol. In order to save her, Zubiri offers up the idol, which Oberon then used to destroy the passageway. Zubiri has allowed to happen what he insisted must not, letting Oberon, the moralless man, obtain the power of the idol. His good nature told him to save Kula, and he did so without hesitation. Jayan says, "Geller, you have no honor. We saved your life, and this is how you repay us? May those stolen riches be the ruin of you." Looks like when Zubiri and Jayan arrived, they stopped something from happening, saving Oberon in the process. His desire that the stolen riches ruin Oberon is a personal curse that will swiftly unfold. Lavu is bound in vines and says, "No, stop him! You have no idea what you have done! I would have dealt with them. We could have continued to preserve our way of life with me as your protector." Our Lemurian Vampire reckons herself the protector of the commune. Surely she has succeeded in keeping up their ancient practice, but the cost in deceiving the village and sacrificing the lives of the sentinels is too grave. Who knows what she would have done with the idol permanently in her possession? If we go down to where part of the stone pillar was destroyed, we see Lavu's yellow garland and a small container. She must have attempted to use the idol to take matter from the pillar, causing it to fall and kill Oberon and Albert, but the arrival of Zubiri and Jayan stopped her from completing this task. That broken stone to the left is likely from Oberon being forced to briefly use the Give Matter spell before reactivating Take Matter to destroy the bridge. If we look at Virlus, he says, "How dare you lay your hands on one of us? If I find you, I will kill you and take back what you stole." Kruplu replies, "Get back. They may still attack us, just let them leave. The most important thing is that nobody was hurt. We will deal with Lavu later." The last element in the scene is the automaton's arm, which is tied to a stick. It was likely paraded around as proof of the Tower Dweller's demise. With that, we can begin to piece together the scroll. The first part details the beginning of the island commune, where Lavumata finds the golden idol and upon investigating its abilities, creates the myth of the tower dweller and the role of the sentinel so she can steal their lifespan. Thus, Lavumata found the golden idol. It could be used only with a voice command, and it could target only the speaker of the voice command. Therefore, Lavumata created the myth of Tower Dweller, so for centuries the villagers would give the Take Matter Lifespan command, and Lavumata would steal their lifespan for themselves. One has to wonder what plan Lavumata would have orchestrated if the idol was capable of stealing the lifespan of villagers below the age of 15. The next scroll pertains to what the foreign visitors, Oberon and Albert, did once they landed on the island. We know they planned to destroy the Tower Dweller and take the golden idol, but Lavu beat them to the punch, and by following Zubiri's override command, she obtained the idol first. Thus, the foreign visitors went to the tower and destroyed Tower Dweller and were rewarded with riches. However, prior to that, Lavumata had used the Give Tool command and had obtained the golden idol. Giant G released Zubiri Kera from the prison, and they followed the celebrating villagers. At last, we arrive at the scene currently unfolding. And boy, what a lot of blank spaces we have to fill in. Fret not, because we already have a good picture of the scene. Lavu attempted to destroy the stone pillar to break the bridge and kill the foreigners, but was stopped by Zubiri and Giant. Oberon, having identified the golden idol in Zubiri's possession, takes Kulu hostage, and Zubiri is forced to surrender the idol. Oberon then blasts the bridge and leaves. Thus, Lavumata used the golden idol on the stone pillar to try to kill the foreign visitors. Giant G disarmed Lavumata, and Zubiri Kera took the golden idol. Suddenly, Oberon Geller took Kula Sterna as a hostage. Zubiri Kera surrendered the golden idol, and Oberon Geller destroyed the stone bridge and left. And with that, our puzzle solving comes to a close. We are treated to the last cutscene of the game. The rest of the Guardians ask Zubiri to replace Lavu on the council, and to share his knowledge with the village. Meanwhile, Albert Cloudsley frets that Oberon is becoming too powerful, and for a brief moment ponders stopping Oberon before it's too late. Suddenly, he remembers Oberon has the power to read minds. If he knows these thoughts, he will kill Albert before he can strike. He determines he must act now. Our last frame shows Oberon looking at the small rocks near Monkey Paw Island. Little does he know that in a brief moment, Albert will shove him off the cliff to his death. And there we return to the start of the game, February 20th, 1742, the abrupt termination of contract. There's not much to finalize on the timeline besides Zubiri's indeterminate imprisonment all the way up to February 17th and 18th. On the 18th, Oberon and Albert arrive, and over the course of the day, they obtain the golden idol. Their expedition to Monkey Paw Island ends in a success, and the Fountain of Youth Oberon wished for is in his possession. However, as its name suggests, the finger of the monkey's paw curls, and this victory is incredibly short-lived, as Oberon meets a sudden death at the hands of Albert. We get to say a final farewell to our DLC characters. The Lemurian Vampire Lavu is apprehended, and Zubiri is given an important role in the village as a new guardian. I hope his extensive knowledge of Old Lemuria can prove useful for the commune. Oberon, at the end of all of his machinations, is no more. Albert Cloudsley, who was dim enough to believe a card trick was proof of mind reading, had deluded himself into a deadly fear of Oberon. Really, we should be thanking him for ridding the world of Golden Idol Oberon, though this does end with the lifespan-draining madness of Edmund Cloudsley's order regime. As far as favorite characters go, I would have to give it to Giant. He's just such an all-around nice man. He's just a great guy. I mean, I agree with Zubiri. There's something noble about this man. He's number one. He gets to be number one. Oberon Geller and Lavumata both fit into our theme of ambitious individuals who will stop at nothing for power and control. While we never learn of Oberon's endgame with the idol, we know he is the root cause of all the deaths in the first DLC. This demonstrates his lack of remorse to anything that even vaguely stands in the way of his ambitions. For Lavu, though she may have deluded herself into believing she lives forever for the sake of the commune, we know this is a rather flimsy excuse for being more than willing to siphon the lives of others. The myth of the Tower Dweller again connects to the motif of magic obfuscating the truth. No such supernatural being exists, but its supposed existence works well for Lavu's goals. I want to draw attention to another motif, which only appears at the chronological end of both Edmund and Oberon's stories. That is, the triumph of the fool. Both Edmund and Oberon are intelligent, cunning, and ruthless towards achieving their goals. Yet, at the height of Edmund's power, he allows himself to be unceremoniously killed by his blithering idiot of a nephew. Likewise, when Oberon finally obtains the golden idol, the fool, Albert Cloudsley, so easily convinced that Oberon had mind-reading powers, scares himself into murdering Oberon. His line, "I know what you're plotting, you snake," as he shoved Oberon off a cliff, is nothing more than a silly delusion his dim-minded conjured upon believing Oberon possessed supernatural powers. I can think of no better end for our ambitious planners, plotters, and schemers than to have their lives taken by the closest idiot they knew. The moral of the story is that if you're dim, you win. With that, I believe we've examined the case of the Golden Idol in totality. An incredibly unique experience crafted with the love and attention to detail of Color Gray Games. I hope that this kind of video was able to evoke an appreciation for their game, and that if you played through the game beforehand, you learned something new about the characters or cases. If you watched this video without playing the game, I implore you to encourage a friend to buy it and maybe play along with them so you can watch how they unfold the mystery. That aha moment we experience in puzzle games is a feeling of satisfaction that is worthwhile to share. If you enjoyed this video, please check out the sequel to this game, The Rise of the Golden Idol. There's a demo available with a good amount of content in it that's worth a try. The last, but certainly not least thing I want to do in this video is shout out two channels. First is a channel by the name of Flawed Peacock. His body of work was a great inspiration for this video, which encouraged me to dust off my own whiteboard and make a video about something I enjoyed. He makes incredibly passionate and intelligent videos on games and other media. I aspire to hopefully create a video even a tenth as good as one of his. The other channel is called Vlade Posting. He makes insightful and funny reviews for a wide spectrum of games. I'm sure there's several videos on his channel that you would find interesting. He's a very nice man, and his passion and dedication was an inspiration for me to try to create something. The links to their channels will be in the description. With that, I bid you all farewell, and hopefully we will meet again. Thank you. One last erase for the road.